Chapter 142. Of course, other than expressing his humility, he was also complimenting Qiu Bo. Before, Su Yan did not know Qiu Bo's identity and only felt gratitude towards him. Now that he knew Qiu Bo's identity, he was a sword-forging grandmaster. This compliment came from the bottom of his heart, without the slightest hint of falsehood. Humans were strange creatures. No matter where they stood, there would always be vanity in their hearts. Everyone liked to listen to compliments. Qiu Bo was no exception. When he heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on his extremely ugly face. It was just that no one dared to look directly at Qiu Bo's face. His smile was even uglier than his crying face. Of course, this was only in the eyes of outsiders. Su Yan admired Qiu Bo from the bottom of his heart, so how could he despise his ugliness? Su Yan, there's no need to flatter me. Although Qiu Bo was quite pleased with Su Yan's compliments, he still waved his hand and said, I have been a sword all my life. This time I have only forged a sword that is neither divine nor ghostly. With my current strength, it is clearly impossible for me to forge another sword. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has the intention. When Su Yan heard Qiu Bo's words, he was shocked. In the beginning, Su Yan did not have much doubt about Qiu Bo's strength. After all, the Emperor of Tianxiang was already an expert of a generation in Su Yan's eyes. Hearing Qiu Bo's words, he suddenly understood. Although Su Yan had not stepped onto the path of sword forging, Su Yan was a peak swordsman of a generation after all. He naturally knew that sword forging did not only rely on one's skill, but also on one's strength. This was because a good sword was a sword that was connected to the spirit. When forging a sword, the amount of spirit energy that had to be poured in was not something that an ordinary martial artist could achieve. In Su Yan's current situation, Su Yan was a saint of a bloodline. If he wanted to forge a sword, he could only forge an ordinary spirit sword at most. It could not even compare to Su Yan's shocking celestial sword. The Emperor of Tianxiang was at most one level higher. And now, Qiu Bo had managed to refine the Ardent Sun Sacred Sword. Although Qiu Bo had said that the Ardent Sun Sacred Sword was an unfinished product, the faint radiance emitted by the Ardent Sun Sacred Sword was not something that could be created by just anyone. Qiu Bo's strength based on this? As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at Ugly Uncle and his mouth opened wide. The respect he had for Ugly Uncle deepened. Uncle Qiu did not mind. He looked at Su Yan's expression and waved his hand. Su Yan, this is all in the past. I'm only a ruler now. With your talent, you'll surpass me in a few years. When Ugly Uncle said this, he could clearly feel the regret in his heart. Su Yan originally wanted to ask Qiu Bo what realm he had reached when he was at his peak. Even so, seeing how dejected he was, he could only give up. Fortunately, Qiu Bo was open-minded. After a brief sigh, he immediately recovered. He looked at Su Yan with a sharp light in his eyes and he asked Su Yan, all right, you don't have to refuse anymore. I know that you're passionate about swordsmithing, so don't hide it in front of me. Hearing Qiu Bo's words, Su Yan could not help but blush. Indeed, before this, when Su Yan did not know Qiu Bo's identity, he was puzzled that he had suddenly received such a heavy gift. After knowing Qiu Bo's identity, the doubts in Su Yan's heart were solved. The reason why he still dealt with Qiu Bo for so long and did not agree to his request was only because Su Yan was curious. He wanted to know more about Qiu Bo. However, now it was clear that Qiu Bo was unwilling to talk about many things. Moreover, Qiu Bo had already pointed it out, so Su Yan could not continue to dwell on this topic. Since Qiu Bo wanted to teach him the way of swordsmithing, then he was his master. Su Yan knelt down on one knee, and was about to perform the ceremony of acknowledging Qiu Bo as his master. However, before Su Yan could kneel down, Qiu Bo waved his hand and stopped Su Yan. Su Yan, there's no need for this ceremony of acknowledging me as your master. With your future achievements, you'll definitely be a dragon among men while I'm only... Qiu Bo did not finish his sentence, but Su Yan could see the grievance in Qiu Bo's heart, and was about to explain something. However, Qiu Bo did not give Su Yan the chance to explain, and said with unusual determination, Su Yan, although I've taught you the way of swordsmithing, there's no need for the two of us to address each other as master and disciple. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Qiu Bo had taught him the way of swordsmithing, and this kindness was not inferior to the kindness of saving his life. How could Su Yan not acknowledge him as his master? Unfortunately, Qiu Bo did not wait for Su Yan to explain, and interrupted Su Yan. Su Yan, listen to me. There are some things that you don't understand now, but when you grow to a certain extent in the future, you'll naturally understand why I don't want you to acknowledge me as your master today. All right. After Qiu Bo finished speaking, he waved his hand, and did not give Su Yan the chance to explain. A telepathic thought was transmitted into Su Yan's mind, and mixed within the telepathic thought was the introductory knowledge of the way of swordsmithing. Feeling the knowledge transmitted by the telepathic thought, Su Yan's heart immediately boiled with excitement. Swordsmithing was an unfinished regret of Su Yan's in his previous life. Today he had finally completed it, so how could Su Yan not be excited? Cho Bo was obviously a master of swift and decisive actions. The moment he imparted the basic knowledge of swordsmithing, taking advantage of the fact that there was a swordsmithing furnace in the stone cave, he immediately let Su Yan start to forge the sword. It took several days for the sword to be forged. During these days, Su Yan had been forging the sword, and he was happy to be idle. Su Yan was happy to be idle, but the entire Hengduan mountain was like a bustling market. Countless people gathered to suppress Su Yan, and some even did business in the Hengduan mountain, buying and selling some elixirs, spiritual weapons and magic treasures. The entire periphery of the Hengduan mountain could be said to be surrounded by countless voices, showing an unprecedented bustle. There were shouts from the peddlers as well as the cries of those who wanted to kill Su Yan. It was as if Su Yan was on a heinous mission. Hurry up, Su Yan must be in front. Kill him and you can get 1,000,000 spirit stones. Everyone was driven crazy by the 1,000,000 spirit stones. Whether it was the spirit realm, the life soul realm or the saint bloodline realm, they were all crazily looking for Su Yan in the Hengduan mountain. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. In order to find Su Yan for the reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones, many experts lost their lives in the Hengduan mountain. The Hengduan mountain was not a bustling market, but the most dangerous place in the 5 counties besides the East Sea. That's right. There were 3 dangerous places in the 5 counties: the East Sea, the Hengduan mountain, and the Evil Spirit Cave. Because of the existence of the Monster Palace, the East Sea was recognized as the most dangerous place in the 5 counties, so very few people dared to set foot in this place. As for the Evil Spirit Cave, although it was also one of the 3 dangerous places, no one knew where it was, so the only place left was the Hengduan mountain. The Hengduan mountain was listed as one of the 3 dangerous places by the ancestors a long time ago. Over the years, countless people entered the Hengduan mountain to search for treasures and kill monsters, and many returned with great gains. Gradually, people forgot that the Hengduan mountain was one of the 3 dangerous places. Only the corpses that died in the mouths of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain remembered that the Hengduan mountain was one of the 3 dangerous places. The bustle of the past few days had brought an unprecedented disaster to the low-level monsters in the Hengduan mountain. At the same time, it had also brought a feast for the high-level monsters. Of course, this did not stop the determination of the people to hunt down Su Yan. After all, 1,000,000 spirit stones was so attractive no matter where it was. At this moment, if Su Yan knew that the Guyu sect had offered 1,000,000 spirit stones for his capture, Su Yan would probably chop off his own head and offer it to the Guyu sect. One had to know that this was 1,000,000 spirit stones who wouldn't be moved. Of course, there was also one such person, and that person was Buttface. To be precise, it wasn't that Buttface wasn't moved by the 1,000,000 spirit stones. It was just that Buttface didn't know why. When he thought of Su Yan, especially Su Yan's aura, Buttface's heart was only worried about Su Yan and was not moved by the 1,000,000 spirit stones at all. Everyone entered the Hengduan mountain to hunt down Su Yan. Buttface came to the Hengduan mountain to inform Su Yan. Buttface's strength was only at the life-soul stage. In the Hengduan mountain it could be said that his strength was low. Along the way Buttface encountered many monsters. He almost died in the hands of these monsters several times. Fortunately, Buttface had learned how to survive in the hidden demons area for a few years. If he couldn't beat the monsters, Buttface would roll up his pants and run without caring about his dignity. In fact, Buttface's luck was good. The monsters he met several times were not far from his strength. That was why Buttface could survive in the Hengduan mountain for so many days. In these few days, countless martial artists at the life-soul stage had died in the mouths of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain. Even some saints were not spared. Buttface's cultivation was only at the 5th stage of the life-soul stage. It was lucky that he could survive. Buttface was different from the people who were hunting down Su Yan. However, he had one thing in common with them, and that was, where did Su Yan go? Senior, where did you go? Buttface once again escaped from the mouth of a demonic beast. He sat on a big rock, panting heavily as he muttered to himself. The sun was shining brightly on the Hengduan mountain, emitting a warm feeling. However, this warmth still couldn't disperse the ever-present danger that shrouded the Hengduan mountain. It was well known that the deeper one went into the Hengduan mountain, the more dangerous it was. Buttface was only at the periphery, but he almost died in the end of the monsters several times. Looking at the depths of the Hengduan mountain, Buttface couldn't help but hesitate. Should I continue to go? Buttface's status in the hidden demons area had always been low. This low status also made Buttface self-aware. Although he was at the 5th stage of the life-soul stage. With such strength in the hidden sword tomb, Buttface would be one of the best in the intersect at his age. Chapter 143. Bang! Just as Buttface was hesitating, a loud bang shook the entire Hengduan mountain. Demonic beast. Buttface's first reaction was that another demonic beast had appeared. Without saying anything, he started to run. At this moment, a shout was heard. Quick, trap him, don't let him run away. All of you attack him together. When Buttface heard these shouts, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Senior. Buttface's eyes were blurred as he looked in the direction of the shouts. Thinking about Su Yan's safety, he suddenly activated his cultivation method and ran in the direction of the shouts. The shouts were only a few miles away from Buttface. Buttface advanced at full speed again. With his 5th stage life-soul cultivation, his speed wasn't slow at all. In a short while he arrived at the place where the shouts were. Stop it. Buttface looked at the people surrounding him and his heart tightened again. The spiritual chi in his body immediately surged. With a roar, he pushed the crowd aside and rushed in. His eyes were no longer blurred but with anger. He looked at those people with a gloomy face and shouted, "With me Buttface here, don't even think about hurting my senior." The people surrounding him were all cultivators of the life-soul stage, and they were also natives of the hidden demon area. Although they didn't usually interact with Buttface, they knew him. Several people were encircling and killing a demonic beast. When they saw Buttface suddenly barge in, all of them couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at Buttface's imposing manner that they had never seen before, everyone was even more astonished. After a while, one of them reacted. He pointed at Buttface with a magic weapon in his hand and shouted, "Buttface, are you crazy? What do you mean by senior? Is this beast your senior?" Ha ha ha. As that person spoke, the people standing next to him immediately burst out laughing. Hearing their laughter, Buttface couldn't help but be stunned. He turned his head and glanced at the ground. Only then did he see a demonic beast that looked like a big tiger lying there. Only then did Buttface realize that he had made a mistake. His worried heart also calmed down at this moment. He looked at the people surrounding him and said with an embarrassed smile, "I'm sorry, seniors, I made a mistake, a mistake." After saying that, Buttface turned around and was about to leave. However, his status in the hidden demon area had always been low. Just now, his sudden appearance had startled the powerhouses of the hidden demon area. How could they let him leave so easily? Immediately, one of them stepped forward to stop Buttface. The other person was obviously the leader of this group. When he saw Buttface's misty eyes, he seemed to think of something. He shouted, "Buttface, what do you mean you made a mistake? What exactly did you make a mistake?" For a moment, the leader, for a long time he didn't know how to answer. He stuttered for a long time and didn't say a word. This made the leader even more suspicious. A cold smile appeared on his square face. He pointed at Buttface and shouted, "Buttface, tell me, did you think this demonic beast was Su Yan and you wanted to come in to save him?" Although Buttface was cowardly, it didn't mean that he wasn't smart. When he heard the square-faced man's words, he shook his head hurriedly and said, No, I don't know Su Yan. Why would I save him?" It was a pity that Buttface's simple and honest appearance was obviously not suitable for lying. The square-faced man didn't believe Buttface's words at all. He sneered and said, "Buttface, is that really not the case?" "No, of course not. I can't wait to kill Su Yan in exchange for 1,000,000 spirit stones. How could I save him?" Buttface looked at the square-faced man's deep eyes and said hurriedly. It was a pity that Buttface, who was born bad at lying, tensed up under the square-faced man's sharp eyes. The square-faced man ignored Buttface's expression completely. Only the smile on his face became more and more creepy. "Buttface, you're not going to say it? Then I'll help you say it." The square-faced man smiled coldly. "Buttface, although I don't know what kind of bewitching potion Su Yan fed you. However, you were able to offend Lu Shang and Pang Qin to help Su Yan. This is enough to show your relationship with Su Yan." "I didn't," Buttface shouted hurriedly. It was a pity that the square-faced man didn't pay attention to him at all. He directly interrupted Buttface and continued, "Buttface, you don't have to explain. Everyone entered this dangerous place for the sake of 1,000,000 spirit stones to suppress Su Yan. And for so many days, almost everyone in the Hidden Demons region has been looking for Su Yan, but no one has found him. Obviously it was you, Buttface, who leaked the information. Yes or no?" At the end of his words, the square-faced man's eyes suddenly widened. The spirit chi in his body suddenly jumped up. The powerful spirit chi pressure of the peak of the life-soul stage pressed down on Buttface. Buttface's body suddenly trembled. He was already stuttering because of fear, and under this pressure he couldn't speak fluently. He could only stammer, I didn't. It was a pity that the square-faced man was now certain that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information to Su Yan. Otherwise, why couldn't they find Su Yan after so many days? Coupled with Buttface's strange behavior when he and the others were killing the demonic beast just now, the square-faced man firmly believed that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information to Su Yan. Although the square-faced man didn't know why Buttface would help an outsider like Su Yan, he was certain that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information. Buttface, tell me quickly, where is Su Yan? The square-faced man thought about the temptation of the 1,000,000 spirit stones and stopped talking nonsense with Buttface. Instead, he directly asked Buttface about Su Yan's whereabouts. Not to mention that Buttface didn't know where Su Yan was. Even if Buttface knew, he definitely wouldn't say it. Under the powerful pressure of the spirit chi, Buttface muttered, I don't know. Don't know? The square-faced man didn't care about Buttface's uncomfortable expression at all. He smiled coldly and waved his hands. A powerful spirit chi surged out again. It enveloped Buttface's entire body. Buttface's face became more and more unsightly and paler. Unfortunately, the square-faced man didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he shouted again, Buttface, do you really want to die for that outsider? Although Buttface wanted to explain, it was a pity that under the powerful pressure of the spirit chi, he couldn't speak at all. His body trembled slightly and he kept shaking his head. The square-faced man was at the peak of the life-soul stage and was only one step away from the saint stage. Moreover, the square-faced man didn't look very old. To be able to reach the peak of the life-soul stage at such a young age, he could be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Therefore, the square-faced man was considered a leading figure in the Hidden Demons region and often had some followers around him. In the past few days, the square-faced man had even called on all his followers to enter the Hengduan Mountains to kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, in the past few days, not only had the square-faced man called on his followers not found any trace of Su Yan, but many of them had even lost their lives in the Hengduan Mountains. The suppression of the past few days had already made the square-faced man impatient. Now that he was certain that Buttface was the one who had leaked the information to Su Yan, how could the square-faced man let Buttface go so easily? Buttface, I think you really won't cry until you see the coffin. The square-faced man let out a cold snort from his nose and leaped forward, grabbing Buttface's throat. Buttface, who was already suffering under the pressure of the spirit chi, had his throat locked. His face was pale and he kept coughing. Speak, Buttface, speak quickly. The square-faced man didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. Instead, he tightened his grip and shouted coldly. Buttface felt that his throat was getting tighter and tighter, and the breathing in his chest was no longer smooth. His mind was also in a daze. Am I going to die? Buttface thought to himself as he slowly closed his eyes. Although he was unwilling, Buttface had no other choice. He could only feel his life slipping away. Buttface still thought about Su Yan the most. This time, Buttface came to the Hengduan Mountains for Su Yan. Of course he came to save Su Yan. At the last moment of his life. Buttface asked himself, is it really worth it for me to do this? Buttface and Su Yan had only known each other for a few hours, but Buttface didn't know why he was willing to think for him. At the last moment of his life. Buttface's heart also surged with regret. However, at the moment that regret surged, the blood vessels all over his body moved, and the regret disappeared without a trace. In exchange, it was a sense of perseverance. As the saying goes, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. When a man is about to die, his actions are magnanimous. Thinking about his life of cowardice and mediocrity, Buttface's chest immediately surged with anger. I'm going to die anyway. Why do I have to die so sullenly? Buttface thought to himself. His eyes that were about to close suddenly opened, and a burst of cold light burst out. The cultivation method in his body was activated. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of rich spirit chi burst out. The square-faced man didn't expect Buttface to suddenly erupt. He wasn't paying attention, and his body was directly shocked by the powerful spirit chi and was directly knocked back a few steps. Buttface, how dare you? The square-faced man saw that he was actually forced to retreat by Buttface, and a surge of anger immediately surged in his body. He looked at Buttface and shouted. If it were any other time when Buttface saw these people, he would either run away or flatter them. However, now Buttface thought that he was going to die anyway. Why can't I be magnanimous for once? Why can't I be tough for once? Buttface thought and activated the cultivation method in his body. At this moment, his cultivation was no longer at level 5 life soul, but level 6 life soul. That's right, under the pressure of the square-faced man just now, Buttface leveled up. Chapter 144. Unfortunately, the strength of a level 6 life soul was far from enough. After all, the people Buttface was facing now were all martial artists with level 8 life souls and above. That square-faced man was only one step away from a saint. With Buttface's strength, he had no chance of winning against them. Buttface also knew the disparity in strength between the two of them. However, Buttface was not afraid at all. Although his face was trembling, he was no longer afraid. He, Buttface, had been struggling in the Hidden Demons region for so many years and had always lived with his tail between his legs. Today let me, Buttface, live a grand life. Buttface thought to himself as he took out a short sword. That's right, Buttface was also a swordsman. It was just that for so many years he had never had a sword of his own. He only had a short sword, which was even shabby. However, this short sword had been with Buttface for many years. When the short sword appeared, there was no earth-shattering sound, and there was no dazzling light. However, the short sword seemed to have felt the humiliation in its owner's heart. Under the surge of spirit chi, it vibrated faintly. Today I'll fight it out with you. Buttface pointed his sword at the square-faced man and the others. His face was expressionless, and there was a faint majesty between his brows that had never been seen before. When the square-faced man and the others saw Buttface's expression, they were stunned at first, then a wave of anger surged in their hearts. Buttface, as his name suggested, was a dog in their eyes. And now such a dog dared to point a sword at them. This was definitely a kind of blasphemy. The square-faced man was the first to get angry. He pointed at Buttface and shouted, "Buttface, you're courting death. Buttface, are you tired of living? Buttface, is it because you haven't fought for too long? Is your skin itching?" Listening to these contemptuous voices, Buttface's expression remained the same, but the cold smile on his face became even more brilliant. Die, itching for a beating, tired of living. Wasn't this what he was afraid of before? And to live with his tail between his legs? Now that he knew that he was going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Die! Buttface shouted. Without waiting for the square-faced man and the others to make the first move, he raised his short sword and rushed toward them. Courting death. Although Buttface had decided to take back the last shred of dignity for himself, it was a pity that the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. The square-faced man shouted coldly and immediately waved his hand. A strong burst of spiritual energy erupted and directly blocked Buttface's attack. With a flip of his hand, Buttface was suddenly sent flying. Poochie. Buttface's body surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Buttface wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He wasn't scared at all. Instead he laughed, "Ha ha, is that all? This won't kill me." Crazy. Seeing Buttface's expression, the onlookers shook their heads. However, they didn't show any mercy. The moment Buttface rushed over, everyone attacked him. After a few short attacks, Buttface was still exhausted and his body was covered with wounds. However, Buttface didn't give up. He was still working hard for his last shred of dignity. The square-faced man was more concerned about Buttface's life and death. He was more concerned about Su Yan's hiding place. Looking at the dying Buttface on the ground, he shouted again, "Buttface, quickly tell me where Su Yan is. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." "You're welcome." Buttface laughed. Even now he was still telling him that he was welcome. It wasn't a fool's dream. Since Buttface had already thrown caution to the wind, he naturally wouldn't be in danger. He looked at the square-faced man with a determined look. "Go to hell." Buttface roared and activated his cultivation art. He used the last bit of his spiritual energy to stab the square-faced man for the last time. "You're courting death." Although Buttface was fast, he was still too slow compared to a strong person at the peak of the life-soul stage. The square-faced man shouted coldly and immediately waved his hand. Buttface was once again sent flying. The square-faced man was obviously angered by Buttface. This time he wouldn't let Buttface off easily. He shouted angrily, "Buttface, since you're courting death, don't blame me." As he spoke, the square-faced man leaped and arrived in front of Buttface, who had yet to land on the ground. He pushed out his palm and instantly Buttface flew toward another person. At this moment, the other person immediately took over. Buttface was sent flying and was thrown around like trash. Intense pain came from Buttface's body. However, Buttface gritted his teeth and persevered. He didn't let himself let out a cry. Buttface knew that he was going to die here today. However, he wasn't afraid. Instead, at the last moment in his mind he thought more about Su Yan. There are so many of you bullying one person. Don't you feel ashamed? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the horizon. Then, a figure in white appeared in front of the square-faced man and the others. Su Yan. When the square-faced man and the others saw the figure in white, they immediately became excited. Su Yan, you're finally willing to come out. The square-faced man didn't give Buttface a quick death just now because he wanted to lure Su Yan out. Now that he saw Su Yan come out, he was naturally very excited. Of course, Su Yan wasn't lured out by him. In the past few days, Su Yan had been forging swords. During this time, Su Yan was almost addicted to it. It was a pity that he was a newbie after all. The materials left in the cave had been used up by Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to come out to find some materials to forge swords, but he didn't expect to encounter this scene. Su Yan and Buttface weren't friends, but they knew each other. If Buttface were to fight with others, Su Yan would definitely sit and watch. Su Yan wouldn't allow so many people to bully one person. Su Yan didn't care about the square-faced man and the others at all. He caught Buttface and looked at Buttface's pale face. He frowned slightly and patted his storage bag. He took out a few pills that he had obtained on the celestial sword peak of the hidden sword tomb and stuffed them into Buttface's mouth. At the same time, Su Yan's cultivation method was activated. A wisp of spirit chi flowed into Buttface's spirit sea, and Buttface gradually regained consciousness. Am I dead? Buttface thought he was dead when he opened his eyes. He muttered to himself, where am I? As Buttface spoke, he saw Su Yan's face and suddenly jumped up. He looked at Su Yan and shouted in horror, Senior, why are you here? Run, the people of the Guyu sector chasing you now. What? Su Yan frowned. Obviously, he didn't understand the meaning of Buttface's words. However, before Buttface could speak again, the square-faced man next to him shouted coldly, Su Yan, accept your death obediently. Maybe I can leave you with an intact corpse. When Su Yan heard the square-faced man's words, his eyes suddenly turned cold. However, he didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he asked Buttface, Buttface, what's going on? Senior, the Guyu sect has put a bounty of 1 million spirit stones on your head. Now, many experts in the entire hidden demon region want to suppress you, so you should run. Buttface was seriously injured. The last sentence was almost shouted out with a roar. After shouting this sentence, he fainted again. However, this time, Su Yan understood a little. The Guyu sect has put a bounty of 1 million spirit stones on my head. They really think highly of me. Su Yan smiled slightly and turned to look at the square-faced man. Looking at their excited expressions, it was obvious that they were also here for the 1 million spirit stones. Do you want to kill me in exchange for 1 million spirit stones? Su Yan asked calmly. His tone didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It was neither warm nor angry. Yes. When the square-faced man heard Su Yan's words, he sneered and said, Su Yan, I think you also know the temptation of 1 million spirit stones. So if you die, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending the Guyu sect. Is that so? Su Yan's expression still didn't change. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the square-faced man and the others. Then, from what you said, it seems that you must want my life today. That's right. So, Su Yan, if you don't want to suffer, we brothers will definitely not make things difficult for you on the account that you are worth 1 million spirit stones. The square-faced man looked down at Su Yan and said, as if the 1 million spirit stones were already in his pocket. His eyes were constantly flashing with a burst of excitement. Su Yan looked at his appearance and couldn't help but smile again. 1 million spirit stones is indeed tempting, but do you think you can live to take it? As Su Yan finished speaking, he added in some spirit chi. When the spirit chi burst out, it immediately emitted a strong and imposing aura. The square-faced man and the others couldn't help but be stunned. However, they quickly came to their senses. The square-faced man still shouted, Su Yan, I know that you have some ability. But even so, you can't escape death today. So, I advise you to obediently surrender. Surrender? Su Yan sneered and looked at the square-faced man's ugly face. It seemed that his face was even more unbearable than Ugly Uncle's face. As for these people, Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He didn't look at them anymore. He directly carried Buttface and was about to leave. When the square-faced man saw that Su Yan was about to leave, he hurriedly shouted, Su Yan, since you have encountered me, you still want to leave. You, the square-faced man stood in front of Su Yan and said. However, before he could finish speaking, the square-faced man's eyes suddenly shrank. His domineering and mighty body slowly went limp. Boss. The few people who followed the square-faced man saw that their leader had fallen and shouted one after another, wanting to fight to the death with Su Yan. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to these people. Seeing that he had already killed the chicken to warn the monkey, but they were still not afraid, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. A majestic spiritual chi suddenly erupted from his body. The few people who were about to rush up suddenly stopped in their tracks as they felt the strong spiritual chi fluctuations. Very quickly someone reacted. "Saint, this is the aura of a saint. How is this possible? You are only at the spirit realm. How did you reach the saint realm in just a few days? How is this possible? How is this possible?" Chapter 145. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. Su Yan ignored the astonishment of those people and shouted coldly. In an instant, a majestic spiritual energy surged out, and the power of a sage erupted once again. Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual energy, the group of people with the square face were so scared that they wet their pants. No one dared to step forward and they all ran down the mountain. Although Su Yan was not a good person, Su Yan knew what could and could not be done in life. Killing the innocent was something Su Yan would never do. Although these people wanted to take his life, they were also influenced by interests. Killing their boss was enough. So when he saw those people leave, Su Yan did not make things difficult for them. Instead, he carried Buttface to the stone cave. Su Yan came out this time to go down the mountain to find materials for sword forging. However, after this wave of events, Su Yan became vigilant. People were arrogant, but they could not be ignorant. Su Yan was arrogant all his life, but he was not conceited. The Guyu sect had issued a reward of 1 million spirit stones. At this moment, the entire Hidden Demons region was looking for Su Yan. If he went out now, who knew how many masters were waiting for him? Although Su Yan had just jumped into the sage stage, he also knew that there was always someone better than him. Before things were clear, Su Yan would not rashly leave this stone cave. At least this stone cave was in the Hengduan mountain. It was obviously a secret hiding place. Even if those people wanted to find him, it would not be an easy task. In this stone cave there were only two people, Su Yan and Buttface. When Ugly Uncle taught Su Yan the way of sword forging, he guided Su Yan for 2 days and then left. As for Cho Bo's departure, although Su Yan had asked about his whereabouts, Cho Bo didn't tell him. He only told Su Yan that one day he would be able to set foot on the 9 regions, where Su Yan would get what he wanted. Su Yan didn't understand the meaning of Ugly Uncle's words, but it was precisely because of Ugly Uncle's words that Su Yan had a longing for the 9 regions. The Hengduan mountain was between the 5 counties and the 9 continents. The Hengduan mountain was vast, and it was one of the 3 most dangerous places. For countless years, no one had been able to cross the Hengduan mountain on foot. It was also because of this mountain that the 5 prefectures were separated from the 9 continents. Among the materials that Su Yan had read in the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb, there were only a few records about the 9 continents. The 9 continents was the true world of martial artists. At that time when Su Yan saw these words he didn't feel much. But when he heard Uncle Chao's words he suddenly remembered these words. Only then did he have a longing for this mysterious continent of the 9 continents. Of course, Su Yan understood that all of these were not things that he could pursue now. What he needed to do now was to wake Buttface up and ask him about what had happened in the Hidden Demons region these days. Buttface had been ravaged by the square-faced man and had been badly injured. Fortunately, Su Yan had rushed over in time and given Buttface a lot of elixirs to control his injuries. Now, Buttface's body was only lacking spiritual chi and he was unconscious. Su Yan looked at Buttface and said nothing. He suddenly activated the cultivation method in his body, and a trace of spiritual chi entered Buttface's bloodline to heal him. Every martial artist's spiritual chi could not only hurt people, but also save people. Transferring spiritual chi to save people was the simplest way to save people in the entire Gan territory. No matter what stage, as long as there was enough spiritual chi in the body, it could save people. Originally, this was a simple way to save people. But when Su Yan's spiritual chi entered Buttface's body, Su Yan's heart trembled. At the moment when the spiritual chi was transferred, Buttface's meridians were like hungry pythons that suddenly bloomed and sucked Su Yan's spiritual chi. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly withdrew his spiritual chi. He looked at Buttface's body in surprise. Transferring spiritual chi to save people was completely controlled by the person who saved them. Now Su Yan found that Buttface was sucking his spiritual chi. He was surprised and suspicious about Buttface's identity at the same time. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Everyone's heart was full of curiosity, and Su Yan was no exception. He always wanted to find out what he didn't know. What's more, it was such a strange thing which aroused Su Yan's strong interest. Although spiritual qi can save people because of the different cultivation methods, the converted spiritual qi is different. It is difficult for two people to combine their spiritual qi without dual cultivation. Su Yan muttered to himself. He was puzzled about why Buttface was sucking the spiritual qi in his body. What surprised him more was that when his spiritual qi was transferred to Buttface's body, there was no trace of backlash. This was what shocked Su Yan the most. Su Yan already knew that his Virokana glazed swordplay could not only absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, but also absorb sword will and convert it into spiritual qi. Su Yan didn't know why the Virokana glazed swordplay had such a magical effect. However, Su Yan understood that his spiritual energy was different from anyone else's. His spiritual energy was much more overbearing than ordinary people's spiritual energy. If he hadn't reached the level of appreciation, Su Yan wouldn't have dared to save people rashly. Now, when his spiritual qi was transferred to Buttface's body, there was no backlash at all. Puzzled, Su Yan moved his mind again. When the cultivation method in his body was activated, a wisp of spiritual qi was transferred from his palm to Buttface's body. At the moment when the spiritual qi was surging, Buttface's body suddenly burst out with a bright light. All the meridians in his body bloomed again, sucking Su Yan's spiritual qi. Su Yan had just been promoted to the holy stage, and the spiritual qi in his body was dozens of times more than when he was at spirit realm level 13. His spiritual qi was abundant, and he wasn't afraid of Buttface sucking. Su Yan, who wanted to find out the secrets of Buttface's body, wanted to see how much spiritual qi Buttface could absorb. Su Yan didn't care about Buttface sucking. Instead, he sped up the transmission of spiritual qi. He wanted to see how much spiritual qi Buttface could absorb. As Su Ke continued to transfer his spiritual energy, the aura emitted from Buttface's body became more and more strange. About an hour later, bang! Suddenly there was a loud bang and the bright light exploded. It surged up from Buttface's chest. The light circled around and instantly formed a giant sword. Under the huge sword, a majestic force suddenly rushed out to attack. This is... Su Yan was shocked. He waved his hands and hurriedly withdrew the spiritual qi that was transferred to Buttface's body. He wanted to use his spiritual qi to resist this majestic force. Just as Su Yan was about to activate the cultivation method in his body, he suddenly realized that this force didn't hurt Su Yan at all. Instead, it had a familiar smell. This smell is... Su Yan frowned slightly. He suddenly remembered that this was the smell from the pagoda. The smell of the pagoda. Why does Buttface have the smell of the pagoda? Su Yan looked at Buttface with his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. Su Yan had only known Buttface for 2 days. When he had first seen Buttface, he had thought that Buttface resembled Fatty Lu Fei from the Hidden Sword Tomb because of Lu Fei. Therefore, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of Buttface. It was just that Su Yan had always liked to be alone and wasn't good at making friends. As a result, he didn't have much interaction with Buttface. Therefore, Su Yan didn't know Buttface. He also didn't know why Buttface had the smell of the pagoda. It seems that I can only wait for Buttface to wake up before asking. Su Yan thought for a long time but still couldn't understand. He looked at Buttface and shook his head with a wry smile. When Su Yan stopped the transmission of spiritual qi, the giant sword that was condensed from light on Buttface's body quickly lost its light. The smell of the pagoda that shocked Su Yan also slowly disappeared. Buttface's eyes, which were closed tightly, opened slowly at this moment. Where am I? Buttface's memory was obviously still of being surrounded and killed by the square-faced man. When he opened his eyes and saw the stone walls around him, he fell into a trance. Could it be that I'm already dead? As Buttface murmured, he rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something. He jumped up abruptly and shouted in panic, "Senior!" Buttface had just shouted this sentence when he saw Su Yan standing in front of him. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly said, "Senior, run, run!" Buttface shouted as he pushed Su Yan. The nervous expression on his face wasn't fake at all. Although Su Yan didn't understand what had really happened in the Fuemo area these few days, from Buttface's intermittent words before he fainted, he understood. The Guyu sect had offered a reward of 1 million spirit stones for his capture. 1 million spirit stones. Thinking that he was embarrassingly short of money, Su Yan couldn't help but be moved. If this person was someone else, Su Yan was afraid that he would also take this reward. However, when he saw that Buttface's expression was full of concern for him and wasn't moved at all by the temptation of 1 million spirit stones, Su Yan couldn't help but have a better impression of Buttface. Buttface, calm down. We are now in a very safe place. Su Yen spoke to appease Buttface's agitated expression. A very safe place. When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, he frowned slightly and looked around before asking again, "Senior, where is this?" Su Yen was stunned. Su Yen really didn't know how to describe this place. He looked around and made up a story. This is a very safe place. Buttface didn't ask any more questions. When he heard Buttface say that this was a very safe place, his heart was somewhat comforted. His heart, which had been tense for the past few days, also relaxed at this moment. His legs went soft and he sat down on the ground. Chapter 146. When Su Yen heard Buttface's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and asked, "Buttface, tell me what happened in the Hidden Demons region in the past few days." Buttface was straightforward and directly told him everything that had happened when Su Yen had entered the Hengduan Mountain to carry out the mission, including the reward mission and the red arrest warrant issued by the Guyu sect. Red arrest warrant. When Su Yen heard that the Guyu sect had issued a red arrest warrant that hadn't been issued in 100 years, he couldn't help but sneer. The Guyu sect thinks highly of me. A red arrest warrant and a reward of 1 million spirit stones. Very good, very good. Su Yan's expression didn't change in the slightest when he heard the last two words, very good, very good. However, anger suddenly surged in his heart. What Su Yan hated the most was being forced by others. The Guyu sect's elder Gu Jian had tried to force him to join the Guyu sect but failed and wanted to strangle him in the cradle. As he thought about it, a sneer appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth once again. This Guyu sect sure has a good idea. As he thought to himself, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Guyu sect, I Su Yan have no enmity with you. However, since you've forced me to this point, then don't blame me Su Yan for flattening your Guyu sect one day. Su Yan secretly swore in his heart. However, Su Yen also understood that with his current strength, he would be overestimating himself if he wanted to flatten the Guyu sect. What he needed to do now was to constantly strengthen himself. Of course, strength wasn't something that could be rushed. Now, Su Yen was most interested in Buttface. He was even more puzzled by the aura of the pagoda that had been emitted from his body just now. Su Yen glanced at Buttface and didn't directly ask him about the pagoda. The pagoda. The Buddha Sword sect had disappeared from this world for a long time. Many people didn't have any memories of the Buddha Sword sect. Furthermore, the Buddha Sword sect's past glory had attracted many people's attention. Although Su Yen was the only successor of the Buddha Sword sect and was proud of the sect, Su Yen knew that his current strength was not enough to protect the sect's reputation. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Yen didn't want to talk about the Buddha Sword sect. Even after coming out, Su Yen didn't want to use the Buddha Sword sect too much. This was to prevent people from interfering with the sect's development. Buttface, the Guyu sect offered a bounty of 1 million spirit stones for my capture. Don't tell me you're not tempted at all? Su Yen didn't ask about the pagoda's aura. Instead he probed Buttface. Buttface didn't know why Su Yen had suddenly asked him these questions and he was surprised. With 1 million spirit stones he could start a family. Who wouldn't be moved by such wealth? When Buttface heard about the bounty of 1 million spirit stones, he was indeed tempted. However, when he thought of Su Yen, that temptation turned into an inexplicable worry. Looking at Su Yan's sharp eyes, Buttface didn't intend to hide anything from Su Yen. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior, to be honest, who wouldn't be tempted by 1 million spirit stones? It's just that I don't know why when I saw you I had an inexplicable feeling. This feeling is like, wait. Su Yen looked at Buttface's reminiscing expression and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stopped Buttface from searching for that feeling. After all, Buttface was a man. It was inconceivable for a man to say such ambiguous words to another man. Buttface looked at Su Yan's ugly expression and obviously realized that his behavior was inappropriate. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Senior, I didn't mean that. It's just that feeling, alas, I don't know what to say. Okay. Su Yen nodded and didn't say anything. Although Buttface didn't describe what kind of feeling it was, Su Yen believed that Buttface's words were true. If Buttface had said directly that he wasn't tempted, Su Yen would have doubted him. After all, it was a bounty of 1 million spirit stones. If even he was tempted, Buttface wouldn't dare to say that he wasn't tempted. In fact, from the beginning, Su Yen knew that Buttface didn't have any bad intentions towards him. It was just that one shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always guard against others. Moreover, in this dangerous world of martial artists, where the strong preyed on the weak, one naturally had to be more vigilant. Su Yen looked at Buttface carefully again. Looking at his clear eyes and his charming smile, he couldn't help but nod and drop his guard against Buttface. However, the aura of the pagoda on Buttface was still a mystery. He looked at him and asked, "Buttface, can you tell me about your background?" Buttface was stunned again, and then a self-deprecating expression appeared on his face. He said, "Senior, I, Buttface, grew up without parents. I grew up with the help of some kind-hearted people in the demon-subduing area. How can I talk about my background?" As Buttface spoke, the self-deprecating expression on his face showed traces of pain. A few tears faintly flickered in his eyes, but they quickly disappeared. From this, it could be seen that Buttface's heart was firm. A real man doesn't cry easily. "I'm sorry." Su Yen looked at Buttface's expression and said shamefully. No matter what, Su Yen had reminded him of a sad past at this moment. "It's okay." Buttface waved his hand and said with a smile, "Senior, I'm used to being alone since I was young." "Okay." Su Yen nodded and didn't say anything more. Sometimes too many words weren't needed between men. A look was enough. It was useless to say more. However, when Su Yen heard that Buttface was an orphan, he became even more confused about the aura of the pagoda on Buttface's body. Originally, Su Yen had thought that the aura of the pagoda on Buttface's body was because some elders in his family were related to the Futa Sword sect, and Buttface had obtained the inheritance. However, Buttface said that he was an orphan who had lost his parents when he was young and had obtained the inheritance of his family. Obviously, this conjecture was dispelled. Then why does Buttface have the aura of the pagoda on him? Su Yen looked at Buttface and frowned. He thought for a long time but couldn't think of a reason, so he could only give up. Since he couldn't think of the root of this problem now, he could only slowly find the answer from Buttface in the future. Su Yen looked at Buttface. Thinking of Buttface's actions this time and his simple and honest appearance, Su Kei knew that Buttface was also a person worth befriending. After thinking for a while, he said, "Buttface, what path do you have in the future?" "Path in the future?" When Buttface heard Su Yan's words, a confused light immediately appeared in his eyes. For so many years, Buttface had never thought about the future. Although he also had a level 5 life soul in the hidden demon area, he was younger than Buttface. Buttface had reached the level 5 life soul at such a young age, so he could be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. It was a pity that Buttface's background was miserable and he had no background. Even though he had a level 5 life soul, he could only live with his tail between his legs in the hidden demon area. Every day and night, he had to endure the humiliation of some people with backgrounds in the hidden demon area. For him, he had never imagined the path in the future. He only wanted to live through today. Now that Su Yen suddenly asked this question, Buttface's fantasies about the future immediately aroused. What should I do in the future? Looking at Buttface's bewilderment, Su Yen could roughly guess what was going on. He said slowly, "Buttface, you have to remember that a man must have a goal in life. Otherwise, what's the point of living if you're like a walking corpse?" Buttface looked at Su Yen and was suddenly shocked. Although Buttface respectfully called Su Yen a senior, Su Yen was only a few years older than Buttface. Obviously, the achievements and fame that Su Yen had obtained now were not something that Buttface could compare with. Buttface suddenly knelt down in front of Su Yen and said, "Senior, I, Buttface, have been in the hidden demon realm for more than 10 years, and I have been mediocre all this time. Now I don't know where I should go. If you are willing, I will follow you from now on." "What?" Su Yen nodded his head and helped Buttface up. He said slowly, "Buttface, have you thought it over? You should know that I am now being hunted by the entire hidden demon area. If you follow me, you will be implicated." "Senior, Buttface is not afraid of this," Buttface said without hesitation. His eyes were filled with determination. This was an aura that Buttface had never had before. Looking at Buttface's determined eyes, Su Yen nodded his head with gratification. He patted Buttface's shoulder and said, "Okay, Buttface, from now on, you will follow me and command the world." Command the world. These 4 simple words were filled with boundless majesty. Buttface's blood, which had never been boiling before, started to boil at the sound of these 4 words. A man in the world must wear fine clothes, ride a horse, drink wine, cut off people's heads, and dominate the battlefield. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Su Yen took out a bottle of fine wine from his storage bag. Of course, this wine did not belong to Su Yen. It was left behind by Ugly Uncle, but Su Yen put it away. One had to know that right now Su Yen was penniless. At that time, when Su Yen was hungry because he was wholeheartedly focused on forging the sword, it was Ugly Uncle who brought food for Su Yen to eat, leaving behind a bottle of fine wine. In this place, the two of them became friends. Naturally, a bottle of fine wine was needed. The two of them did not care at all. Because Su Yen killed the square-faced man and caused another riot in the hidden demon area in the Hengduan Mountain, they drank to their heart's content with Buttface. Su Yen did not drink often in this world. However, in his previous life he was indeed the god of wine. He would not be drunk even after 1,000 cups. Perhaps he had inherited his drinking habits from his previous life. After drinking dozens of cups of strong liquor, his expression did not change. Buttface, on the other hand, immediately became drunk after drinking a few cups. Chapter 147. That night, Buttface was so drunk that he was unconscious. He spoke more than he had in the 10 years he had spent in the hidden demon region. Su Yen drank a lot too. However, because he had a high tolerance for alcohol and Su Yen was not a talkative person, Su Yen listened to Buttface talk about his childhood in the hidden demon region for the entire night. This allowed Su Yen to understand Buttface better. At the same time, he also understood how miserable Buttface had been in the hidden demon region for more than 10 years. However, Su Yen did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Buttface. It was not that Su Yen was heartless, but Su Yen knew that from that day onwards, Buttface would be his friend. After that night, Buttface would complete his transformation. Just as Buttface had said, he would one day become an ambitious and ruthless person on the battlefield. Buttface, from today onwards, you will become a dazzling star in the hidden demon region. Su Yen patted Buttface's shoulder and took out a spirit sword from his storage bag. He placed it beside Buttface. From his conversation with Buttface, Su Yen knew that he was also a sword cultivator. He also knew that Buttface did not have a sword of his own, so Su Yen chose a spirit sword from the red parting sword case. Although this spirit sword was not as good as Su Yan's Ghost Howl and Buddha, it was still a top-grade sword that Su Yen had chosen from the thousands of swords in the sword well. This sword did not have a name and Su Yen did not give it a name. Since this sword was given to Buttface, it was up to Buttface to name it. When martial artists drank, they could actually use spirit energy to force the alcohol out of their bodies. Today the two of them drank to their heart's content, so they did not use spirit energy. After Buttface was drunk, he lay on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Su Yen looked at Buttface and could not fall asleep. Putting aside the Fuda Sword sect and the Monster Palace, the matter of the Guiyue sect would be a thorny one given Su Yan's current cultivation. Su Yen had always been a loner. However, after this encounter with Buttface, Su Yen realized that no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't win against so many people. It was just like some disciples of large sections. Although they were not strong enough, they were still noble disciples of their sections. Even if they were stronger than them, they still had to be courteous to some rogue cultivators. In the past, Su Yen was very proud of the Hidden Sword Tomb. After all, it was the #1 sect of the Scenic Continent, a place that everyone in the Celestial Dual City yearned for. Not to mention he also had the sword well. Once upon a time, Su Yen had always thought that he would stay in the Hidden Sword Tomb. He had always been proud of this place. Sometimes he even thought that he would lead the Hidden Sword Tomb to an unprecedented peak. He wanted to make the Hidden Sword Tomb stand at the top of the world. With this thought, Su Yen obtained the Fuda Sword by chance and unwittingly took on the heavy responsibility of the Fuda Sword sect. Su Yen still had a fanatical heart. However, Su Yen never thought that he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. Thinking about being expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yen showed a sense of sadness. The Hidden Sword Tomb. Although you betrayed me, I, Su Yen, will not betray you. No matter what happens to the sect in the future, I, Su Yen, will not shirk my responsibility. Su Yen stood at the entrance of the stone cave. Because of the starry night, he was not afraid of being discovered. He looked at the bright moon in the sky, and a sense of determination bloomed in his slightly desolate eyes. However, he quickly turned his head and thought about the Fuda Sword sect. Although Su Yen did not want to bear the responsibility of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yen knew that the Fuda Sword sect was the heavy responsibility that he had to bear. For the Fuda Sword sect, not only did they sacrifice the #1 genius of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Mu Zijin, but also the #1 elder of the Hidden Sword Tomb, Lu Hong, and Venerable Buddha in the Fuda Pagoda. Everyone died for this, and the heavy responsibility was handed to Su Yen. How could Su Yen let it go? Thinking about the Fuda Sword sect, Su Yen could not help but think of Buttface. He looked at the night sky and muttered to himself, "The Fuda Sword sect is the ancestor of all sword sects in the world. I'm afraid I can't support it alone. Since I've accepted this responsibility, should I start recruiting some disciples for the Fuda Sword sect?" Although Su Yen had this thought, he quickly shook his head and rejected it. It was not that Su Yen did not want to strengthen the Fuda Sword sect, but Su Yen knew that the Fuda Sword sect was in a weak position now, because of the Fuda Sword sect's past glory and the many secrets it had left behind. With Su Yan's current strength, if the Futu Sword sect were to be exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of various forces. The Futu Sword sect might even be buried and never be able to make a comeback. Therefore, before the Futu Sword sect reached a certain level of strength, it could not be exposed to the world. Not only that, but Su Yan was the only disciple of the Futu Sword sect who had been taught by Venerable Buter. It could be said that he was the only disciple of the Futu Sword sect, and also the only sect master of the Futu Sword sect. However, the sect master should have the seal of the sect. However, no one knew where the seal of the Futu Sword sect was, so how could they recruit disciples? If I want to revive the Futu Sword sect, I have to keep getting stronger. Su Yan had just become a saint, but the desire for strength in his heart did not weaken at all. Instead, it grew even stronger. Strength. Only by standing at the peak and finding the seal of the Futu Sword sect can I have the chance to revive the Futu Sword sect. Su Yan's eyes shone with dazzling light as he looked into the night. He shouted in his heart, "Power, power." On the path of cultivation, every step forward would be hundreds of times more difficult than the previous one. Now, Su Yan was a 1-meridian saint. If he wanted to become a 2-meridian saint, it would be even harder than reaching the peak of life soul from a spirit-channeling realm cultivator. This was also why many people's strength had stagnated in the world. Saints were divided into 9 meridians. Only after reaching 9 meridians could one reach the peak of the saint realm. Only then could one condense the celestial aspect and become an emperor. Although there were only 9 meridians, there was an insurmountable gap between each meridian. Every meridian formed in the body was a kind of epiphany. In other words, after becoming a saint, not only did one need to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate, one also needed an opportunity to condense a meridian again and advance. An opportunity was something that could only be encountered by chance. How could it be so easy to encounter one? Therefore, although Su Yan longed for strength, he was not anxious. He was more concerned about the Guyu sect's bounty of 1 million spiritual stones for his capture. 1 million spiritual stones. If one is not in the life-soul realm, even a saint would join in. With my strength alone, I definitely can't go against all the cultivators in the region of hidden demons. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan was arrogant, he knew that it was impossible for him to go against all the cultivators in the region of hidden demons by himself. Do I have to hide in this cave and not go out? Su Yan muttered. Suddenly, his eyes turned and he shouted, "No, I, Su Yan, am a man. How can I be trapped here? I must find a way out." Su Yan thought to himself. His eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he was thinking about how to leave Hengduan Mountain and how to escape the Guyu sect's pursuit. Although the region of hidden demons is not within the Guyu sect's sphere of influence, it is located at the border of the region of hidden demons. If I don't want to be chased by them, I have to leave the region of hidden demons. Su Yan was a little unwilling to give up. He came to the region of hidden demons mainly for the Monster Palace. Su Yan did not know the Monster Palace, but he did not know why when he obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Su Yan felt that he had to make a trip to the Monster Palace. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. As a man, there were things he could do and things he could not do. Su Yan certainly could not allow this to happen. Therefore, he had to make a trip to the Monster Palace. Monster Palace. Thinking of the Monster Palace, Su Yan's eyes, which had not yet escaped the Guyu sect's pursuit, immediately surged with a sharp light. Since my current strength is not a match for the Guyu sect, then to resolve this dispute, I naturally have to find a sect stronger than the Guyu sect. The Monster Palace, which was located near the East Sea, was obviously Su Yan's best choice. Su Yan licked his lips as he thought. The corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Guyu sect, if I enter the Monster Palace, let's see what you can do to me. Su Yan thought and made up his mind. He had to enter the Monster Palace. That way, not only could he inquire about the secrets of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, but he could also avoid the Guyu sect's pursuit. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, the Monster Palace is filled with demons and ghosts. It's obviously impossible for me to enter the Monster Palace with my human form. I don't want to offend the Guyu sect and the Monster Palace. If that happens, I really won't have a place to stay in the 5 counties. Thinking of his identity as a disciple of the Monster Palace, Su Yan frowned again. His face revealed a difficult expression. How can I disguise myself as those monsters and enter the Monster Palace? Su Yan looked at the starry night of the Hengduan Mountains and thought about this question in his mind. Unknowingly, the sky was already bright. However, Su Yan had no intention of entering the stone cave. Instead, he walked out. It was not that Su Yan was arrogant, but Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to face what he had to face. He could not hide in the stone cave for a lifetime. Since that was the case, why should he hide? It was better to go out openly and find some secret techniques that could allow him to enter the monster palace. As long as he could find them, he would not be afraid of the Guyu sect. After entering the monster palace, when he came out, it would be the end of the Guyu sect. Therefore, Su Yan was also gambling that he would not encounter some powerhouses of the Guyu sect. As long as they were in the life-soul realm, Su Yan would not be afraid no matter how many of them there were. One had to know that Su Yan was now a saint. Su Yan here, the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones was simply too huge. Su Yan had only taken a few steps out of the cave when he was discovered by someone. Someone immediately started shouting. Hearing this person's shout, Su Yan could not help but frown. With a wave of one hand, a majestic spirit energy surged out and he shouted, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Chapter 148. That person was only in the life-soul realm. Under Su Yan's angry roar that was mixed with spiritual energy, his body suddenly trembled and he retreated dozens of meters away. His eyes were also shining with a light of fear. His voice was almost hoarse, but he still shouted, "Su Yan is here. Su Yan is here. People die for money and birds die for food. It's not unreasonable." When Su Yan saw that the person was so scared and still dared to shout, he shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his hand, a strong wave of spiritual energy attacked. The martial artist in the life-soul realm who shouted did not have the slightest chance to resist. His pupils shrank slightly and his body fell back, dead. Su Yan would not do something like killing innocent people indiscriminately. However, this did not mean that Su Yan was a kind person. As the saying went, a general success was built on thousands of bones. In his previous life, Su Yan was a top swordsman of his generation. The sword in his hand was stained with countless blood. Moreover, the world he was in now was a world where martial artists were respected and the strong preyed on the weak. Su Yan had no intention of killing these people, but these people wanted to die, so they could not blame Su Yan for being ruthless. In the past few days, the craze to hunt down Su Yan in Hengduan Mountain did not weaken because of the death of the square-faced man and the others. Instead, it pushed the whole craze to the peak. Many experts in the entire Hidden Demon region did not care about the dangers of Hengduan Mountain at all. They kept pouring into Hengduan Mountain to search for Su Yan. At this time, the entire periphery of Hengduan Mountain was almost surrounded by people. Although the person who shouted just now had been killed by Su Yan, his shout had already spread. As soon as the voice came out, the entire Hengduan Mountain immediately boiled up. "Su Yan is here, quick, quick. Catch Su Yan, get 1,000,000 spiritual stones and become a millionaire. After killing Su Yan, I will never have to worry about food or clothing." First, one person appeared in front of Su Yan, followed by a second person, a third person, until Su Yan was completely surrounded by warriors. The temptation of a reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones is really great. Looking at the densely packed cultivators, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. However, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. The condensed resplendent light shot towards those people with a trace of disdain. If Su Yan was still at the 13th level of spirit channeling, perhaps Su Yan would not be so calm. However, Su Yan was now a saint. With a single glance, Su Yan knew that although there were many of them, they were only at the Fate Soul realm. There were even some who were at the spirit realm. Looking at the spirit drawing realm martial artists, Su Yan couldn't help but smile playfully. They really are willing to sacrifice their lives for money. At this moment, one of them couldn't hold it in any longer. With a roar, he rushed towards Su Yan. With the first person there was a second, then a third. In an instant, hundreds of warriors surged towards Su Yan like a flood. Although these people were only at the life-soul realm, there were so many of them that it could be considered a great momentum. The gathered spiritual chi actually formed a mist that could be seen with the naked eye. A bit interesting. Su Yan looked at the mist of spiritual energy and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. He slapped his storage pouch and in an instant, there was a ghostly howl. A black longsword appeared in Su Yan's hand. It was the ghostly howl sword that Su Yan had obtained from Xiang Tianba. If one were to say who had the most hidden swords in the world, who else but Su Yan would have the most? Su Yan had the scarlet parting sword case, which contained countless spiritual swords from the hidden sword tomb and sword well. However, among these tens of thousands of spiritual swords, only the ghostly howl sword, the Buddha sword and the heaven-destroying sword caught Su Yan's eye. The Buddha sword was the symbol of the Buddha sword sect. Su Yan didn't want to attract the attention of others, so the only sword he could use was the ghostly howl sword. Of course, the scorching sun godly sword that Chobo had given him was another matter. Su Yan had already entered the path of sword forging and knew some of the flaws of the Scorching Sun godly sword. Although it had the shape of a godly sword, it didn't have the brilliance of a godly sword. If he used it, it might not be able to match the ghostly howl sword. Although the ghostly howl sword wasn't a godly weapon, it was still one of the best weapons. As it spread out, a whistling sound immediately rang out and a black fog spread out. That black fog spread out and it actually gave off a ghastly feeling. The sword followed the heart. A good sword could only shine when it was wielded by an ambitious person. It wasn't the first time Su Yan had used the ghostly howl sword, but as a saint, the power that the ghostly howl sword exuded was incomparable to before. Looks like this is my first battle after ascending to the saint level. Su Yan's heart was filled with the blood of battle. There wasn't a moment when he didn't yearn for an expert who was on par with him so that he could fight it out. As a saint, Su Yan didn't want to fight with these ancient martial art practitioners who were at the life-soul realm. However, with so many ancient martial art practitioners and experts at the life-soul realm, it piqued Su Yan's interest. I didn't intend to kill you, but you're seeking death for wealth. Don't blame me then, Su Yan said to himself as he looked at the ancient martial art practitioners who were getting closer and closer. He licked his lips. Just as the first person attacked him with a ritual implement in his hand, Su Yan's body, which had been motionless all this time, finally moved. As soon as he stepped out, his body instantly left an afterimage in the void. The ghostly howl reverberated, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The scream was mournful and eerie, but it couldn't resist the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones to many ancient martial art practitioners. They had already been blinded by 1,000,000 spirit stones. The moment one person fell, another immediately charged at Su Yan. However, in the face of absolute strength, such overestimation of one's abilities was obviously courting death. Only to see Su Yan's illusionary figure moving as another person fell to the ground. At the instant he moved again, another miserable shriek rang out. The ghost howl sword was stained with fresh blood, and the sword humming sound was even more terrifying. Brothers, let's attack together. Obviously, this group of people had formed an alliance under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones. Here, regardless of whether they were on good terms with each other in the past or had enmity with each other in the past, they only had one goal. That was to kill Su Yan and obtain 1,000,000 spirit stones. As a few people fell, some wise men immediately shouted, "Brothers, Su Yan is already a saint. We are no match for him if we fight him alone. We have to join forces." Join forces. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone came back to their senses. In the world of ancient martial art practitioners, there was no one who didn't live in deception every day. In this world of deception, those who could survive and reach the life-soul realm were not fools. When everyone came to their senses, they instantly spread out and surrounded Su Yan in the middle. There were people who used swords, and there were also ancient martial art practitioners who used magic treasures. There were more than a dozen people who attacked Su Yan at the same time. A group attack. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the many ancient martial art practitioners who were attacking him at the same time, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Suddenly a red light surged out. The speed of the surrounding people immediately slowed down a bit. At this moment, Su Yan's cultivation method was activated. The majestic spirit chi surged out from the Saint Meridian and directly entered the ghost howl sword. In an instant, the ghost howl sword was filled with the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. The dance of the fish and dragon swept across the world. Amidst the rumbling of the sword, Su Yan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the cultivators. He leaped into the air and spun around. His white robes fluttered in the wind as a powerful sword chi shot out from the ghost howl sword. Surrounding Su Yan's body, it was like a huge thunderbolt that exploded. Countless spirit chi surrounded Su Yan and exploded. In an instant, the dozen or so people who had surrounded him screamed and were all sent flying. If it was only one person's death, it might not have affected these people who were blinded by 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, in just a few breaths, more than 10 or 20 people had died. The surrounding vegetation that was stained with blood looked extremely horrifying under the scorching sun. The miserable state of the corpses was so shocking. The Alliance army that was crusading against Su Yan was finally afraid. Fear rose in their hearts. Looking at the blood-stained ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand and listening to the continuous ghost howl, they couldn't help but retreat. The powerful spirit chi that was faintly emitted from Su Yan also made them feel a trace of fear. For a moment, hundreds of people looked at Su Yan but didn't dare to go up. Seeing their trembling figures, Su Yan pointed at the ghost howl sword in his hand and shouted, "Who wants to court death? Quickly come and accept your death. Killing one person is killing. Killing hundreds of people is also a hero. Su Yan was not a cruel person, but he was also not a merciful person. Now that he had started killing, if these hundreds of people were still blinded by the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, Su Yan would not show mercy. What are you afraid of? Kill him. No matter how strong Su Yan is, he is only a saint. His spirit chi will be exhausted sooner or later. Although many of the 100 people were afraid, there were also people who were not afraid of death. Under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, they roared and rushed towards Su Yan again. With one person's encouragement, a second person would follow. The battle that had stopped erupted once again. Are you really not afraid? Su Yan shouted coldly. The ghost howl sword in his hand whistled again. Just now, Su Yan only wanted to kill those madmen who attacked him. He wanted to make an example of them. However, since these people were so stubborn, Su Yan would not be polite anymore. His body leaped up and his long sword shot out. In an instant, the condensed spirit chi was like a dragon of the East Sea, setting off a huge wave that surged forward. The waves washed away the sand and countless strong winds swept over. Screams rang out. Countless people retreated, but they could not escape the pressure of the powerful spirit chi. There were also some people who were at the peak of the life-soul realm. Under the pressure of such powerful spirit chi, they could still circulate their spirit chi and jump up to throw a treasure at Su Yan. Unfortunately, before the treasure could reach Su Yan, it was cut off. Su Yan's saber had already reached Su Yan. Surrounded by so many people, Su Yan was also injured, but he was unharmed. Under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, a massacre. Chapter 149. Su Yan was not in the mood to kill these people. They were the ones who were courting death. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Su Yan did not have a trace of pity. Birds died for food and people died for wealth. This was the unchanging truth in the world. If he did not kill these people, he would die because of them. After more than 100 people died in Su Yan's hands, the rest of the warriors finally showed fear. They no longer persisted in going about things the wrong way. They screamed and ran towards Hengduan Mountain. Seeing them leave, Su Yan's body went limp. He half squatted on the ground with Ghost Howl in his hand and spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm not afraid of these people, but there are so many of them, so my spiritual chi consumption is huge. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it. He circulated his technique to regulate his breathing. Spiritual chi wasn't endless, but rather it was limited. For example, the spiritual chi contained in a spirit-channeling cultivator was the size of an egg, while a life-soul cultivator's spiritual chi was the size of a rooster. A saint's spiritual chi was the size of a house. Of course, this was only a metaphor. The real spiritual chi in a saint's body depended on one's aptitude. Su Yan did not use his sword skill, but he had been regulating his breathing and circulating his spiritual chi while killing 100 people, so he still consumed a lot of spiritual chi. It was not a lack of spiritual chi, but it was enough to make Su Yan suffer. I didn't expect that a mere life-soul cultivator with the power of 100 people could make me feel like this. Su Yan smiled bitterly. He thought about what he thought yesterday, and he became more determined to recruit disciples for the Buddha Sword sect. A single person's strength was still a single person's strength after all. Of course, Su Yan knew these things were matters for the future. At the moment, the most important thing was to solve the current problem. Su Yan was not so naive as to think that this matter would end because of today's massacre. Not only would it not end because of this, but it had just begun. The temptation of 1,000,000 spirit ores could even tempt a ruler, but the people who appeared today were only life souls. Now that there was such a huge commotion, there would definitely be more experts coming. The newcomer's strength was definitely stronger than his life soul. It was very likely that he was a saint or even a ruler. Of course, it was more likely that he was an elder of the Guyu sect. One had to know that the Guyu sect had not only offered a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones, but also the red wanted order that had not been activated for 100 years. At the thought of this, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. If we can withstand the Hidden Devil region with the unwritten rules of the Hidden Devil region, we won't need to fear the Guyu sect. Although the unwritten rules of the Hidden Devil region were unwritten, no one had dared to create trouble in the Hidden Devil region in the past 100 years. The Hidden Devil region was actually a pretty good place to avoid danger. However, Su Yan was clear that if he went down the mountain, he would be surrounded before he could reach the Hidden Devil region. It's impossible to go down the mountain. Looks like I can only go deeper into the Hengduan Mountain. Su Yan glanced at the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Without any hesitation, he lifted his foot and walked in. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Just as Su Yan took a step forward, he heard someone shout from behind, "Su Yan, do you still want to hide?" When Su Yan heard this shout, he could not help but frown. He looked back and saw a middle-aged man in purple floating in the air. He was obviously a saint. All saints had the pride of a saint. This person was not accompanied by anyone else. He was alone, but the majestic spiritual chi that he emitted was not something that the 100 people in the life-soul realm could compare to. Su Yan looked at the surging spiritual chi on this person's body and knew that this person was a saint of 2 bloodlines, who was even stronger than him. He smiled and said, "Senior, I have no enmity with you. Why are you making things difficult for me?" Ah. When the person heard Su Yan's words, he immediately burst into laughter and said, "Su Yan, isn't your question funny?" "Senior, Su doesn't think it's funny. Senior is a saint. Don't tell me that you don't care about your status for a small fortune?" Su Yan looked at the person and asked coldly. When Su Yan said this, the person's body clearly shook. Every expert paid attention to their own identity. This status was just like the unwritten rule in the hidden demon region. There was also an unwritten rule in the world of warriors. It could be said to be an unwritten rule, but it could also be said to be some invisible and untouchable moral issues. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you. Unless someone really stood at the top of the pyramid, no one dared to belittle themselves and claim to be invincible in the world. Since they were not invincible in the world, every expert was worried that they would incur the wrath of others when they indiscriminately killed the innocent or their juniors. This would cause them to embark on a path of eternal damnation. Perhaps no one cared about the fate soul realm. However, after becoming a saint, every saint was an outstanding talent in the world of warriors. Naturally, they had their own status. When the person heard Su Yan's words, he was in a daze. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones. He pointed and shouted, "Su Yan, don't say such useless words. Not to mention the 1,000,000 spirit stones, just based on the fact that you killed 100 people today, Yi Kong, can take your life without going against morality." Su Yan looked at the corpses on the ground and laughed, "Senior, how could I have killed them? These people wanted to kill me. I only fought back. What's wrong with that?" Yi Kong snorted and ignored Su Yan's reason. He shouted, "Su Yan, no matter how you quibble, you will definitely die today." As Yi Kong spoke, he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, I admire your qualifications. In just a few days you were able to enter the saint realm from the spirit realm. There is no one else in the world with such qualifications." Unfortunately, as Yi Kong spoke, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Su Yan and said, "Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. You are just a saint and you think that you are invincible. Therefore you will definitely die today." "Is that so?" Su Yan smiled and said, "Senior Yi Kong, why do you think that I will definitely die today?" Su Yan, stop pretending. Just now, I saw that your spirit chi was lacking, and your strength is not as good as mine. Do you think that you still have a chance to survive in my hands? It turned out that Yi Kong had been here for a long time. It was just that he was a smart person and always did things properly. Just now, when those Fate Soul Realm people were fighting with Su Yan, he didn't do anything. He didn't make a move. Instead, he watched quietly. He was waiting for this opportunity. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's expression and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, Senior, are you really not going to spare me, Su Yan, today?" "Nonsense." Yi Kong pointed at Su Yan and shouted again, "Su Yan, you will definitely die today. However, seeing that you are also a dragon among men, if you still have a shred of self-awareness, I advise you to obediently surrender and avoid physical pain." Avoid physical pain. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's confident appearance and immediately smiled. His body leaped up and in an instant, a wave of spirit chi surged out. The ghost howl sword in his hand let out a ghost howl once again. Just now, Su Yan's dim eyes immediately condensed into a bright light. He pointed at Yi Kong and shouted, "Yi Kong, I respect you as a senior and won't fight with you. Since you want to die today, don't blame me, Su Yan, for being polite." What? When Yi Kong heard Su Yan's words, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Of course, when he saw the spirit chi that erupted from Su Yan's body, he was even more surprised. "Su Yan, is it very strange?" Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's surprised expression and laughed coldly. Those who were familiar with Su Yan knew that Su Yan was never one to talk nonsense. The moment Yi Kong appeared, Su Yan knew that today's battle was unavoidable. If it was any other day, Su Yan would definitely not say a word in such a situation. The reason why he talked so much with Yi Kong today was to recover his strength. Just now, when he fought with hundreds of Life Soul Realm warriors, he had used up too much spirit chi. If the battle started immediately, Su Yan knew that he would definitely not be Yi Kong's opponent. Therefore, everything Su Yin said to Yi Kong just now was to stall for time, to buy time for himself to recover his strength. Yi Kong looked at Su Yan's cold expression and immediately came to a realization. He looked at Su Yan and said, "So you were just stalling for time just now to buy time for yourself to recover your strength?" Su Yan did not answer Yi Kong's words. Instead he laughed coldly. A trace of disdain flashed across his face. Clearly he had already told Yi Kong that it was too late to know now. Yi Kong did not care about Su Yan's disdainful expression. Instead, he looked at the majestic strength that erupted from Su Yan's body. His eyes were filled with astonishment as he asked, "No. Impossible you. How did you recover your spirit chi in such a short time? This is impossible. Could it be that you swallowed some elixir?" After Yi Kong asked this, he immediately dispelled this idea. This was because he had been staring at Su Yan from the beginning and did not see Su Yan swallow any elixir. Su Yan looked at Yi Kong's astonished expression and did not waste any more words. He coldly shouted, "Senior Yi Kong, I originally had no enmity with you. However, since you want to die today, I will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, Su Yan's floating body immediately turned into a long rainbow and rushed out. The ghost howl sword in his hand flew straight up. Like a black python, it leaped out and emitted waves of mournful ghost howls. In the confusion of the black gas, it was like a stormy sea floating unsteadily. What a powerful attack. Yi Kong's heart shook when he saw this move. However, he was after all a saint of two veins, so his reaction was naturally fast. At the same time he took out his own treasure. His treasure was an iron anchor that looked like an eagle's claw. As soon as the iron anchor was taken out, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. Yi Kong instantly activated the treasure and burst out a powerful spirit chi light that shot towards Su Yan's body. That powerful ray of light shot out like a storm, whistling through the air, causing the surrounding vegetation to tremble. Its speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning shooting towards Su Yan. Yi Kong looked at his attack and laughed with satisfaction. "Ha, Su Yan, so what if you have recovered your strength? After all, you are only a saint of one vein. You will still die in my hands." Chapter 150. A saint with one bloodline and a saint with two bloodlines. Although the difference was only one bloodline, there was a huge difference between the two. According to common sense, a saint with one bloodline would definitely not be a match for a saint with two bloodlines. However, Su Yan could not be judged according to common sense. Su Yan had stepped into the legendary level and passed the life-spirit realm. He condensed the way of the human heart and formed the holy bloodline to become a saint. Although he was only a saint with one bloodline, he was comparable to a beginner saint with two bloodlines. What was more, Su Yan had those heaven-defying eyes, blood dragon pupil. "Ah, Su Yan, die. If you die, I'll get 1,000,000 spirit stones." Yi Kong looked at the light emitted by his weapon, as if he could already see the 1,000,000 spirit stones waving at him. Yi Kong's face revealed a sinister smile. Although this attack was not his strongest attack, even a saint with two bloodlines might not dare to take it head-on. Su Yan actually dared to take it head-on. Was he not courting death? Seeing that Su Yan was about to be hit by the light from his weapon, Yi Kong's smile grew wider. "Su Yan, so what if you're a genius? So what if you can quickly recover your spirit chi? You're still going to die in my hands." Yi Kong roared ferociously. His excitement was not only because of the 1,000,000 spirit stones, but also because a genius was going to die in his hands. "Is that so?" Just as Yi Kong was roaring, he suddenly heard Su Yan's laughter. It was so close as if it was right next to him. Yi Kong was stunned for a moment and continued to move forward. The beam of light that was emitted by his own artifact directly exploded on the ground. Su Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yi Kong's body trembled as he suddenly felt a strong spiritual energy coming towards him. Not good. Yi Kong was indeed a saint with two bloodlines. He reacted quickly, raised his iron anchor that looked like an eagle's claw and swung it out. It was neither fast nor slow. With a clang it met Su Yan's ghost howl sword. With a loud explosion, Yi Kong's entire body was pushed back more than 10 steps. Such reaction speed as expected of a saint of two lineages. Su Yan did not expect that Yi Kong would be able to dodge his unexpected move. He could not help but frown. Although Yi Kong managed to block this attack because he was caught off guard, even though he managed to block it, his body was still pushed back a few dozen steps. He slid to the ground and staggered back a few dozen meters before he finally stopped. His clothes were torn apart by the ghost howl sword, and one could vaguely see his dark skin. He was in a sorry state. "Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be a man." Looking at his torn clothes, Yi Kong was instantly enraged. With a cold shout, He raised his eyebrows and raised the eagle claw in his hand. Immediately, a deafening sharp sound could be heard from the horizon. The surrounding air started to spin like a gust of wind. At the same time, a crimson light started to bloom. Su Yan die. At the moment when the light condensed, Yi Kong waved the eagle claw in his hand. Immediately, a strong spiritual power burst out. This time, regardless of power or speed, this light beam was much stronger than the first attack. Not only that, the attack range was much larger than before. With such a strong attack, even a saint of two lineages might not be able to dodge it. Yi Kong did not believe that Su Yan, who was only a saint of one lineage, could dodge it. Just now Yi Kong only thought that Su Yan was just lucky. How would Yi Kong know that Su Yan's luck was actually all based on strength? Looking at this strong attack, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. This was not a warrior of the life-soul realm, but a true saint. A saint of one lineage more than him. Su Yan naturally did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately raised the ghost howl sword and swept it. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual power turned into a black fog and surged out. It directly collided with Yi Kong's attack. Su Yan, do you think it's useful? Yi Kong saw Su Yan's attack and laughed. Su Yan completely ignored Yi Kong's laughter. Similarly, there was no change in his expression. His heart was calm and his face was cold. For Su Yan, instead of talking nonsense, it was better to enjoy the fun of the battle. That's right, for Su Yan now he was enjoying the battle. The blood of battle flowed in his veins. Just now, 100 people of the life-soul realm besieged him. Although it was enough for him to have a good fight, he could not fight to his heart's content. And this Yi Kong, a saint of two lineages, was obviously Su Yan's best opponent at the moment. Su Yan looked at this powerful attack. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he also had a greedy look. He licked his lips and the ghost howl sword in his hand attacked again. Immediately, it turned into a black fog and attacked. At this moment, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He patted his storage bag and the sword dragon instantly surged out. Su Yan's body was still on top. Puff! At this moment, Yi Kong's powerful attack suddenly exploded on the ground and a burst of fog surged. Ha 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 ha, a million spiritual stones are mine. Seeing this scene, Yi Kong laughed again. This was because in his opinion, Su Yan was definitely going to die. There was no way he could escape his attack. But in the next moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. He saw Su Yan standing on the sword dragon. His white robe fluttered as he stood on top of the thick fog. He was unscathed. How is this possible? Yi Kong looked at Su Yan. His pupils suddenly shrank together and his face was full of astonishment. He simply could not believe that everything in front of him was real. Su Yan, a mere saint of one lineage, how did he manage to dodge? Senior Yi, I can't deny that your attack is very strong, but your speed is too slow. Su Yan sneered and immediately stepped out. Yi Kong had taken the initiative twice. This time, Su Yan did not give Yi Kong any chance. As his body rushed out, the ghost howl sword in his hand immediately erupted with a whistling sound. The mournful ghost howl was accompanied by the surging black chi, faintly emitting a terrifying aura. His speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash of light, he had already arrived in front of Yi Kong. So fast. Yi Kong was stunned, but his reaction was also very fast. Seeing Su Yan's ghost howl sword attack, he hurriedly raised his eagle claws to block. Bang, there was a loud bang. A sword and a magic weapon collided and immediately exploded. Su Yan was not surprised that Yi Kong was able to block his attack. After all, Yi Kong was a saint of two lineages. Su Yan immediately waved his hands and raised his sword. The sword was as fast as lightning and slashed down on Yi Kong. It was so fast that it only took a thought. Yi Kong did not expect Su Yan to be so fast. Shocked, Yi Kong hurriedly raised his eagle claws to block. How could he block Su Yan's attack that he had long prepared? The ghost howl sword slashed down and suddenly a majestic spiritual chi surged. Pudong, Yi Kong's entire body was sent flying and hit an ancient tree in Hengduan Mountain. Immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Kong's mouth. Cough cough. Yi Kong coughed dryly and looked at Su Yan, who was about to attack again. Before he could say anything, he roared out of anger. Su Yan, do you really think that's all I have? Yi Kong roared and the eagle claws in his hands suddenly burst out with a bright light. As the eagle claws moved, bang! Suddenly, dozens of dart-like concealed weapons scattered and stabbed towards Su Yan's body. The speed of the dart was extremely fast. In an instant it arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown and his pupils suddenly shrank. Although the speed of the darts had slowed down, the number of darts was extremely large. Is it too late to dodge? Su Yin murmured in his heart. He quickly activated his cultivation technique and waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Like a whirlwind, it danced in front of Su Yin. When the darts collided with it, they were all blocked. Su Yin, do you think this is it? Yi Kong sneered when he saw Su Yin waving the ghost howl sword to block the darts. His hands moved and dozens of darts burst out from the eagle claws. The darts were like arrows leaving the bow. They were so fast that they could not be seen with the naked eye. In addition, the darts also contained a majestic spirit chi. As they spread, a loud roar immediately resounded in the air. Not only that, the darts did not attack Su Yin directly this time. Instead, they spread out and surrounded Su Yin. This Yi Kong is quite strong. If I did not have the blood dragon pupil, I would have died under his magic weapon. Su Yin looked at Yi Kong's attack. The fiercer the attack, the calmer Su Yin became. Looking at the darts that were constantly spinning, he frowned and thought of something. He patted his storage bag and suddenly 10 spirit swords flew out. They spread out around Su Yin. Break! Su Yin shouted and a majestic spirit chi surged out. Bang! In the sky, lightning suddenly flashed and countless loud sounds burst out. What? Yi Kong saw the sudden appearance of countless flying swords in Su Yan's hands and could not help but be stunned. What is going on? How can this kid have so many spirit swords? And how can he control so many flying swords? Sword cultivators and magic weapon cultivators were different. Sword cultivators could only use one sword to unleash the sword's greatest power. Su Yin could control so many flying swords. Not only that, when controlling so many flying swords, the power of the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hands did not weaken in the slightest. No. With the flying swords blocking the darts, Su Yin immediately had a chance to catch his breath. Looking at Yi Kong, who was still in a daze, he shouted coldly. A sword settled the universe. A sword settled the universe. Chapter 151. Puchi. A burst of blood spread from Yi Kong's throat. Yi Kong's face was distorted and his pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. Unfortunately, it was all over. No matter what, he would eventually fall here and everything would turn to ashes. Su Yin slowly put away the ghost howl sword. Looking at another corpse on the ground, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. Why bother? It was not that Su Yin was arrogant, but that these people were overestimating their abilities. Just like Yi Kong, he was a saint of two veins. If he had not underestimated his opponent from the beginning, perhaps it would be unknown who would be lying on the ground now. Even if Su Yin could win, it would obviously not be so easy. This was also why every time Su Yin faced an enemy, he would never underestimate them. There was not a single time where he did not go all out. Su Yin was not happy because he had killed another person. Instead, he looked worried. He and Yi Kong were not ugly. Everything was caused by Guyu Zong. Even the hundreds of Life Soul Realm ancient martial art practitioners felt that all of this was caused by Guyu Zong. It was Guyu Zong who had forced Su Yin to take this step. Guyu Zong. Su Yan's eyes turned and the resentment he felt towards Guyu Zong increased again. However, Su Yin knew that with his current strength he would not be able to kill Guyu Zong. However, with his current strength he was obviously courting death if he wanted to kill Guyu Zong. Not only that, he also had to worry about Guyu Zong surrounding him. Immediately, Su Yin did not stop and walked towards the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Although Su Yin knew that the road ahead was dangerous, this was the only way. All of this was because Guyu Zong had forced him. With every step he took, Su Yan's hatred towards Guyu Zong deepened a little. Hengduan Mountain was one of the 3 great danger zones. With every step he took, the danger would increase a little. Su Yin walked for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, the strength of the demonic beasts he encountered also increased. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the demonic beasts were. Even at this moment, the strength of the demon beasts that Su Yin encountered exceeded Su Yan's own strength. It was no longer something that Su Yan's current strength could rival. Fortunately, because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yin didn't have to spend too much time dealing with these Yao beasts. Even so, Su Yin still stopped in his tracks. They were already at the edge of the depths of the Hengduan Mountains. No one knew what kind of demonic beasts were hiding inside, even though Su Yin had the blood dragon pupil. However, who could be sure that the blood dragon pupil would be effective against all demonic beasts? Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. In the end, Su Yin didn't know where to go. He wandered around aimlessly in this dangerous place. In the end, only death awaited him. I haven't stopped along the way and I haven't found any rare treasures. Am I going to keep walking like this? Su Yin stopped and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with confusion. Su Yan hadn't had this kind of confusion for a long time. The reason for this confusion was all because of Guyu Zong. His hatred towards Guyu Zong had reached the extreme. If someone from Guyu Zong came now, Su Yan would definitely not be polite. Coincidentally, at this moment, a loud shout came from behind Su Yan. "Su Yan, you made me look for you." A voice came from behind Su Yan. That person was obviously Elder Gu Jian, who Su Yan asked Cho Bo to let him go that day. Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian and the people around him. He couldn't help but frown because he could sense that these people were all Sky Sovereigns. Sky Sovereigns. Although Su Yan wanted to kill these people from Guyu Zong, Su Yan still knew his own limits when it came to Sky Sovereigns. He couldn't deal with Elder Gu Jian alone, not to mention that Elder Gu Jian wasn't the only Sky Sovereign here. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to leap into the Saint Realm in just a few days. You really are a monstrous existence. My Guyu Zong didn't waste the red warrant to hunt you down. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan. At first he was shocked, but then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The spirit chi on his body surged. When Su Yan saw this, he did not hesitate at all and ran forward. At this moment, with Su Yan's strength, he would only die if he encountered a Sky Sovereign. Only by running would he have a chance to survive. "Su Yan, do you think you can run away?" Seeing that Su Yan wanted to run away, Elder Gu Jian sneered. He couldn't deny that Su Yan was very fast among those of the same level. But so what? No matter how fast Su Yan was, he was only a saint, while Elder Gu Jian was a ruler. The disparity in strength between the two was an insurmountable gap. No matter how Su Yan struggled, he couldn't escape from Elder Gu Jian's grasp. Elder Gu Jian thought about the humiliation that ugly uncle had brought him that day. He thought about the nonsense that Su Yan had said to him at the last moment. He looked at Su Yan's running figure and immediately felt a surge of anger in his body. He was different from the others in the Guyu sect. After hearing about Su Yan, the others only thought that he wouldn't be of use to them and would become a scourge in the future, so they had to strangle Su Yan in the cradle. On the other hand, there was hatred between Elder Gu Jian and Su Yan from that day. To him, Su Yan must die. If Su Yan didn't die, he would definitely leave a fetter on his future cultivation path. At that time, if he wanted to improve his cultivation, it would probably become empty talk. Therefore Su Yan must die. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan, and his eyes immediately surged with anger. He had been waiting for these few days for a long time. If it wasn't for the sect's order to let the people from the hidden demon region look for Su Yan first, he, Elder Gu Jian, would have already set out to look for Su Yan. Now that he met Su Yan, how could Elder Gu Jian let Su Yan escape so easily? When Su Yan had just jumped 100 meters away, Elder Gu Jian snorted and suddenly jumped up. His speed was as fast as lightning as he rushed out. In just a short moment he had already arrived behind Su Yan. Su Yan die. Elder Gu Jian clearly remembered that day. He didn't kill Su Yan and gave him the chance to be rescued by the mysterious person. This time, Elder Gu Jian wouldn't make the same mistake. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spirit chi surged out and immediately rushed behind Su Yan. I still can't escape. Su Yan felt the majestic spirit chi behind him and frowned slightly. He knew that no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than Emperor Tianxiang. In that case he could only fight. Although Su Yan was bound to lose this battle, Su Yan wouldn't give in so easily. Su Yan waved one hand and took out the ghost howl sword. Suddenly, a ghost howl surged and emitted a dense black fog. Su Yan, do you think it's useful? Seeing Su Yan like this, Elder Gu Jian knew that Su Yan still wanted to resist, so he sneered. With a push of his hands, a powerful spirit chi swept out. Su Yan's body inexplicably trembled, and the ghost howl sword in his hand almost fell to the ground. Su Yan, let me tell you, it's useless. Even if you're talented, you're only a saint now. So die. Elder Gu Jian laughed. As long as Su Yan died here, the fetters in his heart would be untied. Under the pressure of this powerful spirit chi, Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Unfortunately, this power was too strong. However, no matter how fast Su Yan resisted, he was still fast. In the face of this absolute power, he still couldn't resist at all. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Am I really going to die here? Su Yan felt a trace of unwillingness in his heart, and the solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. No matter what, it was still the last gamble. Under the pressure of the powerful spirit chi, Su Yan's body immediately emitted a bright light as he circulated his cultivation method. This was the prelude to the invincible golden body. The invincible golden body could be said to be Su Yan's last trump card. After all, to release the invincible golden body, the consumption of spirit chi was too large. Of course, all of this was only relative to when Su Yan was still at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. Now Su Yan was a saint. The spirit chi contained in a saint was dozens of times more than before. Now that he released the invincible golden body, Su Yan naturally wouldn't lack spirit chi. Suddenly the golden light flashed and spread out around Su Yan, enveloping Su Yan's entire body. Elder Gujian's attack, blocked by the invincible golden body, exploded with a powerful energy that swept out. The surrounding plants were all destroyed, leaving not a single trace behind. Good boy, you're really strong. When Elder Gujian saw this scene, he was first shocked, but because of the previous experience he wasn't too surprised. After all, last time he had already seen the power of Su Yan's invincible golden body. However, those elders who came with Elder Gujian hadn't seen Su Yan use the invincible golden body, so they didn't know how heaven-defying Su Yan was. At that time, when the red wanted notice was issued in the sect, and the reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones, these people felt that it was a bit of a fuss. Now that they saw that Su Yan was able to block the attack of Elder Gujian and Emperor Tianxiang, their faces showed a surprised expression. Only then did they understand why the Guyu sect master showed such a nervous expression when he learned about Su Yan. This boy was only a saint, but he was enough to block the attack of an Emperor Tianxiang. If he was allowed to grow, then in the future. One by one they were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. If Su Yan grew to the Emperor Tianxiang in the future or even higher, what would happen in the future? Su Yan, I have to admire your defense, but as far as I know, this defense of yours consumes a lot of spirit chi. Let's see how many times you can activate this defense. Chapter 152. In the face of absolute strength, all resistance was futile. Under the pressure of Elder Gujian's powerful spiritual chi, Su Yan felt the blood in his body tremble. All struggles were futile. However, how could Su Yan be willing to be tied up without a fight? With the strength of a saint under Su Yan, he could barely activate the invincible golden body twice. Although Su Yan knew that after using the invincible golden body this time, what awaited him would be complete death. However, Su Yan also knew that if he did not use the invincible golden body, he would die immediately. Therefore, Su Yan did not hesitate to activate the invincible golden body. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated, and a dazzling light bloomed. A cold smile appeared on Elder Gujian's face when he saw this. What? You still want to use that move? Su Yan, do you think it's useful? Elder Gujian sneered. With a wave of his hand, dense spiritual chi gushed out of his hand and immediately turned into a powerful light beam that attacked Su Yan. The moment the light beam shot out, a faint sneer appeared on Elder Gujian's face again. He was amazed by Su Yan's strength, but so what? As long as Su Yan's invincible golden body fell, he would still obediently accept his death. No matter what kind of aptitude Su Yan had or what kind of heaven-defying abilities he had, after today, Su Yan would no longer exist in this world. Plop! Elder Gujian's attack hit Su Yan's body and immediately exploded. Although Su Yan blocked this attack, his invincible golden body defense also fell. When Elder Gujian saw the light of Su Yan's invincible golden body dissipate, he looked down at Su Yan and laughed mockingly. Su Yan, what else can you do now? Be careful. At this moment, a few emperors standing behind Elder Gujian suddenly shouted. What? Elder Gujian shuddered, but it was already too late. A flying sword shot toward him like a bolt of lightning. Elder Gujian was shocked to see the sudden appearance of the flying sword. However, he reacted quickly and rushed out. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Although he had managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, the flying sword still slashed across his arm. Whoosh! Instantly, a mist of blood burst out. As expected, an emperor isn't something I can kill right now. When Su Yan saw that Elder Gujian had dodged his attack, the light in his eyes dimmed. The spirit energy in his body was depleted, and his body went soft. He leaned on the ghost howl sword in his hand and half knelt on the ground. Surprise filled Elder Gujian's face when he saw the wound on his arm. Originally, he thought that another expert had come to save Su Yan. However, after seeing Su Yan's expression, he immediately understood. Anger surged out of his body. Su Yan, you actually dared to hurt me. How dare I hurt you? Su Yan coldly smiled and did not reply to Elder Gujian's words. His eyes were filled with disdain as if he was mocking Elder Gujian. Compared to Elder Gujian, the emperors who came with him saw everything clearly. They looked at Su Yan in shock. A saint. Su Yan's only a saint, but he almost took the life of a ruler. Although it was because Elder Gujian had underestimated his opponent, it was still shocking. But even so, it was still shocking enough. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. The few of them once again understood why the Guyu sect would issue a red wanted notice and even spread a bounty of 1,000,000 spirit stones. This Su Yan was simply a monstrous existence. Initially they felt disdain when Elder Gu Jin asked them to chase after Su Yan together. After all, they were emperors, so they naturally had the pride of a ruler. This time they truly realized how terrifying Su Yan was. When they looked at Su Yan, killing intent rose in their eyes. It was not because of the sect but because they felt fear in their hearts. If the young fellow did not die, they would be the ones to die in the future. Of course, although they had the intention to kill, they did not make a move because Elder Gu Jin alone was enough. They were shocked. After all, a saint could never defeat a ruler. Su Yan die. Elder Gu Jin was so angry that his hair was about to explode. He was a dignified emperor and an elder of the Guyu sect, but he was injured by a saint. This was the greatest humiliation in history for Elder Gu Jin, who had dominated the hidden demon region for many years. Su Yan activated the cultivation method in his body. Suddenly, a dense spiritual energy gushed out and rushed towards Su Yan's body. When one's strength reached a certain level, one did not need to use physical attacks. One could crush one's opponent with spiritual chi alone. Just like Elder Gu Jin and Su Yan now. Elder Gu Jin did not need to make a move at all. As long as the spiritual chi in his body surged, it was enough to take Su Yan's life. The moment the spiritual chi surged, Su Yan's entire body trembled. It seems that I'm going to die today. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Su Yan's mouth, but Su Yan did not regret it. A man should have his own position in the world. Even if Elder Gu Jin spared him this time, Su Yan still would not join the Guyu sect. This was the pride of the Su family as well as the pride of a peak sword saint. If he were to lose this pride of his, he would rather die than live on. Su Yan slowly closed his eyes, without the slightest distracting thought, waiting for death to come. Asterisk puff. Asterisk at this moment, a loud sound suddenly burst out. A monster beast appeared out of nowhere and directly slammed into Elder Gu Jin. Elder Gu Jin was shocked in an instant and hurriedly dodged. The spiritual chi pressure on Su Yan also reduced a lot. Su Yan immediately calmed down and looked at the monster beast that suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Yan was no stranger to this monster beast. It was a saber-toothed tiger with the strength of a saint. As soon as this saber-toothed tiger appeared, it attacked Elder Gu Jin. Elder Gu Jin and the others were Qianxiang emperors, so naturally they were not afraid of this saber-toothed tiger. However, even if they were not afraid, they still needed time to deal with this monster beast. This allowed Su Yan some time to spare. Run. When Su Yan saw the saber-toothed tiger fighting Elder Gu Jin, the only thought in his mind was to escape from this place. Su Yan was not afraid of death, but it did not mean that he did not want to live. Moreover, Su Yan was not willing to die in this place. Unfortunately, Su Yan had activated the invincible golden body twice and even sent out the flying sword. The spiritual chi in his body had long been depleted. At this time, the spiritual chi in his body was empty. Even if he wanted to run, he was powerless. Am I going to die here after all? Su Yan looked at the battle between Elder Gu Jin and the saber-toothed tiger and clenched his fists unwillingly. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, absorbing the spiritual chi in the air and the sword intent in the red fire sword case. When Su Yan was fighting against Yi Kong, the reason why he was able to recover his spirit chi so quickly was because of the sword intent within the scarlet parting sword case. However, at that time, Su Yan still had spirit chi in his body. Now that the spiritual chi in Su Yan's body was exhausted, it would not be easy for him to recover his spiritual chi. Seeing that Elder Gu Jin was about to finish off the saber-toothed tiger, Su Yan became more and more anxious. The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly, but unfortunately he could not catch up. Elder Gu Jin chopped off the saber-toothed tiger's head with a sword. It could be said that the saber-toothed tiger that saved Su Yan's life died just like that. Elder Gu Jin did not even look at the saber-toothed tiger. He looked back at Su Yan's actions and sneered, "Su Yan, what's wrong? You still want to run?" Su Yan did not care about Elder Gu Jin's words. He only muttered in his heart, "Hurry, hurry!" The cultivation technique in his body circulated rapidly. Elder Gu Jin saw Su Yan's appearance and sneered again. He circulated the cultivation technique in his body and shouted, "Su Yan, die! Can I really escape?" Su Yan growled unwillingly in his heart. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a powerful spiritual force erupted from under Su Yan's dantian. Su Yan was no stranger to this force. When Su Yan was fighting against the saint, it was precisely because of this spirit chi that Su Yan was able to avert danger. This power? Su Yan was surprised for a moment, but he quickly reacted. No matter what this power is, it's more important to run now. With that thought in mind, he leaped out and covered a distance of 100 meters in an instant. What? Su Yan jumped out. Elder Gujin was stunned and said angrily, "What's going on? This boy's spiritual qi is clearly exhausted. How can it be?" While Elder Gujin was astonished, he was even more furious. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Elder Gujin immediately shouted, "Su Yan, do you think that you can escape even if you do this?" Su Yan did not care about Elder Gujin's shout at all. He just ran forward with spiritual qi in his eyes. Even so, Su Yan still knew that his strength was far inferior to Elder Gujin's. If this continued, Elder Gujin would catch up to him sooner or later. What should I do? As Su Yan ran, his mind was spinning rapidly. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up because Su Yan saw a monster. This monster's strength was comparable to the saber-toothed tiger, but Su Yan had an idea. Because of the blood dragon pupil, these monsters were not a threat to Su Yan at all. Looking at the demonic beast, the corner of Su Yan's mouth immediately revealed a trace of an evil smile. His figure turned and directly ran towards the demonic beast. The moment he touched the demonic beast, his pupils suddenly shrank. The monster immediately let out a shrill cry. Then Su Yan's figure flashed and swept past the monster. The monster was frightened by Su Yan's blood dragon pupil and fell into a state of rage. Elder Gujin happened to bump into it, so the monster immediately pounced on Elder Gujin. Damn it. Elder Gujin saw the monster suddenly appear and shouted angrily. He waved the spiritual sword in his hand and directly cut the monster with the strength of a saint in half. However, this block bought some time for Su Yan. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. He had already rushed 100 meters away. Chapter 153. When Su Yan heard Elder Gujin's words, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He felt that Elder Gujin was so stupid. He was always showing off and slapping himself in the face time and time again. Can't I run away? Then I'll let you slap me in the face again. Su Yan's eyes were like torches. He quickly ran into the depths of the Hengduan mountain. Just now, Su Yan didn't know how to escape from Elder Gujin. But now, Su Yan knew that as long as he made good use of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain, Elder Gujin wouldn't be able to catch up with him. The Hengduan mountain was one of the 3 dangerous places. The reason why it was one of the 3 dangerous places was because of the monsters in the Hengduan mountain. The deeper one went, the more monsters there were. If Su Yan wanted to escape, he would need countless demonic beasts. Only with countless demonic beasts would Su Yan have a chance to survive. Fortunately, this was the depths of the Hengduan mountain. Very few people set foot here. There were countless monsters lurking in the depths. Su Yan, Elder Gujin, and the others stepped in. These monsters immediately felt that their territory had been invaded and leaped out. Su Yan was running at the front, so he was naturally the first to be attacked. However, because of the blood dragon pupil, those monsters immediately dodged under the power of Su Yan's eyes and pounced on Elder Gujin. Although these monsters only had the strength of a saint, it still took some time for Elder Gujin and the others to deal with them. This also bought a lot of time for Su Yan. Elder Gujin chased after Su Yan all the way. Every time he was about to catch Su Yan, there would always be some demonic beasts coming out to cause trouble. This caused Su Yan to always maintain a certain distance from Elder Gujin. More than 2 hours passed. Elder Gujin confidently caught up to Su Yan every time. Unfortunately, the monsters stopped him in the end, allowing Su Yan to escape again. Soon, Elder Gujin and the Emperors of Heaven who came with him discovered this strange phenomenon. Why don't these beasts attack Su Yan? A celestial emperor asked the question in his heart. Hearing this, Elder Gujin couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, he snorted coldly, "This kid must have some treasure on him that makes the monsters fear him." When the others heard Elder Gujin's words, they couldn't help but nod. They all agreed with Elder Gujin's words. At the same time, when they looked at Su Yan's eyes, their eyes narrowed and revealed a trace of greed. A treasure that could make demonic beasts feel fear. If they obtained it, wouldn't it meant that they could do whatever they wanted in the Hengduan mountain range in the future? In the future, hunting monsters would be twice the result with half the effort. How could they not be tempted by such a treasure? Originally, they only wanted to kill Su Yan to prevent future troubles. Now they had an additional thought in their hearts, which was to obtain the treasure on Su Yan's body. With these 2 thoughts mixed together, the emperors naturally used all the strength in their bodies and quickly chased after Su Yan. Unfortunately, there were too many monsters in the Hengduan mountain range. Every time the divine emperors of heaven killed a demonic beast, another one would appear and block their path, making it impossible for them to chase after Su Yan at full speed. Even though they were faster and stronger than Su Yan, It was a pity that they could only see Su Yan 100 meters away, but they couldn't catch up. The emperors were angry in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. Su Yan looked back at their ugly faces and secretly rejoiced. Humph, you are all emperors, but you joined forces to bully me. This time, I'll let you enjoy the baptism of the monsters in the Hengduan Mountain. As the chase went on, they got closer and closer to the depths of the Hengduan Mountain. The monsters that appeared were getting stronger and stronger, and it was getting more and more difficult for Elder Gujian and the others to kill them. But in the same way, the power left behind by Su Yan's blood dragon pupil was also slightly weakened by some monsters. Some monsters were stunned by the power of Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, but they still attacked Su Yan. Fortunately, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil could not only release the magical effect of suppressing monsters, but also had a heaven-defying effect, which could make Su Yan's speed faster. After a few rounds, Su Yan avoided the monsters, and it was more frightening than dangerous. On the other hand, Elder Gujian and the others had more trouble dealing with them. Gujian, if we go any deeper, I'm afraid. One of the sky rulers spoke up after a few sky rulers worked together to deal with a demonic beast. Elder Gujian naturally knew that if they went deeper and encountered some demonic beasts that were stronger than them, not to mention not being able to kill Su Yan, they would most likely die in this Hengduan Mountain. Elder Gujian hesitated, but when he saw Su Yan's figure, a murderous intent surged in his eyes and he shouted, "Go! No matter what, we must make Su Yan die in the Hengduan Mountain today." With that said, Elder Gujian took the lead and leaped out. Although the other emperors were worried, they didn't dare to disobey Elder Gujian's position in the Guyu sect was higher than theirs, so they all followed. Another hour of chasing. The monsters that appeared this time were all monsters that were comparable to the celestial phenomenon realm. Elder Gujian and the others found it more and more difficult to deal with them, but because there were so many of them, there was no danger. However, some wounds began to appear on their bodies. When Su Yan saw their situation, he was secretly happy, but he also hesitated. Although he could use these monsters to avoid Elder Gujian's pursuit, if Elder Gujian and the others followed closely, if he encountered some monsters that even his blood dragon pupil couldn't suppress, he would eventually die. Whatever, it's better to die in the hands of these monsters than to die in the hands of these people. Su Yan looked at Elder Gujian and no longer hesitated, once again running into the depths of the Hengduan Mountain. After Elder Gujian and the others dealt with a monster, they followed closely behind and chased after Su Yan. Another 2 hours of pursuit ensued. The monsters that appeared became more and more powerful, and Elder Gujian and the others spent a lot of effort to deal with them. At this moment, all the celestial phenomenon realm emperors began to worry, and they advised Elder Gujian, "Gujian, the monsters that appear are all on par with us, and we can only kill them if we work together. If we continue to go in, I'm afraid." That person didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he wanted to say. Elder Gujian naturally understood as well, but looking at Su Yan, he was unwilling to give up. Although he was worried that he would encounter danger if he continued to go in. Looking at Su Yan's figure, Elder Gujian gritted his teeth and said, "Let's chase for a while more. If we really encounter some monsters that we can't resist, it won't be too late to retreat then." After saying this, Elder Gujian didn't wait for anyone to reply. He leaped up and chased after Su Yan again. The others looked at each other helplessly and followed Elder Gujian's figure, chasing after Su Yan. The deeper they went, the more powerful the monsters that appeared. Elder Gujian became more and more tired, and his injuries also increased. Su Yan looked at them as a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. He, who was usually not willing to waste his breath, could not help but mock when he saw the miserable appearance of Elder Gujian and the rest. "Gujian, how is it? Do you still dare to boast about chasing me?" "Su Yan, you." Elder Gujian was already angry when he was attacked by a monster's tail. Now that he saw Su Yan still mocking him, he was about to explode. Originally they were all about to retreat. Now that Elder Gujian heard Su Yan's words, he was furious. He jumped up again and chased after Su Yan. Su Yan saw Elder Gujian chasing after him, but he wasn't afraid. In this Hengduan Mountain, there was no lack of monsters. Moreover, along the way, Su Yan kept using the blood dragon pupil to suppress the monsters. He also understood some of the connections between the blood dragon pupil and the monsters. The blood dragon pupil was the 2 divine dragons under the sword well. Dragons were divine beasts. Even if they were dead, the aura of the divine beasts would remain. It was also because of this aura that these monsters were afraid of Su Yan. Although they encountered some high-level monsters, the residual aura's influence on them was weakened a lot. However, Su Yan knew that no matter how it was weakened, the monsters that his blood dragon pupil could deter were definitely not monsters that Elder Gujian and the others, who were emperors of Tianxiang, could resist. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid of Elder Gu Jian's pursuit at all. Instead, he was looking forward to Elder Gu Jian catching up. As long as he caught up, he would be able to use these monstrous beasts to kill Elder Gu Jian and the others. Elder Gu Jian had chased after him several times, and Su Yan had long established a deep hatred for him. If he saw Elder Gu Jian die here, it would at least resolve some of the hatred in his heart. Most importantly, these people were all emperors of Tianxiang. They were all outstanding people of the ancient Yu sect. If they died here, it would definitely be a great loss to the ancient Yu sect's strength. When he stepped into the ancient Yu sect in the future, it would also reduce some of the trouble. Therefore, Su Yan now hoped that Elder Gu Jian and the others would catch up. When he saw them stop, he also stopped and mocked them. This made Elder Gu Jian, who was already angry, fly into a rage. He no longer thought of any danger and chased after Su Yan again. When Su Yan saw them catch up, a smile appeared on his face. But the moment this smile appeared, Su Yan saw the scene in front of him and was shocked. There was no road in front of him but a huge cliff. The cliff was shrouded in smoke and was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom or the edge. Su Yan's heart sank. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do the heavens really want to destroy me? Why would a cliff suddenly appear in Hengduan Mountain?" Chapter 154. Could it be that the heavens really want me dead? Su Yan looked at the cliff in front of him and a bitter smile appeared on his face. The Hengduan Mountain was a vast mountain range that separated the 9 provinces and the 5 counties. Who would have thought that a cliff would suddenly appear here? The cliff stretched as far as the eye could see. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Su Yan knew very well that he couldn't cross this cliff with his current strength. Su Yan originally thought that with his blood dragon eyes, he could use the demon beasts in the Hengduan Mountain to escape from Elder Gu Jian's pursuit. Now that the cliff stretched as far as the eye could see, Su Yan had nowhere to run. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's dejected expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Su Yan, run. Why aren't you running? Aren't you very powerful? You can suppress those demon beasts. What? You're not running now? Is there no place to run?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan with a twisted expression and constantly mocked him. Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian's expression and smiled bitterly. He knew that he was going to die today. After escaping several times, he still couldn't escape death. Although Su Yan wasn't afraid, he was unwilling. He was unwilling to accept that this cliff would suddenly appear in the Hengduan Mountain. He was unwilling to accept that he couldn't escape death despite his efforts. In his unwillingness to accept this, Su Yan looked at the mocking expressions of Elder Gu Jian and the others. When he saw a monstrous beast silently walking out from behind Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned. A resplendent light surged out. "Since I can't escape this misfortune today, at least I'll drag one of you down with me." Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian with a cold glint in his eyes. The cultivation method in his body started to circulate. Boundless spirit energy rushed out and the ghost howl sword in Su Yan's hand immediately let out a whistling sound. A cold wind attacked. Seeing Su Yan like this, Elder Gu Jian couldn't help but laugh. "Su Yan, how about it? Do you still want to fight me with your strength? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself?" Su Yan naturally knew that it would be like throwing an egg at a rock if he wanted to fight against Elder Gu Jian with his own strength. However, if he had the help of the swift serpent, which had the strength of an emperor of heaven, it would be a different story. Bang! The moment Su Yan leaped, the swift serpent that had been lurking behind Elder Gu Jian and the other emperors of heaven leaped up abruptly and pounced on them. The swift flood serpent's greatest characteristic was that it could hide in the forest without being discovered. Furthermore, the swift serpent's bloody mouth contained a deadly poison. Not to mention Emperor Tianxiang, even a Spirit Sea Realm expert might not be able to survive the poisonous attack of the swift serpent. The swift flood serpent leapt into the air. Elder Gu Jian's laughter stopped abruptly, and his face was filled with horror. They were all Emperor Tianxiang, but none of them noticed a demon beast lurking behind them. Roar! The swift serpent suddenly pounced and its huge figure swept over. Elder Gu Jian and the other emperors panicked and retreated one after another. "Now's the time." Su Yan saw the opportunity and leaped forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand burst out like a rainbow, and the mournful ghost howl followed. The moment the sword light flashed, it had already pierced toward Elder Gu Jian. Elder Gu Jian had just been frightened by the swift serpent and was now attacked by Su Yan. In a panic, he suddenly became furious and shouted, "You're courting death." With a wave of his hand, a majestic spiritual power suddenly burst out. Su Yan's whole body suddenly trembled, and he was sent flying backward. Puchi! He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yen wiped the corner of his mouth and felt pity in his heart. However, his eyes were like torches, flashing with a sharp light. He only held the ghost howl sword in his hand, showing no intention of backing down. Su Yen. What Elder Gu Jian hated the most was Su Yan's attitude. His strength was clearly weak and he should be begging for mercy, yet he still maintained his arrogance. Looking at Su Yan's arrogance, Elder Gu Jian felt an inexplicable surge of anger in his body. He raised his sword and was about to attack Su Yan. At this moment, the swift serpent turned over and stood up again. As it opened its bloody mouth, a strong poison spewed out from its blood. Elder Gu Jian and the others were no stranger to the swift serpent, so they naturally knew the power of its poison. Seeing the swift serpent spitting out the poison, they couldn't care less about Su Yan and hurriedly dodged. After dodging, Elder Gu Jian wanted to turn around and kill Su Yan. However, how could the swift serpent give him this chance? One had to know that not only did the swift serpent have poison, it also had the strength of the celestial phenomenon realm. Moreover, since it was called the swift serpent, its speed was even faster. Just as Elder Gu Jian dodged, the swift serpent quickly swept over and launched another attack. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan beside him. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Looking at the swift serpent that kept attacking them, Elder Gu Jian shouted, "Let's kill this beast first." As Elder Gu Jian spoke, he took the lead and raised his sword to attack the swift serpent. The others also took out their own swords one after another, entangling with the swift serpent. While Elder Gu Jian and the swift serpent were entangled in battle, Su Yan could use this opportunity to run. However, Su Yan knew that if he went back he would lose the protection of the demonic beast. After Elder Gu Jian and the others dealt with the swift serpent, what awaited him would be the end of the world. If he didn't leave he would die. Then why did he have to leave? Su Yan watched the battle between the swift serpent and Elder Gu Jian, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waited for the moment Elder Gu Jian attacked. His eyes suddenly narrowed and a red light jumped out. The cultivation technique in his body quickly circulated, and the majestic spiritual energy continued to condense in his saint vein. Su Yan raised the ghost howl sword high and suddenly he slashed down. The spiritual energy condensed in his saint vein immediately flowed into the ghost howl sword through Su Yan's hands. Ghost howls rang out continuously, and the wind was mournful. Black chi rose in confusion, turning into a huge ghost head. Sword technique. That's right, it was a sword technique. This was the first time Su Yan released a sword technique since he became a saint. Wail of 10,000 Ghosts. This was a sword technique that resonated with the ghost howl sword. Under the effect of the ghost howl sword, a terrifying explosive force burst out. The ghost head let out a series of wails and rushed to devour Elder Gu Jian. Elder Gu Jian was dealing with the swift serpent with all his strength, so he didn't expect Su Yan to suddenly release an attack. He felt the strength of the spiritual energy. Damn it! Elder Gu Jian cursed and hurriedly swung his sword, wanting to block Su Yan's attack this time. Just as he swung his sword, the swift serpent suddenly surged up and spat out another mouthful of poison from its bloody mouth. Be careful. The other emperors were shocked when they saw this scene, and they hurriedly went to help Elder Gu Jian. Although he had the help of several people under this pincer attack, Elder Gu Jian was still in a slightly sorry state. His eyes once again surged with killing intent as he looked at Su Yan. Unfortunately, before he could deal with Su Yan, the swift serpent's attack came again. The swift serpent had the strength of an emperor, and its venom could even poison a powerhouse in the spirit sea realm to death. Elder Gu Jian and the others naturally didn't dare to let down their guard. Of course, Su Yan was not doing nothing on the side. He was assisting the swift serpent to attack Elder Gu Jian. Originally, Elder Gu Jian had many people on his side, and they were all emperors, so it was not difficult to deal with a swift serpent. However, Su Yan, who was in the Saint Realm, had been assisting from the side. For a moment, Elder Gu Jian and Su Yan were entangled with the swift serpent. Elder Gu Jian and the others had chased all the way here. In the fight with the demonic beasts, they had all suffered different injuries. Now, with the cooperation of the swift serpent and Su Yan, not only did they not hurt Su Yan, but they also did not hurt the swift serpent. On the contrary, they suffered different injuries on their bodies. The swift serpent was in the celestial realm. Demonic beasts that had reached this realm all had a certain level of intelligence. In the beginning, the swift serpent would have attacked Su Yan, but because of Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, it did not attack. Now, after a few times, the swift serpent understood that Su Yan was helping it. The two of them had established a friendship. Not only did the swift serpent stop attacking Su Yan, but when Elder Gu Jian and the others wanted to attack Su Yan, the swift serpent would also save them. Seeing this scene, Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with fanaticism. He thought to himself, this swift serpent is so powerful, and Elder Gujian and the others are injured. If I cooperate well with the swift serpent, we might have a chance to kill these people. As Su Yan thought, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. He looked at the swift serpent and shouted, Brother Serpent, today I, Su Yan, will fight side by side with you. Kill these people and make them your dinner. Roar! The swift serpent seemed to understand Su Yan's words. It roared in response to Su Yan, and at the same time, it spat out a mouthful of poison towards Elder Gujian. Although Elder Gujian and the others were angry, there was nothing they could do. Seeing the swift serpent's poison, they could only hurriedly dodge. At this moment, Su Yan also made his move. His body rushed out, and the ghost howl sword in his hand was swung down. The sword's momentum was fierce, like a stormy sea. Elder Gujian and the others did not dare to be careless. Bastard, bastard! Elder Gujian was so angry that he roared. He wanted to kill Su Yan, but unfortunately he was blocked by the swift serpent. The swift serpent jumped up and directly pounced on Elder Gujian. Su Yan saw this opportunity. His eyes flashed, and he grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and rushed towards Elder Gujian. The speed of his sword was like a rainbow. When the swift WRM snake saw this, it seemed to understand Su Yan's intentions. Its huge snake body immediately circled around Elder Gujian, trapping him within it. Elder Gujian's body was restrained and he could not dodge at all. Chapter 155. One sword to seal the throat. No matter what kind of cultivation one had or what kind of achievements one had, everything would eventually be for naught. Su Yan's spirit chi surged all over his body, and the ghost howl sword whistled continuously. Looking at Elder Gujian's figure, countless lights surged in his eyes, and his entire body became hot and dry due to excitement. One sword, as long as this sword hit, he would be able to kill a celestial emperor. A celestial emperor was an insurmountable gap for him, but now this celestial emperor was going to die in his hands. Although there was no lack of help from the swift dragon snake, it still could not stop the fanaticism in Su Yan's heart. Die. Thinking about how he had been oppressed by Elder Gujian for the past few days, Su Yan could not help but shout fiercely. Although the other celestial emperors who came with Elder Gujian wanted to save Elder Gujian, the swift dragon snake's body was too big, and Su Yan's speed was too fast. They simply could not make it in time, and it could be said that they wanted to, but they were powerless. Elder Gujian looked at Su Yan's ghost howl sword piercing towards him, and his eyes instantly widened. With unwillingness, he shouted in a low voice, No, how is this possible? How is this possible? I can't believe I'm going to die in the hands of a saint. How is this possible? Elder Gujian roared unwillingly, and the cultivation method in his body was also rapidly circulating. Unfortunately, he was completely controlled by the swift dragon, and could only watch as Su Yan stabbed towards his throat. Everyone stared at this sword, and time seemed to have stopped at this scene. No one was willing to believe it, and no one dared to believe it, but all of this was really happening. Plop! At this moment, a powerful spirit chi surged. Su Yan intuitively felt a huge pain in his body, and he instantly retreated dozens of meters away. The swift dragon was obviously shocked by this strange scene, and it roared. Just as it came back to its senses, a cold light flashed past. Roar! The swift flood dragon let out a miserable shriek, and its huge body fell backward with a thud. The swift dragon that Elder Gujian and the other emperors of heaven couldn't kill even after working together for a long time had fallen at this moment. Brother Snake. Su Yan watched as the swift dragon fell. Thinking about how he had fought alongside the swift dragon, he couldn't help but feel sad. At the same time, Su Yan was also shocked. Instant kill. The swift dragon, who had the strength of an emperor of heaven, was instantly killed just like that. Then this person's strength. Su Yan couldn't believe it. He turned around and saw a figure appear in front of him. This person was wearing a long purple robe. He had crimson hair and a white beard. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, a dignified aura faintly flowed between his broad brows. Sect leader. When Elder Gujian and the others saw this person, they all hurriedly bowed and called out. Humph, there are so many of you, but you can't even deal with a saint. How dare you call yourself an emperor? The old man glanced at them, and in an instant, a powerful spirit chi surged out. When those people saw the old man's gaze, they all lowered their heads. Shame appeared on their faces. Looking at the old man's eyes and the surging spirit chi, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. This is a venerable of the spirit sea realm. Su Yan couldn't help but gasp at the thought. Even he couldn't deal with the venerable of the Spirit Sea realm, and now a venerable of the Spirit Sea realm had appeared. The old man glanced at Elder Gujin and the others and ignored them. Instead, he looked back at Su Yan and said, Su Yan, you are indeed a rare genius. Unfortunately, you were too arrogant and offended someone you shouldn't have. Offended someone I shouldn't have. Su Yan stared at the old man and thought that no matter what, he would still have a chance. When he faced the old man, he no longer had the fear from before. His gaze shifted and a resolute light shone in his eyes. Looking at the faint spirit chi on the old man's body, he sneered and said, The Gua sect is indeed a large sect. A few emperors and a venerable of the Spirit Sea realm are bullying me. Ah, good. Every powerhouse paid great attention to their identity. Not to mention that those who had reached the level of the Gua sect leader, Master Qi Lian, valued their identity even more. He wouldn't even bother to deal with a Saint bloodline powerhouse. He wouldn't have appeared, but when he saw that Elder Gujin was about to die under Su Yan's sword, he had no choice but to intervene. At this moment, when he heard Su Yan's words, his face couldn't help but turn red, but it was quickly suppressed. He looked at Su Yan and snorted coldly, Su Yan, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be arrogant. Kneel down and beg for mercy and I'll spare your corpse. Spare my corpse. When Su Yan heard Master Qi Lian's words, he laughed out loud again. Spare my corpse. The dignified Gua sect leader and a few elders are chasing after a little saint like me. What a big deal. Master Qi Lian's face turned green and red when he heard Su Yan's words, but there was nothing he could do. If he didn't make a move based on the situation just now, Su Yan would probably escape. Along the way he had been following Su Yan and the others. The more he looked at the strength that Su Yan had unleashed, the more he was shocked. Since he couldn't use such a person for himself, the best choice was to strangle him in the cradle. The talent that Su Yan displayed was too shocking. If she allowed him to continue growing, she was afraid that within a few years, he would really be able to flatten her Gua sect. Master Qi Lian thought about the pros and cons of this. Master Qi Lian no longer cared about his identity. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, No matter what you say today, you will die without a doubt. I will die without a doubt. Su Yan looked at Master Qi Lian and laughed again. How can I, Su Yan, make the dignified Gua sect leader personally take action? While speaking, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said word by word, Even if I, Su Yan, die, it's still not up to you to decide my life. While speaking, Su Yan's body suddenly leaped up and jumped down the cliff. Seeing Su Yan jump down, Master Qi Lian couldn't help but frown. He walked to the edge of the cliff and heard Su Yan's angry roar from below. Gua sect, you forced me to jump down the cliff. This is the enmity of my life. If I, Su Yan, die at the bottom of this cliff, I will let it go. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I will definitely flatten the Gua sect one day. Su Yan's voice was loud and clear, and at the same time, it faintly exuded a majestic aura. Even with Master Qi Lian's strength, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He looked at the bottom of the cliff and frowned. He hated himself for giving Su Yan a chance to jump down the cliff. In his anger, Master Qi Lian looked at Elder Gujin and the others with a bad expression. Seeing Master Qi Lian's bad expression, Elder Gujin and the others hurriedly smiled apologetically. Sect leader, this cliff is too deep to see the bottom. Su Yan is only a saint. If he jumps down he will definitely die. Don't worry. Master Qi Lian snorted and ignored them. He just looked at the cliff for a long time and muttered in his heart, I can only hope that this kid will die at the bottom of this cliff. Otherwise, Master Qi Lian couldn't believe what would happen if Su Yan was allowed to grow. Shaking his head, he turned around and saw Elder Gujin still standing there. He was furious and shouted, Why aren't you guys returning to the sect? Don't tell me you want to stay here and embarrass yourselves? Yes, sect leader. Elder Gujin and the others hurriedly cupped their hands and left. Master Qi Lian was left alone. He stood at the edge of the cliff for a while and then left. Although he wanted to go down the cliff to take a look, he didn't care how deep the cliff was. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult to go down the cliff. However, Master Qi Lian knew that this cliff was not an ordinary cliff. The Hengduan Mountain was a vast mountain range that separated the 5 counties and the 9 prefectures. How could there be such a cliff in the middle? Looking at the fog lingering around the cliff, he could feel a chill from time to time. Master Qi Lian knew that this was most likely the sign of the legendary Myriad Ghost Cave. There were 3 great danger zones in the 5 counties. Eastern Sea, Hengduan Mountain, Myriad Ghost Cave. Among the 3 great danger zones, only the Myriad Ghost Cave was unknown. Many people even thought that the Myriad Ghost Cave was just a legend. However, Master Qi Lian knew that the Myriad Ghost Cave was a natural phenomenon. It appeared at a different location every time, which was why no one had seen it for so many years. However, Master Qi Lian knew about the existence of the Myriad Ghost Cave. Moreover, as the sect leader of the ancient Yu sect, Venerable Ling Hai, he had been to the depths of the Hengduan mountain before. He knew that there was no cliff here before. It was most likely the sign of the Myriad Ghost Cave's appearance. It was said that entering the Myriad Ghost Cave was a narrow escape. Even though Master Qi Lian was a venerable, he didn't dare to enter recklessly. Therefore, Master Qi Lian decisively gave up on the idea of going down the cliff to find Su Yan. He also knew that Su Yan had no chance of survival after falling into the Myriad Ghost Cave. After standing on the cliff for a while, Master Qi Lian left. After they left, the Hengduan mountain regained its peace. Only the roar of beasts could be heard from time to time, declaring their territory. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from the side. Looking at the cliff, he cried in a low voice, "Senior, I am incompetent. I Buttface am incompetent." The person who came was none other than Buttface, who was drunk the night before. Buttface went to find Su Yan as soon as he woke up. He followed him all the way to the cliff and saw Su Yan jumping off the cliff. He was extremely sad, but he also knew that if he had gone out at that time, he would have suffered the same fate as Su Yan. Buttface wasn't afraid of death, but he knew that if he died, there would be no one to avenge Su Yan. Chapter 156. This was a world, especially a world where the strong preyed on the weak. In this world it would never stop because of one person's death. It would not change because of one person's death. The only thing that had changed was the words that were passed down by everyone. As the Guyu sect withdrew the arrest warrant and the reward of 1,000,000 spirit stones. The hidden demon region did not boil over because of this. Instead, everyone was abnormally calm. After all, in their eyes, no matter how powerful Su Yan was, he was still only one person. And no matter how many people he killed, he was still just a saint. How could a saint resist an entire sect? Therefore, they were not surprised by Su Yan's death. Instead, they felt that it was expected. Therefore, the hidden demon region was still calm. It was not because of Su Yan's death. Similarly, it was not because of the 100 Life Soul Realm warriors that Su Yan had killed. The hidden demon region once again fell into a state of glory. Every night there was music and music. Every day merchants walked around. Many warriors who lacked spirit stones still gathered at the foot of the Hengduan mountain to accept some bounty missions. However, the mission that had been considered a scam had completely disappeared. This also made the people of the hidden demon region think of Su Yan every time they accepted a mission. To them, Su Yan had only left behind a piece of history. And in their memories, Su Yan had only become a dead person. However, was Su Yan really dead? On that cold night, a person was lying under the cliff of the Hengduan mountain. This person was dressed in white and his face was deathly pale. A spirit sword was placed beside him, emitting a ghostly howl from time to time. Who else could this person be but Su Yan? Su Yan lay like that. After an unknown period of time, he slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the darkness around him, his eyes flickered slightly. Am I dead? Su Yan touched his own body and felt the heat. However, he did not feel happy because of this. Instead, a cold smile slowly appeared on his lips. Not dead, I actually didn't die. The heavens didn't want me to die. As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a cold light surged out. When he thought about how Guyu Zong had forced him to jump off the cliff, it immediately condensed into a thick killing intent. Guyu sect, the heavens have not forsaken me. In the future, I will definitely flatten your Guyu sect. Su Yan got up and roared at the sky. Thump. Right at this moment, a loud sound reverberated. Su Yan was shocked. He quickly picked up the ghost howl sword beside him and cautiously looked in the direction of the sound. Only then did Su Yan feel a chill. One had to know that Su Yan had the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, which could resist all the heat and cold in the world. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a chill in his heart. Looking into the distance, Su Yan slowly stepped forward and activated the cultivation method in his body. He was very cautious. Under the starry night, Su Yan could not see his surroundings clearly. This place was so strange that he had to be cautious. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The more Su Yan walked forward, the colder it became. At the same time, it was accompanied by whistling sounds. Where is this place? How do I get out? Su Yan did not want to stay in such a place for a moment longer. Under the moonlight, Su Yan touched his surroundings. There were strange rocks everywhere and there was no way out. There was only one path in front of him. Su Yan looked at this path and frowned. Although he was not willing to walk in, this was the only way out. Su Yin had no other choice. Su Yin walked cautiously. After walking like this for nearly an hour, suddenly a whistling sound came and a black shadow flashed by. Su Yin was shocked. He raised his sword and shouted, "Who is it?" Right at this moment, Xiao, a light flashed and Su Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. A gentle and beautiful figure appeared in front of Su Yan. Red clothes fluttered in the wind, a graceful figure and a face that could topple cities. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this person. Then, excitement surged in his heart. He hurriedly walked towards the red-clothed woman and excitedly shouted, "Senior Sister Lin, why are you here?" That's right, the person who appeared in front of Su Yan was Lin Hualu. When Lin Hualu saw Su Yan, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She looked at Su Yan and said, "Junior brother Su, after you left that day, I missed you very much. So, I came here to find you." When Su Yan heard Lin Hualu's words, he was immediately excited. He looked at Lin Hualu without any of his usual dignity. He rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. When Lin Hualu saw Su Yan's expression, she laughed and said, "Junior brother Su, why are you smiling foolishly? Are you not happy to see me?" "Happy? Why would I not be happy?" Su Yan hurriedly said. He looked at Lin Hualu for a long time and took a deep breath. It was as if he had made an important decision. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior Sister Lin?" Lin Hualu looked at Su Yan and smiled, "Junior brother Su, I won't hide it from you. When I first saw you, I fell in love with you. It's just that I didn't realize it at that time. It was only when you left the sword catacomb that I realized how much I love you." Senior Sister. When Su Yan heard this, he was touched. He put away the ghost howl sword in his hand and hugged Lin Hualu's graceful body. Lin Hualu did not avoid it. She just blushed and allowed Su Yan to hug her. She gently knocked on Su Yan's chest and said, "You're so naughty." When Su Yan saw Lin Hualu's behavior, he was stunned at first. Then he laughed and said, "Senior Sister Lin, so you have such a delicate side. Why don't I have it? Am I a woman too?" Lin Hualu's face turned red. She snuggled into Su Yan's arms. When the two hugged each other, sparks immediately flew. Su Yan looked at Lin Hualu's beautiful face and her alluring red lips. He swallowed his saliva and kissed her. Lin Hualu did not object and allowed Su Yan to kiss her. The two were entangled. After kissing for a long time, Su Yan hugged Lin Hualu. He had a satisfied smile on his face and asked softly, "Senior Sister Lin, how did you know I would be here?" "Of course I know you're here." Lin Hualu chuckled. One of her hands was still caressing Su Yan's body, giving Su Yan an unprecedented sense of comfort. Su Yan's body quickly surged with an evil fire. He grabbed Lin Hualu's twin peaks. Lin Hualu suddenly let out an arrogant snort. It was extremely seductive. However, Su Yan's expression changed instantly. His long sword instantly exploded out of its scabbard. It directly flew towards Lin Hualu. Bang! Lin Hualu's body was instantly blasted away. Su Yan's face retreated. He pointed at Lin Hualu with a righteous face and shouted, "You're not Senior Sister Lin. Who are you?" "Junior brother Su, I'm Senior Sister Lin. How can I not be Senior Sister Lin? I've always been your Senior Sister Lin." Lin Hualu blinked her eyes and looked at Su Yan. She said pitifully, "Junior brother Su, why are you suspecting me? Do you not like me anymore?" Looking at Lin Hualu's appearance, Su Yan was even more certain that this person was not Lin Hualu. Based on Lin Hualu's usual arrogance and aloofness, she would definitely not be like this. "Hurry up and tell me. Who are you?" Su Yan shouted again. "Who am I? I'm Lin Hualu." "Junior brother Su, what's wrong with you?" Lin Hualu said coquettishly. Her body was still swaying continuously. It was extremely seductive. If Lin Hualu really did this to Su Yan would definitely not be able to resist. However, Su Yan was certain that this person was definitely not Lin Hualu. In the sword well, he had only glanced at Lin Hualu's body. Lin Hualu was already ashamed. How could she be so licentious? Su Yan saw that she did not admit it. He was not in a hurry. He sneered and asked, "All right, since you say you're Senior Sister Lin, then tell me where we first met." Of course it was in the hidden sword tomb. Lin Hualu said without hesitation. Hearing her words, Su Yan's lips immediately curled into a smile. At the same time he looked at the fake Lin Hualu. A cold light flashed across his eyes. He shouted softly and stabbed the ghost howl sword in his hand towards her. Lin Hualu did not expect Su Yan to suddenly attack her. She snorted arrogantly and immediately dissipated. At this moment, the darkness in front of Su Yan was restored to its original state. Su Yin could not help but be stunned. He looked around and quickly understood, this is the fantasy realm. I actually entered the fantasy realm. When Su Yin understood, his face was filled with astonishment. He thought about how the illusion realm was so real. If Su Yin didn't know Lin Huato's character well, he might not have woken up. Thinking about the real scene in the fantasy realm, Su Yin could not help but be shocked. At the same time he felt a little bitter. However, this also caused Su Yin to become even more cautious. This place was definitely not a good place. Hoo, just at this moment, another gust of wind blew over. A miserable cry rang out. That dense feeling caused Su Yan's body to involuntarily tremble. What is this place? It's so eerie. Su Yin frowned as he thought about it. However, his eyes were still filled with unswerving determination as he muttered to himself, no matter where this place is, I have to make a trip there. Chapter 157. Although Su Yin didn't want to venture into such a dangerous and inexplicable place, there was definitely no benefit to be gained from it. Unfortunately, there was no other way and Su Yin had no choice but to venture into it. Helplessly, he could only brace himself and walk forward. That was why the illusion realm was so real. Su Yin naturally knew how dangerous this place was, and every step he took was extremely careful and cautious. Just like this, he walked for about an hour. Except for the chilly wind that drifted over from time to time, there were no other dangers. This also made Su Yin very confused. Where is this place? How can I get out? Su Yin looked at the endless road in the distance, and his eyes fell into confusion. Bang! At this moment there was a sudden loud sound. Not far in front of Su Yin, a huge rock suddenly split open, emitting a scorching flame. The flame was extremely enchanting, emitting a purple-green flame. Green lotus core fire. When Su Yin saw this flame he immediately recognized it as the heaven fire, the green lotus core fire, and a burst of excitement surged in his heart. Heaven fire. Earth fire was not common enough, let alone heaven fire. Heaven fire had the magical effect of burning all things, and could destroy all things in the world. It was also a necessary material for refining weapons. Su Yin followed Qiu Bo to forge swords, and the flame used by Qiu Bo was only earth fire. At that time, Su Yin had only just learned to use the flame emitted by spiritual qi to forge swords. Although the flame condensed from one's own spiritual energy had a temperature, it was much worse than the natural earth fire and heavenly fire. The refined spirit sword would not be able to remove the impurities in the materials very well, and the forged spirit sword would definitely not be able to achieve a certain level of magical effect. In order to forge a good sword, in addition to having a certain level of skill, the flame was also extremely important. Su Yin had just stepped into the path of forging swords, and didn't think much about the flame. How could he have thought that he would encounter the heaven fire here, which could only be found but not sought? It can't be another illusion, right? With his previous experience, Su Yin looked at the heavenly flame in front of him and did not act rashly. Although Su Yin had the Dragon Blood Ice fire barrier, Su Yin didn't believe that it could withstand the attack of the heavenly fire. Su Yin looked around and cautiously checked his surroundings. He pinched himself a few times before concluding that this was not an illusion. The excitement in his heart also surged out. Heavenly fire. Obtaining the heavenly fire would not only help one forge a sword, but it could also be used as a weapon to attack. Looking at the heavenly fire, Su Yin frowned. Su Yin had also read about this heavenly flame in the Immortal Sword Peak Scripture Pavilion in the Sword Collection Tomb. The heavenly flame was a flame that was born between heaven and earth. In the entire continent, there were a total of 9 types of heavenly flames. Each type had its own unique symbol, and this was the molten green lotus fire. Its biggest characteristic was that the flames it emitted were green in color. Of course, in addition to these, Su Yin also knew that it was not an easy task to subdue the heavenly flame. To subdue the heavenly flame, it was not as simple as just taking the heavenly flame. After all, the heat of the heavenly flame could burn everything. What could stop it? Only by devouring the heavenly flame and integrating it into one's body could one's body perfectly integrate with the heavenly flame. Only then could the heavenly flame be used. However, one could imagine that the heavenly flame was the hottest thing in the world. Humans were just flesh and blood. If one wanted to devour the heavenly flame, how could one's body withstand it? Of course, Su Yin had also read some records about devouring the heavenly flame. In the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Sword Collection Tomb, there was a record about devouring the heavenly flame. To devour the heavenly flame, one had to prepare an elixir that could suppress the heavenly flame. One had to swallow the elixir that could suppress the heat and then devour the heavenly flame. Then one had to use the spiritual chi in one's body to defend and integrate the heavenly flame into one's bloodline. Only then could one successfully devour the heavenly flame. But these were easy to say, but doing it was not as simple as what was recorded in the book. In the process of devouring the heavenly flame, if one was not careful, one would be devoured by the heavenly flame and turn into ashes. In addition, Su Yan did not have any elixir that could suppress the heavenly flame. If he wanted to devour the heavenly flame, it would be a dead end. Do I have to give up like this? Su Yan looked at the green lotus core fire and frowned. He was not willing to give up like this. There were only 9 types of heavenly flame in the entire Gan border continent. And each type of heavenly flame was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Some people might not be lucky enough to see a heavenly flame in their lifetime. This time, the heavens blessed Su Yan and let him encounter a heavenly flame here. In addition, Su Yan had embarked on the Tao of sword forging. How could he be willing to give up the heavenly flame in front of him? He was not willing, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the heavenly flame, he was stunned. He frowned and tried to think of a way to devour the heavenly flame. Just as Su Yan was observing for a while, Su Yan suddenly found a strange phenomenon. The heavenly flame was a natural flame. Every time a heavenly flame was born, it would inevitably lead to an abnormal demonic phenomenon. However, when Su Yan looked at the green lotus core fire, except for the burning feeling of the flame, there was no strange phenomenon. Is this not a heavenly flame? Su Yan saw that the appearance of the green lotus core fire did not have any strange phenomenon, and could not help but be suspicious. However, this thought was quickly dispelled by Su Yan, because no matter whether it was the shape of the flame or the heat emitted from the flame was extremely hot. This flame must be the green lotus core fire. Su Yan looked for a long time and suddenly thought of something. He patted the storage bag and took out a fire spirit grass. This fire spirit grass was also brought down by Su Yan from the scriptures pavilion of the Immortal Sword Summit in the Hidden Sword Tomb. The fire spirit grass was one of the essential ingredients to refine the fire spirit pill. The fire spirit pill was just an ordinary elixir. It was only refined for warriors to absorb the cold air into their body and use it to heal their injuries. It was not a rare item, and the fire spirit grass could be easily picked in some mountains. At that time, the reason why Su Yan put it in his storage bag was because his storage bag was big enough. Su Yan did not expect that it would be of great use at this time. Su Yan held the fire spirit grass and carefully looked at the green lotus core fire for a long time. With a wave of his hand, he suddenly threw the fire spirit grass towards the green lotus core fire. Swoosh. At the moment when the fire spirit grass touched the sky fire jumped up like a fire snake and directly swallowed the fire spirit grass. At the moment when the fire spirit grass was swallowed, the green lotus core fire suddenly lit up. The burning temperature seemed to be much stronger than before. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled happily and said, I understand. It turns out that this is only the embryonic form of the green lotus core fire. It has not become a real sky fire. To be precise, this was only the flame of the green lotus core fire. It had not become a real green lotus core fire. Originally, Su Yan was at a loss on how to swallow the green lotus core fire. After feeding the green lotus core fire and the fire spirit grass, Su Yan immediately had an idea. If it was the real green lotus core fire, with Su Yan's current cultivation and the fact that Su Yan did not have any elixir that could suppress the flame, swallowing the green lotus core fire would only lead to death. However, if it was only the green lotus core fire, then there was some hope. The sky fire was born from the energy of heaven and earth. At the moment of its birth, it was only a flame in its embryonic form. During its growth, the sky fire would automatically absorb the surrounding heat to evolve and grow into a real sky fire. After the sky fire had truly grown, it would inevitably cause a vision of heaven and earth. At that time, if the sky fire wanted to continue growing, it would not need to absorb the heat of heaven and earth. Instead, it would need to swallow other sky fires to evolve. There were even rumors that after some sky fires evolved, they would have a certain level of consciousness and could even transform into a human form. Of course, all of these were legends. Until now, no one had ever seen a sky fire transform into a human form. Since the green lotus core fire has not formed and I have the dragon blood ice fire shield to protect my body, I think I still have a chance to swallow it. Su Yan muttered to himself. Although he knew that even if the green lotus core fire had not formed, it was still a sky fire. If he wanted to swallow it, it would be dangerous. However, he had encountered a sky fire. If Su Yan was asked to give up on swallowing it, Su Yan would not be willing. He would definitely regret it in the future. A man should have the heart to take risks. As Su Yan thought, he looked at the green lotus core fire. His eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. Of course, Su Yan was not in a hurry. As he circulated his qi, he took out all the elixirs that could restrain flames from his storage bag. These elixirs were all taken out by Su Yan from the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Summit in the Sword Burial Mound. Their levels were on the low side. Similarly, they were not elixirs that could restrain flames. They were only elixirs with water and ice attributes. Su Yan did not know if these elixirs would be useful. However, Su Yan thought that they would at least have some effect. After taking out all the elixirs with water and ice attributes, Su Yan looked at the green lotus core fire. He took a deep breath and a surge of spiritual energy surged from his arm. With a wave of his hand, the green lotus core fire suddenly fell into Su Yan's hand. Although he had the protection of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could still feel a burning pain coming from his palm. This green lotus core fire has not formed yet, and it is already so hot. What would happen if it formed? Su Yan thought. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and threw the green lotus core fire into his mouth. Suddenly, a strong flame burned in Su Yan's body. Ah! Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, Su Yan could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was being corroded by the strongest flame in the world. His entire body turned red in an instant. His face was extremely ugly. It was as if there were thousands of ants biting in his body. It was as if Su Yan was going to be burned into ashes. Chapter 158. Under the burning of the fire, Su Yan once again let out a painful roar. I have to endure it. Su Yan clenched his teeth and sat up with difficulty. Su Yan was very clear that if he could not endure it, then he would definitely be devoured by the green lotus core fire. The only way was to endure it and let the green lotus core fire merge with his blood. Only by successfully devouring the green lotus core fire, there was no other choice. Su Yan forcefully endured the intense pain in his body and sat up. Without looking at what the pills were, he put all of them into his mouth. With these pills in his mouth, Su Yan felt a surge of coldness, and his body immediately felt more comfortable. However, in less than a breath's time, the discomfort disappeared. This feeling of comfort disappeared, and in its place was another wave of burning pain. Endure it, endure it. Su Yan clenched his teeth and quickly circulated the cultivation technique in his body towards the green lotus core fire. Only by doing so could he control the green lotus core fire, and only by doing so could Su Yan successfully devour the heaven fire. Su Yan's body was red, and his eyes were also red. The dragon blood ice fire shield was floating with a faint bloody light, protecting Su Yan and preventing Su Yan from being devoured by the green lotus core fire. In this intense pain, Su Yan constantly let out low roars. The cultivation technique in his body was also circulating rapidly. However, Su Yan stubbornly endured it, forcing the green lotus core fire to surge into his blood. In this way he fought with the green lotus core fire for almost an hour. Su Yan's clothes were slightly burned, and the green lotus core fire finally merged with Su Yan's blood. At the last moment, Su Yan closed his eyes and fainted. After almost an hour, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Did you succeed? Su Yan opened his arms and suddenly a green-red flame surged out from Su Yan's palm, exuding a dazzling light. At the same time, a burst of blazing heat followed. With this molten green lotus flame, it will be much easier to forge swords in the future. Su Yan looked at the molten green lotus flame, and nodded with satisfaction. Su Yan slowly circulated his cultivation technique, wanting to use the heavenly fire to launch an attack. At this moment, Su Yan discovered a strange phenomenon. A crack had appeared in the cultivation method in his body. Su Yan was shocked. There was actually a crack in his cultivation technique. What the hell is going on? In his panic, Su Yan hurriedly operated his cultivation method and used his divine sense to observe the situation in his body. The moment he operated his cultivation method, Su Yan discovered that there was a rich spiritual qi floating out from the crack. The spiritual qi flowed out from his blood vessels and suddenly condensed. Su Yan was stunned for a moment before he understood. He laughed and said, "It turns out that when I swallowed the molten green lotus flame, my cultivation method automatically absorbed some of the spiritual qi that originally belonged to the molten green lotus flame. Now I have to condense the second meridian." Su Yan thought and couldn't help but lick his lips. The cultivation method quickly circulated, and the spiritual qi flowed out from the cracks in the cultivation method and condensed into the blood vessels in an instant. The second meridian saint is about to appear. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a slight smile. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred once again. The molten green lotus flame, that had just swallowed suddenly rushed over and directly crashed into the second vein that Su Yan was about to condense. Su Yan wanted to stop it, but now was the critical moment of condensing the second meridian. Su Yan had no way to stop it. He could only watch as the molten green lotus flame in his body crashed into the newly condensed holy meridian and was wrapped in it. The second meridian saint was successfully condensed. A majestic spiritual chi suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body and let out a whistling sound. Su Yan, who had been promoted to a second meridian saint, couldn't feel happy when the molten green lotus flame suddenly crashed into the holy meridian. He just watched as the molten green lotus flame flowed in the holy meridian. Su Yan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse." At this point there was no way to save him. Su Yan could only shake his head helplessly. He operated his cultivation method and a wisp of spiritual chi burst out from the newly condensed holy meridian. Once again, at the moment when the spiritual chi surged, there was a trace of flame light, and the feeling of heat surged up. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. The molten green lotus flame flowed into the holy meridian. I didn't expect it to integrate directly. I just don't know if there will be any side effects in the future. Su Yan thought about it and experimented a few more times. He became more adept at controlling the molten green lotus flame in the holy meridian in his body. With the cooperation of the spiritual chi in the holy meridian, the haze just now dissipated and in exchange there was only joy. After all, at least Su Yan didn't feel that the molten green lotus flame flowed into the holy meridian, nor did he feel anything wrong. After skillfully controlling the molten green lotus flame, Su Yan realized that this time, swallowing the molten green lotus flame had not only allowed him to successfully advance to a second meridian saint. At the same time, his dragon blood ice fire shield had also become stronger. When it burst out, it was like a blood-red robe draped over Su Yan's body. I don't know if this dragon blood ice fire shield will be able to resist other attacks in the future. Although the dragon blood ice fire shield had become much stronger, it still couldn't resist any physical or spiritual chi attacks. This somewhat disappointed Su Yan. In his disappointment, Su Yan could only pin his hopes on the dragon blood ice fire shield to be able to resist other attacks in the future. At the same time, Su Yan also realized that his blood dragon pupil had also grown. When the red light jumped, it could actually release a weak attack. This made Su Yan even more delighted. Although the attacks released by the blood dragon pupil were relatively weak, it still couldn't stop Su Yan from feeling happy. If the Crimson Dragon Eyes can unleash an attack, I will definitely be able to achieve unexpected results when I practice hand seals in the future. It's a pity that I don't know how to cultivate the Crimson Dragon Eyes. If I can master the cultivation method, the Crimson Dragon Eyes will definitely grow rapidly. Ever since Su Yan had stepped into this world, other than taking Lu Hong as his master, Su Yan had been groping and crawling on his own. There was no one to guide him. Su Yan had also thought of joining a sect and finding a master to guide him. However, Su Yan thought that he had so many secrets. Even if he found a master, they might not be able to guide him. Moreover, Su Yan was already a disciple of the Buddha Sword sect. He definitely wouldn't join another sect. Even if he did, Su Yan definitely wouldn't consider that sect as his home. After enjoying the benefits of swallowing the molten green lotus fire, Su Yan looked at the darkness in front of him and fell into a daze. Where is this place? Where does this path lead to? Su Yan looked at the darkness in front of him and frowned. He stepped forward again. Other than this, Su Yan had no other choice. The further they went, the stronger the howling of the chilly wind became. That awe-inspiring feeling was equally intimidating. In this chilly wind, Su Yan also felt a chill pressing towards him. After swallowing the molten green lotus fire, Su Yan was definitely not afraid of cold. This time, however, Su Yan felt a chilling sensation. Su Yan was surprised. It did not take long for Su Yan to realize that the chilling sensation was not coming from his body. Instead, it was coming from his heart. This caused Su Yan to be shocked again. What kind of existence is in front of me that can make me feel a chill in my heart? Su Yan muttered to himself in his heart. His footsteps became even more careful as he walked forward. During this walk, almost half an hour passed. All of a sudden, the scene in front of Su Yan lit up. This sudden light made Su Yan's heart tremble. He hurriedly tightened his grip on the ghost howl sword in his hand. Su Yan had a lingering fear when he saw Lin Hualo's illusion world. That illusion world was formed from a burst of light. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character and let the illusion world develop, he didn't know how it would grow. Su Yan held the ghost howl sword in his hand and looked forward carefully. He shouted from time to time, "What kind of monster is it?" Come out and die. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan shouted, nothing appeared. The light was still there and didn't disappear. Could it be that this isn't an illusion world, but there was originally light in this place? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and looked up. Above his head was a dark mass. He couldn't see anything at all. Only the light in front of him allowed Su Yan to see his surroundings clearly. The surroundings were densely packed with strange rocks. It was bumpy and covered with spider webs. There were also many skulls hanging on the stone walls. The ground was covered with human bones. At that time, Su Yan didn't notice it in the darkness. Now that it was as bright as day, Su Yan looked at the ghastly white bones on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Su Yan wasn't afraid of these corpses and human bones. However, from these corpses and human bones, he could determine that this was an extremely dangerous place. Otherwise, why would so many people die here? There must be records of such a dangerous place, but why don't I have any memory of it? Su Yan frowned and accidentally touched a rock beside him. Immediately, a huge pain came from his arm. A piece of flesh on Su Yan's arm immediately turned pus. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly retracted his hand. He looked at the stone wall and saw that it was covered with countless blood spiders. They were densely packed and constantly wriggling. Looking at so many blood spiders, Su Yan immediately had goosebumps all over his body. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The cultivation technique in his body also quickly circulated. A wave of spiritual energy came out from the Saint vein. Suddenly, the green lotus core fire burst out with spiritual energy and burned the blood spiders. Crackle. Under the burning flames, the blood spiders let out a series of sounds. At the same time, a foul smell came along with it. At this moment, rustle. Chapter 159. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There was a constant whistling sound in the surroundings. At the same time, a strong gloomy aura followed, accompanied by a thick, nauseating smell of blood. When Su Yan felt this aura, he could not help but be startled. He turned around and saw the scene in front of him. Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. His hair had already exploded due to fear. Blood spiders, countless blood spiders. They were densely packed and filled the entire passageway. In this world of martial artists, where the strong preyed on the weak, one had to face some dangers almost every day. Every day one had to contend with life and death. Su Yan was even more so. In such a life and death situation, naturally he was more courageous than others. However, when Su Yan looked at the densely packed blood spiders, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Whoosh! At this moment, a blood spider suddenly pounced on Su Yan. When the blood spider touched Su Yan's clothes, the white robe on Su Yan's body instantly turned into a huge hole. Su Yan was shocked again. Seeing another spider pouncing on him, he suppressed the fear in his heart and quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. A majestic spiritual energy instantly burst out and rushed towards the blood spiders. At the same time, the molten green lotus fire that he had just absorbed burst out and burned the blood spiders. Although the molten green lotus fire had not really grown into a heaven fire. But after all, it was the embryonic form of a heaven fire and had the effect of burning everything. Moreover, these blood spiders seemed to be flammable. The moment the heaven fire corroded them, all the blood spiders burned and immediately turned into a blood-red sea of fire. The blood spiders burned in the sea of fire, emitting a fishy smell. There were also countless blood spiders burning in the heaven fire. Bang! Then there was a wailing sound. Not only that, the blood spiders continued to pounce on Su Yan in the burning flames. What a stubborn beast! In the midst of the burning flames, the densely packed blood spiders immediately lost their imposing manner. The fear in Su Yan's heart also lessened by quite a bit. Now that he saw these blood spiders actually daring to pounce on him, the anger in Su Yan's body surged as he roared. Suddenly, a majestic wave of spiritual energy surged out from another Saint vein. In an instant, the blood spiders that were pouncing over fell back into the sea of fire. It was being eroded by the green lotus core fire. Looking at the burning sea of fire, Su Yan's fear also disappeared. However, looking at the densely packed blood spiders, he couldn't help but frown. He muttered to himself, "There are so many blood spiders. How did they reproduce? What is this place? Why are there so many blood spiders here?" Su Yan continued to mutter to himself. His heart was also filled with countless doubts. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had subdued the green lotus core fire. If Su Yan hadn't subdued the green lotus core fire, he would have died. Surrounded by these blood spiders, it would have been difficult for him to escape death. Although the combat power of these blood spiders was mediocre, There were many of them. Furthermore, each blood spider had a corrosive effect. As long as one touched it, one's body would turn into pus. Without the help of the green lotus core fire, it would have been difficult for him to escape with just his spiritual energy. Thinking about how he would have died from being contaminated by these blood spiders and turned into a pool of blood, Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he had subdued the green lotus core fire. While rejoicing, Su Yan looked at the sea of blood and couldn't help but frown. From the moment he arrived at this place, the dangers had never stopped. First, there was the fantasy world. In the fantasy world, everything was so real. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character well, he would have been trapped in the fantasy world. After all, Su Yan already had feelings for Lin Hualo. If Su Yan didn't know Lin Hualo's character well, he would have been trapped in the fantasy world. In addition to the fantasy world, he encountered the heavenly fire. Although the heavenly fire was a rare treasure in the world. However, the existence of this rare treasure also represented the danger. If the green lotus core fire had really become a heavenly fire and had spiritual consciousness, Su Yan wouldn't be able to escape death if he wanted to devour it. In these dangers, Su Yan also had a trace of rejoicing. Now that he was attacked by so many blood spiders, Su Yan couldn't help but doubt the danger of this place again. There are 3 dangerous places in the 5 counties, the Hengduan Mountain Range, the East Sea, and the Myriad Ghost Cave. This place is so dangerous, I'm afraid it's not inferior to the 3 dangerous places, Su Yan murmured. He didn't think that this was actually one of the 3 dangerous places, the Myriad Ghost Cave. First the fantasy world, then this group of blood spiders. I don't know what dangers there will be ahead. Su Yan looked at the road ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were like torches without a trace of fear. Instead, he was looking forward to the dangers that could appear in front of him. Of course, this wasn't because Su Yan was a masochist, but because Su Yan knew that the more dangerous the place was, the higher the chance of rare treasures existing. For example, although the Hengduan Mountain Range was full of dangers, there were all kinds of monsters and rare herbs that grew in the Hengduan Mountain Range. All of them were rare treasures that everyone pursued. In the East Sea, the sea monsters that lived in the East Sea and the Pearl of the East Sea were all rare treasures that warriors wanted to obtain. Among these, there was also a truth to the world. Where rare treasures were born, there was bound to be danger. Perhaps this was a gift from God to the world, but at the same time, it was also a warning to the world that God's gift was only given to the strong. It also seemed to be telling the world that this was a world of the strong. Only by ignoring the dangers and only by having strength could one accept God's gift and stand at the peak. Su Yan stood there, not feeling a trace of fear because of the dangers that appeared one after another. His eyes suddenly flashed and burst out with a light of determination. He looked at the falling sea of fire and walked forward resolutely. This time it wasn't just to find a way out. At the same time, Su Yan also wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden under this danger. The moment the blood spider's burning sea of fire descended, Su Yan's eyes flashed and he took a step forward. While this unswerving determination, Su Yan was also much more cautious than before. The cultivation method in his body was operating quickly and he was constantly on guard against everything around him. Although Su Yan was looking forward to seeing what kind of rare treasure was hidden here, he didn't want to give up his life here for the treasure. Just as Su Yan stepped into the ashes of the blood spiders that had been burned by the green lotus core fire, Su Yan suddenly felt a foul stench assaulting his nose. Su Yan had already seen this stench before. However, when he inhaled this stench, Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. The blood in his body seemed to be suppressed in an instant. A huge pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly circulated his qi and held his breath. This stench is poisonous. At the same time, Su Yan also reacted. There was poison in this stench. Unfortunately, it was too late. This poisonous gas had already invaded Su Yan's body and was constantly eroding Su Yan's blood. No matter how hard Su Yan tried to circulate his qi to resist, it was futile. On the contrary, when Su Yan circulated his qi, this poisonous gas became even more rampant and wantonly eroded inside Su Yan's body. What a powerful poisonous gas! While Su Yan was shocked, he gradually felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. At the same time, the 2 legs that supported his body were getting weaker and weaker. His whole body fell into a state of weakness. No matter how Su Yan struggled, it was still futile. Su Yan's body became weaker and weaker. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I am a dignified sword saint. I didn't die in the scheme of the Su family, I didn't die in the well of the hidden sword tomb, and I didn't die in the pursuit of the ancient Yu sect in the hidden demon region. Am I going to die in this unknown place? Su Yan muttered to himself. Plop. His body suddenly became weak and he couldn't support himself. He fell to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, the remains of the blood spider's corpse still contained the poison of the blood spider. In an instant, Su Yan bit Su Yan's white robe and another burst of pain invaded Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he was powerless. He could only watch the poison of the blood spider's corpse corrode his body. Roar! At this moment there was a loud noise. Suddenly, another blood spider jumped out from the darkness in front of him. This blood spider was bigger than any of the ones he had seen before. It was the size of a person. Its two bulging eyes were even uglier. They were like copper bells, emitting a deep green light. Its 8 claws supported its fat body, and one could clearly see the foul-smelling venom flowing under its fat belly. When Su Yan saw it, his heart shook. He instinctively wanted to grab his spiritual sword. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't have the strength to do so. He could only watch the blood spider slowly approach him. It seems that I'm really going to die here today. Su Yan looked at the giant blood spider slowly approaching him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Roar! The blood spider looked at the blood spider's corpse on the ground and angrily let out a low roar. At the same time, the huge eyes emitting green light suddenly looked at Su Yan with a ferocious gaze. It was obviously angry that Su Yan had killed its disciple. Roar! The blood spider roared again and let out a shrill cry. Its 8 legs moved together and quickly pounced on Su Yan. Chapter 160. As the blood spider pounced on him, the stench hit him in the face. Su Yan couldn't help but feel his insides churn. However, he didn't even have the strength to vomit. Only his chest continued to churn. He wanted to vomit, but he couldn't. The blood vessels in his body also started to tremble. A wave of nausea that he had never felt before exploded in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan wanted to growl and resist, but he didn't have any strength. He could only curse in his heart, "Damn blood spider, why is it so smelly?" Amidst the stench, the blood spider pouncing on Su Yan looked at Su Yan and growled angrily. It opened its mouth and bit at Su Yan. This blood spider was clearly much smarter than the small blood spiders from before. It seemed to have intelligence. When it saw Su Yan's miserable expression, it didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Su Yan. Instead, it wanted to slowly torture Su Yan to death. It opened its mouth and a green liquid immediately dripped onto Su Yan's body. The moment the green venom dripped onto Su Yan's body, the white robe on Su Yan's body burned as if it had been set on fire. A large hole was burned in it. At the same time, the venom seeped into Su Yan's skin. At the moment when the venom slid in, Su Yan's entire body stiffened at the same time, and he couldn't move at all. Su Yan was stunned. He wanted to struggle, he wanted to roar, he wanted to vent the nausea in his heart. However, Su Yan could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the 8 long claws of the gigantic blood spider wriggled on his body. The stench from its body continued to corrode Su Yan's body. This made Su Yan feel an unprecedented disgust. At this moment, Su Yan even wanted the blood spider to stab him to death. After all, this was an unprecedented disgust. Su Yan felt as if all his internal organs were being turned over, but he couldn't vomit them out. Under this constant disgust, Su Yan quickly became numb. Looking at the disgusting giant blood spider, Su Yan's mind was spinning rapidly. I've clearly been poisoned. This venom is so strong that it can instantly corrode all my blood vessels, making me unable to move. Then what do I have to do to recover my strength? What do I have to do? Su Yan kept roaring in his heart. He was not willing to submit to this monster. Su Yan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he tried, he could not muster up even a little bit of strength. The cultivation technique in his body seemed to have been sealed. No matter how hard Su Yan struggled, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. Am I really going to die here? Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was a bitter smile. Even the muscles on his face couldn't twitch. It was just a bitter smile that appeared in Su Yan's heart. Under the constant corrosion of the blood spider's venom, Su Yan's consciousness became more and more muddled. His eyelids also became heavier and heavier. I can't sleep, I can't sleep. Su Yan kept warning himself. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the venom from spreading in his body. He still couldn't stop the fatigue from spreading. Roar! When the blood spider saw that Su Yan's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, it let out another low roar. At the same time, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Su Yan. Su Yan's gaze drifted as he watched the blood spider biting towards him. He wanted to block it, but his body did not have the slightest bit of strength. Only the last bit of faith in his heart filled his heart. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Plop! At this moment there was a sudden loud sound. A black shadow flashed by. The blood spider that was about to bite Su Yan was suddenly sent flying. Roar! The blood spider let out a low roar in pain. Su Yan, who was about to fall asleep, also shook. At the same time he cast his gaze towards the black figure. Su Yan's hair stood on end once again. Densely packed feet, an extremely ugly black body, and waves of strong stench emitted from its body. Su Yan's hair stood on end. A 1,000-legged centipede. It's a 1,000-legged centipede. At this moment there was another rustling sound. When Su Yan heard this voice he seemed to have realized something. Fear immediately appeared in his eyes, and wherever he looked, his eyes instantly widened. Countless small 1,000-legged centipedes were crawling towards Su Yan. Looking at these centipedes, Su Yan's scalp began to tingle. He prayed in his heart, "Please don't crawl over here. Please don't crawl over here." Unfortunately, these 1,000-legged centipedes didn't listen to Su Yan. They kept crawling towards Su Yan. In an instant they were all over Su Yan's body. Not only were there centipedes on Su Yan's face, but they were also densely packed. Su Yan closed his eyes. He wanted to scream and vent the disgust in his heart. Unfortunately, his body still couldn't move. Not only that, when the 1,000-legged centipedes crawled over, they left behind a strong poison that instantly entered Su Yan's body. A sharp pain exploded in Su Yan's body once again. Su Yan endured the pain. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't have enough strength. He could only watch helplessly. Pudong. At this moment there was another loud sound. Su Yan looked over and felt like dying. Suddenly, there was another densely packed green thing crawling towards him. 7-colored demonic snakes. A dense swarm of 7-colored demonic snakes crawled towards Su Yan. Su Yan was dumbfounded. His whole body was numb from the fear. Looking at the 7-colored demonic beasts crawling on his body, he didn't feel anything at all. His face was ashen. At the same time there was another sound. The densely packed toads croaked and jumped toward him. The green-haired heavenly toad is here too. What day is it today? Why are all the poisonous creatures in the world here? Su Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only watch these poisonous creatures wreak havoc on his body. Su Yan didn't know how much poison was left in his body. His whole body was numb and he gradually lost consciousness. The venomous creatures gathered around Su Yan's body and a great battle broke out. Blood-red spider, 1,000-legged centipedes, 7-colored demonic snakes, green-haired heavenly toads. Small against small, big against big. Soon, the blood-red spider was the only one left standing. It was bitten to death by the other 3 venomous creatures. Its corpse fell onto Su Yan's body and the remaining venom flowed into Su Yan's body. After a while, the 1,000-legged centipede, 7-colored demonic snake and green-haired heavenly toad were all injured. Countless corpses fell on Su Yan's body. The poison on their bodies was also constantly eroding Su Yan. Su Yan's body was constantly eroded by the poison. Fortunately, he still lost consciousness and didn't feel any fear. Only the poison was constantly eroding his body. The battle between the 4 poisonous creatures became more and more intense. No one knew how long it had been. The 4 poisonous creatures all died here, filling the entire passage. Su Yan's entire face was covered by countless 1,000-legged centipede, 7-colored demonic snake, and green-haired heavenly toad. His body was also eroded by their poison. The 4 different poisons in the world eroded Su Yan's body and fought with each other. Su Yan's body from the previous great pain, under the entanglement of the 4 poisonous creatures, some subtle changes slowly occurred. Soon, Su Yan's body also recovered a bit of strength. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and breathed. Suddenly he sucked in a 1,000-legged centipede. Ah! Before Su Yan could react to what had happened, he let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately jumped up. Looking at the ground and the densely packed corpses of the 4 poisonous creatures on his body, Su Yan felt his hair stand on end. He did not even have the time to think about how his body had recovered its strength. Su Yan screamed again and quickly ran forward. Disgusting, too disgusting. Su Yan thought of the densely packed 4 poisonous creatures, and his whole body felt a chill. Especially when he thought of those poisonous creatures crawling over his body, Su Yan's scalp became numb. His whole body fell into a burst of unhappiness. He kept running, hoping to use the wind to blow away the residual nausea on his body. While Su Yan was running, a pool suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. Water. When Su Yan saw the pool he was overjoyed. Without thinking, he jumped into the pool. The cold lake water washed Su Yan's body. The comfortable feeling spread all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh and let out a carefree smile. The nausea that surged from his heart slowly decreased. Su Yan also began to recover his divine sense. Thinking of the appearance of the blood spider, Su Yan operated his cultivation method and found that he had recovered his strength. Su Yan was surprised. Wasn't I severely poisoned? How come it's all good now? Su Yan thought about it and soon understood. He smiled and said, "It seems that the 4 deadly poisons have invaded my body. Fighting poison with poison, this is good for me." Aha! Su Yan thought and couldn't help but laugh. He looked up and shouted, "It seems that the heavens don't want me to die, the heavens don't want me to die." Su Yan laughed for a while. In order to confirm that the venom was fighting poison with poison, he was fine. In the pool, he operated his cultivation method and checked the situation of his body. After confirming that he was fine, Su Yan was relieved. At the moment when Su Yan was about to stop operating his cultivation method, Su Yan suddenly found that under his dantian, there was still the venom of the 4 poisonous creatures. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly operated his cultivation method to dissolve it. At the moment when the spirit energy was transmitted, suddenly, the poison invaded and turned into Su Yan's cultivation method. Like spirit energy, it burst out. What the hell is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. His face changed greatly and he hurriedly stopped operating his cultivation method. But the cultivation method was like crazy. Not only did it not stop, but it also crazily rotated. Chapter 161. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was horrified. He wanted to stop the circulation of the cultivation technique, but no matter how hard he tried, the cultivation technique could not be stopped. It continued to circulate, and the remaining poison of the 4 poisons in his body also surged into Su Yan's cultivation technique in an instant. In an instant, there was a burst of powerful spiritual energy. Su Yan was shocked again. What the hell is going on? To be honest, after such a long time, Su Yan had not understood the mystery of the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual since he started to choose it. Previously, Su Yan had discovered that the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual could absorb sword essence. Absorb sword essence. Su Yan thought of this and his mind suddenly jolted. The Virokana-colored glaze sword manual can absorb sword essence, but can it also absorb these poisons? As Su Yan thought of this, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He quickly jumped up from the pool, and without caring about the circulation of the cultivation technique in his body, he quickly ran back to the place where the 4 poisons were. In his heart, Su Yan was no longer afraid of these poisons. He sat on the spot and circulated the cultivation technique quickly. The poisons that appeared on the ground instantly flowed into Su Yan's body. The moment the poisons entered, Su Yan first felt a tremor in the blood vessels all over his body and a sharp pain. But the moment the poison of another poison entered Su Yan's body, the pain disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a carefree feeling. At the same time as the Virokana-colored glaze sword manual circulated, spiritual energy surged out continuously and instantly entered Su Yan's Saint Meridian. Su Yan was now a saint with 2 meridians. When Su Yan comprehended the first meridian, he observed the birth of the scorching sun magical sword in the sword-casting furnace set up by Cho Bo. And the second Saint Meridian was formed by Su Yan swallowing the molten green lotus fire. Now, when Su Yan was absorbing the poisons, a strange idea suddenly appeared in his mind. With the help of these poisons, he could form a Saint Meridian. Those who cultivated holy bloodlines. Every time he condensed a Saint Meridian, he had to comprehend something to be able to do so. However, every Saint Meridian expert was a Saint Meridian with 9 Saint Meridians. The Saint Meridian in their body was still the same as the first Saint Meridian. For example, Su Yan had condensed the sword intent Saint Meridian for the first time. If Su Yan wanted to form a new Saint Meridian, the second Saint Meridian would definitely have something to do with swords. However, Su Yan discovered that his Saint Meridian did not need to condense a Saint Meridian related to the sword. Take Su Yan's 2 Saint Veins for example. The first was the Sword Will Saint Meridian. The second was the Heavenly Fire Sacred Vein. Then the third one, absorbing the poisonous gas in the surroundings, under the circulation of the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword Sutra, it continuously transformed into spiritual energy. Su Yan's eyes immediately lit up with a scorching light. I have the Sword Will Saint Meridian and the Heavenly Fire Sacred Vein in my body. Does that mean I can condense a poisonous Saint Meridian now? Su Yan thought as he closed his eyes. The great sun-colored glaze sword sutra continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the surroundings and transform it into spiritual energy. When the spiritual energy was condensed, there were also countless poisonous gas. Although the poisonous gas had no effect on Su Yan now, when the poisonous gas flowed through his blood vessels, it caused a huge pain. It was as if his body was being torn apart, and it instantly spread throughout Su Yan's body. Ah! Su Yan could not help but let out a low roar. The pain caused by the poisonous gas tearing through his blood vessels made Su Yan's entire body tremble. The cultivation method in his body also trembled. The pain of tearing his blood vessels was much more intense than when the two dragons entered his eyes and blood entered his body. However, Su Yan knew that if he could not endure the pain, all his efforts would be in vain. Not only would all his efforts be in vain, but his other Saint Meridians would also be destroyed. Moreover, the poisonous gas still opened a hole in his blood vessels. Now Su Yan had no choice but to persevere and create another Saint Meridian. Su Yan had never seen or heard of this method of creating a Saint Meridian in the ancient books. In the present world, Su Yan had seen many experts with Saint Meridians, but none of them were as strange as this. Su Yan had met Xiang Tianba, who could be said to be the strongest expert with Saint Meridians. Xiang Tianba was not on good terms with Su Yan. However, Su Yan had never denied that Xiang Tianba was a genius. He was a disciple of the immortal sword peak in the hidden sword tomb and the youngest expert with Saint Meridians. He was also the strongest expert with Saint Meridians. Moreover, when Xiang Tianba condensed the celestial phenomenon in the sword well, if it had not been for Su Yan's interference, Xiang Tianba would have become a celestial phenomenon emperor. With Xiang Tianba's qualifications, it was very likely that he would become the strongest celestial phenomenon emperor of the new generation with his cultivation. Of course, all of this was the result of Su Yan's absence. From the moment Xiang Tianba wanted to kill Su Yan, everything changed. In the end, he died in the myriad sword vortex, which made Su Yan one less strong competitor. However, Su Yan had to admire Xiang Tianba for being the strongest expert with Saint Meridians. But even so, when Su Yan felt the power of Xiang Tianba's Saint Meridians, he clearly knew that even if Xiang Tianba was the strongest expert with Saint Meridians, all Saint Meridians were still the same kind of power. Now, Su Yan was only a saint with 2 Saint Meridians, which was already a different kind of power. Su Yan did not know if there had been any almighty who had reached this level in his previous life. However, Su Yan knew that as far as he knew, this kind of method of condensing Saint Meridians could definitely be called the first person in history. Of course, this was also because Su Yan had not yet stepped out of the boundless commandery. While enjoying the great pain of the poisonous gas in his body, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "Others cultivate the life Tao and the soul Tao, but I cultivate the Tao of the human heart. It is different from others, so no matter what, I have to condense this third poison meridian." Su Yan shouted with a cold face. No matter how much pain he felt in his body, he did not make a sound. Only the cultivation method was operating rapidly, constantly attacking the various Saint Meridians in his body. At the same time, Su Yan's Saint Meridians immediately bloomed. The third Saint Meridian tore open in Su Yan's flesh and blood, and the poisonous gas left by the 4 poisonous creatures around quickly spun and poured into Su Yan's body. Under the conversion of the sun-colored glaze sword sutra, it turned into poisonous spiritual qi and poured into Su Yan's Saint Meridian. Su Yan felt this majestic power, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. He shouted, "Third Saint Meridian, open." Pudong, a loud sound suddenly exploded, and a majestic wave of spiritual energy surged up. The poisonous gas in the surroundings instantly filled the air and revolved around Su Yan's body. Just one of the 4 great poisonous creatures in the world was enough to take the life of a supremacy spirit sea. Not to mention Su Yan, a mere Saint Meridian saint. However, this time, because of the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra, and because of the 4 great poisonous creatures using poison to fight poison, it was actually useless against Su Yan. Instead, it condensed in Su Yan's flames and turned into poisonous spiritual energy. It turned into Su Yan's third Saint Meridian. At the moment when the poisonous gas rushed out, Su Yan felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Countless amounts of poisonous gas rushed into Su Yan's body. Following that, Su Yan's entire body exploded, emitting a bewitching aura. Su Yan knew that success or failure depended on this move. Poisonous Saint Meridian, condense. Su Yan shouted out loudly as he forcefully endured the tearing pain in his body. His entire body was trembling, but he continued to control the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture, causing the surrounding poison gas that had entered his body to condense around his body. A dark green Saint Meridian slowly condensed in Su Yan's body under his efforts. The pain also spread, and a strange majestic power gushed up. Su Yan looked at the Saint Meridian and couldn't help but smile. Did I succeed? At this moment, Su Yan only felt his vision go black and he fainted. Every cultivator knew that every time a Saint Meridian was opened or formed, there would be a fatal pain. Many people couldn't bear the pain and ended up suffering chi deviation when opening or forming a Saint Meridian. Moreover, Su Yan had condensed a poisonous Saint Meridian which broke the rules. This was a unique cultivation method. This unique method, the poisonous Saint Meridian, also made Su Yan's pain hundreds of times more than ordinary people. The fact that Su Yan could endure it was enough to show that Su Yan's perseverance was extraordinary. Su Yan only fainted now that he had successfully condensed a Saint Meridian. This was also because Su Yan's endurance had reached its limit. Although Su Yan was unconscious, Su Yan's mouth was full of joy from advancing to a 3-meridian saint. It was not until a day later that Su Yan slowly recovered and opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, before Su Yan could feel the joy of advancing to a 3-meridian saint, he was already frightened by the scene in front of him. At a glance, the ground was covered with blood-red spiders, 7-colored demon snakes, green-haired sky toads and 1,000-legged centipedes, which made one's scalp tingle. Su Yan had condensed a poisonous Saint Meridian, so he was immune to any severe pain. Moreover, these corpses had lost their toxicity. However, the countless corpses still made Su Yan's scalp tingle. Moreover, these corpses were emitting a nauseating smell. Su Yan yelled and hurriedly ran towards the pool. He jumped into the pool without hesitation. Under the cleansing of the cold water, Su Yan felt a wave of comfort, and the creepy feeling lessened a little. Su Yan's face was filled with joy from advancing to a 3-meridian saint. At the same time, Su Yan was full of expectations for the newly condensed poisonous Saint Meridian and wanted to test its power. Immediately, Su Yan operated his cultivation method and a powerful spiritual energy was emitted. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy surged up. This spiritual energy was different from the usual spiritual energy. It was dark green in color and spread in the pool. Countless blood bubbles suddenly appeared in the cold water. Chapter 162. Now that I'm a 3-pulse saint, one is the Sword Saint Meridian, the second is the Heavenly Fire Saint Meridian, and the third is the Poison Saint Meridian. I wonder what the 4th Saint Meridian will be. Su Yan was enjoying the joy of advancing to a 3-pulse saint. At the same time he was confused. Su Yan had embarked on a different path of Saint Meridians from ordinary people. Ordinary people formed Saint Meridians from a single Saint Meridian. It was difficult for them to find their own Saint Meridian when they were at the peak of the life-soul realm. If they found a Saint Meridian, forming a Saint Meridian was just a matter of cultivation. As long as they had sufficient spiritual energy, they could form a Saint Meridian at any time. However, Su Yan was different. Su Yan had embarked on an unusual path. Every Saint Meridian was different. Every time Su Yan formed a Saint Meridian, he had to make a new choice. He had to search for the source of his Saint Meridian, just like when he had just advanced from the life-soul realm to the Saint Meridian realm. Every time he searched, it would naturally be much more difficult for Su Yan to form a Saint Meridian. Thinking about it, Su Yan could not help but smile bitterly. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. After all, forming different Saint Meridians would give Su Yan unexpected effects when he fought against experts of the same level in the future. However, this would also make Su Yan's cultivation path more difficult. No matter what, at least I've successfully formed a 3rd Saint Meridian. Su Yan thought and soon forgot his confusion. Instead, he recalled the time since he had stepped into this place. In just a few days, Su Yan had advanced from a 1-pulse saint to a 3-pulse saint. If such a rapid advancement were to spread to the world in the hidden demon region, it would definitely cause a sensation. Ordinary people might not be able to form a single pulse in a few years or even decades. However, Su Yan had formed 2 pulses in just a few days. How could such a cultivation speed not be amazing? Of course, Su Yan knew that the reason why he was able to condense these 2 meridians in such a short period of time was inseparable from this dangerous place. When Su Yan had devoured the heavenly fire, the boundless power of the heavenly fire had forcibly split open a Saint Meridian in his body, allowing him to form a Saint Meridian. As for the 3rd Saint Meridian, it was because Su Yan had survived the calamity that he had gotten the opportunity to obtain it. 1,000-legged centipedes, green-furred heavenly toads, 7-colored demonic snakes, and blood-colored spiders were all extremely poisonous creatures in the world. The venom released by one of them was enough to kill a venerable spirit sea expert. Not to mention that there were hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands of these 4 poisonous creatures gathered together. The amount of poison it emitted was enough to drown an entire city. However, who would have thought that when the four poisonous creatures gathered together, not only did they not kill Su Yan, but they also achieved an unprecedented effect, allowing Su Yan to successfully form a third poisonous Saint Meridian. Of course, Su Yan also knew that if it were anywhere else, it would be impossible for him to form a poisonous Saint Meridian. This was because even if he did not die from the poison, there would not be enough poison for him to absorb. There was only this place. Only the gathering of tens of thousands of these four poisonous creatures, the constant flow of poison, and the intense pain that was enough to drown an entire city, or even devour a continent, allowed Su Yan to successfully form a Saint Meridian. It could be said that all these conditions were indispensable. At the same time, Su Yan also knew that all these conditions were inseparable from the effects of his cultivation method. If the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture could not absorb the sword essence, convert the heavenly fire or turn the poison gas into spiritual chi, then everything would be in vain. The Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture is so mysterious, I wonder how many memories are left behind. Su Yan muttered to himself, rotating the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture. After thinking for a long time, he still could not think of a reason. He could only secretly admire the mighty person who created the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture in his heart. While admiring the mighty person, Su Yan looked at the front of the passage, and a burning light flowed in his eyes again. He smiled slightly and said, "Although this place is dangerous, it is indeed my blessed land. It is precisely because of this dangerous place that I can become a saint with 3 veins in a few days." Su Yan looked at the passage in front of him, his eyes burning like torches. He was even more interested in what was in front of the passage. Immediately, Su Yan yelled out loudly. He activated the cultivation method in his body and a wave of spiritual chi surged out. His entire body immediately leaped out of the pool. In an instant, he took a step forward and did not care about the pool of water behind him that exploded into countless splashes due to his strength. The moment Su Yan used his strength to explode the pool, it immediately formed a powerful whirlpool. It suddenly spun and a strange power surged out from the pool. Su Yan was now only thinking about what was in front of the passage. He did not notice that behind him, just as Su Yan was taking a step. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from behind Su Yan. This dragon roar was domineering and majestic, and in the roar there was suddenly a powerful force. Su Yan could not help but tremble and in an instant reacted, hurriedly turning back. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Yan was completely stunned. Dragon. Su Yan looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. It was a huge dragon, but Su Yan soon discovered that it was not a real dragon but a bone dragon. No flesh or blood could be seen on the gigantic dragon's body, only the eerie white bones. The whole dragon's head was just a skeleton. But even so, the eerie white bones still exuded the powerful majesty of the dragon clan, especially when the dragon's head looked at Su Yan. Under the empty eyes of the dragon without eyeballs, there was a coquettish aura. Su Yan could not help but tremble. Dragons were like divine beasts, and even the super-powerful human beings might not be a match for dragons. Although Su Yan had just condensed his 3rd holy vein, he was only a holy vein expert. Now, in front of the divine dragon beast, only death would await him. Su Yan was afraid for a moment, and at the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. He thought to himself, how can there be a bone dragon here? If I encounter such a divine beast, I will definitely die. I just don't know if my bone dragon does not have the majesty of a divine beast. Obviously, Su Yan was thinking too much. The moment the bone dragon looked at Su Yan, it suddenly roared, and in an instant, a powerful force was emitted from the roar. This powerful force was not something that Su Yan could resist. Su Yan felt the blood in his body tremble and his whole body was sent flying. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the huge dragon's body rotated and was about to attack Su Yan. Su Yan's heart trembled when he saw the bone dragon's attack. Although he knew that he had no power to resist the bone dragon, it was obviously not Su Yan's style to let Su Yan wait for death. The moment the bone dragon attacked, Su Yan's sun-colored glaze sword scripture quickly circulated, and at the same time his blood-red eyes suddenly shrank and a red light burst out. Suddenly the bone dragon's speed slowed down a lot in Su Yan's eyes. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Although the bone dragon's speed was much slower than Su Yan's, it was still as fast as lightning, and in an instant, it was in front of Su Yan. The huge dragon's head tried to swallow Su Yan. It emitted a strong wind and Su Yan could not help but roar, "Ah!" Unfortunately, it did not happen. In the face of this powerful bone dragon, Su Yan had no power to resist. He could only use his hands to protect himself and watch this scene with wide eyes. Just as the bone dragon was about to swallow Su Yan, it stopped in front of Su Yan. The white dragon's huge, empty eyes stared at Su Yan. It looked at Su Yan and emitted a strong sense of resentment. However, when the bone dragon saw Su Yan's eyes, its resentment slowly subsided. Su Yan looked at the bone dragon in horror, but he quickly recovered. He frowned and thought to himself, why didn't this bone dragon devour me? Is it because of my blood dragon pupil? During his time in the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yan knew that the blood dragon pupil had a suppressive effect on monster beasts. However, Su Yan knew that this was only effective against some low-level monstrous beasts. It had no effect at all against some high-level monstrous beasts, just like how it had no effect against the bone dragon. If he used it rashly, the deputy general manager would use it. After all, the world of powerhouses could only accommodate one person. Therefore, when Su Yan saw the bone dragon just now, he had never thought of using his blood dragon pupil to restrain it. Now that he saw the bone dragon suddenly stop, his heart was full of doubts. Could this bone dragon be related to the blood dragon pupil? Su Yan stared at the bone dragon dumbfoundedly. He did not dare to move. He could only guess in his heart why the bone dragon suddenly stopped. Before Su Yan could understand, the bone dragon, which had been staring at Su Yan, suddenly jumped up and let out a trembling and mournful wail. Su Yan was shocked and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Su Yan was only a saint now. How could he escape the bone dragon's speed? When the bone dragon saw that Su Yan wanted to escape, it roared and rushed towards Su Yan. Before Su Yan could react, the bone dragon's body directly drilled into Su Yan's body. In an instant, Su Yan felt a huge pain in his body. His face was twisted because of the pain. Su Yan turned his head and was instantly shocked. He saw that the bone dragon had drilled into Su Yan's body. At the same time, a tearing pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yan instinctively wanted to use qi to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, he could not summon any qi. He could only enjoy this boundless pain. Chapter 163. A tearing pain came from his back. Despite Su Yan's willpower, he still let out a blood-curdling scream. This sound echoed throughout the entire passage. It was so shocking and so miserable. Pain, excruciating pain. This kind of pain was far more painful than when the two dragons entered his eyes and blood entered his body. Because of the pain, Su Yan's entire body was trembling. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his eyes were emitting a bewitching red. However, the bone dragon did not stop because of Su Yan's pain. Its huge body directly drilled into Su Yan's body. Even though Su Yan's willpower was amazing, under this great pain, he also wandered between unconsciousness and consciousness several times. Because of the pain, Su Yan had just fainted. However, the moment he fainted, Su Yan woke up again because of the pain. In this endless pain, all of his beliefs and willpower seemed to be destroyed. At that moment, Su Yan even thought of death. Along the way, no matter how dangerous Su Yan had been through, even if he was forced into a desperate situation, Su Yan had never thought of fending for himself. He had never given up resisting. However, the great pain coming from his back now made Su Yan think of death. Only death could free him from all of this. Su Yan let out a low roar and immediately slapped his own body with both of his palms. No. Just as Su Yan raised his palms, Su Yan's unswerving willpower immediately sprouted and stopped Su Yan. Why not? As long as I slap you, you will be free of this pain. At the same time, another voice urged Su Yan to kill himself. Soon, two voices appeared in Su Yan's mind, arguing. Su Yan, slap yourself. Once you slap yourself, you will be free. No, Su Yan, you have to hold on. You still have so many unfulfilled beliefs. The two voices of dispute reverberated in Su Yan's mind. Su Yan groaned in discomfort. In the end, his will to live prevailed. I can't die. I can't die. Su Yan roared, and his whole body suddenly erupted with a powerful force. Su Yan's arms spread out as he roared towards the sky. The majestic aura emitted from his body soared into the sky, and the huge bone dragon's body also drilled into Su Yan's body. Roar! Su Yan raised his head and issued a dragon-like roar. Then his entire body went soft and he fell to the ground unconscious. The bone dragon's body, which was dozens of times larger than Su Yan, entered Su Yan's body and disappeared. Only Su Yan was left lying quietly on the ground. An unknown amount of time had passed. Su Yan still hadn't woken up. Only his body was undergoing subtle changes. A white bone slowly appeared on his head. The white bone grew longer and longer with the passage of time. Gradually, it grew into a horn on Su Yan's head. Above the water chestnut horn, there was a faint majestic aura. After the water chestnut grew, a few more days passed before Su Yan, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the top of his head. He didn't rush to stand up. Instead, he recalled the memories of the past few days that he was in a coma. In these memories, Su Yan understood many things. Just as Su Yan had expected, this bone dragon was related to his blood dragon pupil. This bone dragon was the skeleton of one of the dragons in his blood dragon pupil. It was also because of the existence of this blood dragon pupil that Su Yan didn't lose his life to the bone dragon's huge mouth. Not only did he not lose his life, but he also obtained the bone dragon. The dragon bones refined his body, making his muscles and bones 100 times stronger than before. This time Su Yan could be said to have hit the jackpot. However, Su Yan wasn't happy at all. This was because from the information left behind by the bone dragon, Su Yan knew of the existence of this place. This place was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Although the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was as famous as the Hengduan Mountain in the East Sea, it was one of the 3 most dangerous places. However, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was ranked first among the 3 most dangerous places. Not only that, the 10,000 Ghosts Cave had never appeared in a fixed place. Only those who were unlucky or perhaps fated could see the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. 10,000 Ghosts Cave. I really didn't expect this place to be the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Su Yan thought of the description of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in the ancient books and couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, this bitter smile quickly disappeared. Su Yan's scarlet eyes suddenly turned and shot out a bright light. So what if it's the 10,000 Ghosts Cave? I, Su Yan, have entered this place and obtained the inheritance of the bone dragon. Why should I be afraid? When Su Yan thought of this, he suddenly felt enlightened. Previously, when Su Yan had just learned about the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, he was stunned by the ferocious reputation of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave left in the world. However, now that he came back to his senses, Su Yan also understood. Not to mention that he now knew that this place was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Even if he didn't know it was the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, there was no reason not to explore it. Moreover, Su Yan had already broken through the illusion realm and was chased by the 4 poisonous creatures. Apart from the memories of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave in his heart, Su Yan was more concerned about the water caltrop on his head. From the memories left behind by the bone dragon, Su Yan understood that this was because he had received the inheritance of the bone dragon and grew the water caltrop. A person grew the water caltrop of a dragon. Su Yan walked to the side of the pool and looked at his reflection in the pool. He looked at the water caltrop and was worried at first. Then he touched the water caltrop and couldn't help but smile. This water caltrop is not ugly on my head. Moreover, I want to go to the monster palace. If I have this water caltrop, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The reason why the monster palace only existed in the East Sea was that it rarely went in and out of the East Sea. It was precisely because the monster palace was self-contained. All of the disciples in the Supreme Demon Palace were monstrous beasts. No, to be more precise, they were all monstrous beasts that had cultivated into spirits and turned into human form. Therefore, there was a condition to join the monster palace. That was, the disciples who entered the monster palace had to have the blood of monsters in their bodies. No matter what kind of monster it was, as long as they had the blood of monsters. Of course, this was the most basic condition. It was impossible for a real monster to join the monster palace. At that time, Su Yan wanted to avoid the pursuit of the Guyu sect and hide in the monster palace. Su Yan didn't know how to disguise himself as a monster. Now that the bone dragon had entered his body and suddenly grew water caltrops, it solved a lot of Su Yan's problems. Su Yan thought about the water caltrops that suddenly grew water caltrops and didn't care about it anymore. He muttered to himself, "This time, there won't be any problems entering the monster palace." As he spoke, Su Yan looked in front of the passage. His eyes immediately emitted a bright light. Since this is the 10,000 Ghost Cave, then if I want to leave this place I have to break the 10,000 Ghost Seal. I just don't know where the 10,000 Ghost Seal is. Previously, Su Yan didn't know that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave. He only knew that if he wanted to leave this place, there was only one way. Now that Su Yan knew that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave, he naturally knew the strongest place in the 10,000 Ghost Cave, the 10,000 Ghost Seal. If a person wanted to enter the 10,000 Ghost Cave, they had to break the 10,000 Ghost Seal in order to leave. Legend has it that no one has ever broken this seal. I, Su Yan, don't believe this. Since Su Yan knew about the 10,000 Ghost Seal, he naturally knew how powerful it was. There were records of the 10,000 Ghost Cave in the scripture pavilion of the Immortal Sword Peak in the Hidden Sword Tomb. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was ranked as the first of the 3 danger zones. Not only was it because the 10,000 Ghost Cave was unpredictable, but it was also because of the 10,000 Ghost Seal. It was said that for hundreds of years, no one had been able to successfully break the 10,000 Ghost Seal and leave safely. Su Yan didn't believe this at all. His eyes were like torches as he suddenly stepped forward. Su Yan had just advanced to a 3-vein saint expert and his body had been refined by the bone dragon. His physique had been greatly improved compared to before. With a single stride, he swiftly rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. Since he knew the way out, Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste any more time. Of course, as he quickly moved forward, Su Yan was constantly on guard against everything around him. After all, this was one of the 3 danger zones. Fortunately, although Su Yan encountered some dangers along the way, they weren't life-threatening. Su Yan successfully solved the problems. Not only that, but Su Yan also gained a lot of benefits. Of course, these benefits couldn't be compared to the benefits that the Green Lotus Core Fire and the 4 poisons brought to Su Yan. It was just some spiritual herbs and some elixirs. Although they were expensive, Su Yan didn't care. What Su Yan was most concerned about now was the 10,000 Ghost Seal. It wasn't that Su Yan was anxious to get out of here, but that Su Yan was looking forward to the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl under the 10,000 Ghost Seal. Although Su Yan had never seen the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl before, Su Yan didn't take it. The 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl contained the souls of 10,000 ghosts and had the effect of reviving the dead. Su Yan didn't have anyone he wanted to help now. However, the effect of the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl alone was enough to make people jealous. After all, such a treasure was worth at least a few 100 million spiritual stones in the world. Moreover, it was priceless. A few 100 million spiritual stones. Su Yan's heart was trembling as he thought about it. One must know that Su Yan was currently penniless. If he could obtain this 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl, he would no longer need to worry about spiritual stones in the future. Not only that. After leaving the Hidden Sword Tomb, Su Yan knew more about the benefits of spiritual stones. Especially after learning the way of sword forging from Uncle Cho, Su Yan understood the importance of spiritual stones. If one wanted to forge a good sword, spirit stones were an indispensable resource. Of course, if it was only a few 100 million spiritual stones, it wouldn't be enough to make Su Yan so excited. After all, Su Yan wasn't a greedy person. What really made Su Yan excited was the spiritual power contained in the 10,000 Ghost Soul Pearl. Su Yan, who had just advanced to a 3-vein saint, was still worrying about how to condense the 4th saint vein. After knowing that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Su Yan's blood immediately surged as if there was a mysterious force guiding him. Chapter 164. This was a very mysterious force that was guiding him. When Su Yan found out about the 10,000 Ghost Sealing formation, a strong desire flowed out of his body. This strong desire far surpassed the temptation of the hundreds of millions of spirit stones. The combination of the two naturally made Su Yan worship it in his heart. Along the way, Su Yan went straight down, constantly clearing the obstacles in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The further he went, the greater the danger he had to face. However, after Su Yan had walked for a while, Su Yan suddenly realized that the 10,000 Ghost Cave seemed to be missing a dangerous place. Su Yan had walked for almost an hour and still hadn't encountered any danger. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was like a peaceful place without any danger. If Su Yan didn't know where this place was, then he wouldn't have bothered. But now Su Yan knew that this was the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was the first of the 3 dangerous places. Here, every inch of land was filled with danger. Every step was filled with hidden danger. However, everything was calm and tranquil. Su Yan could not help but feel suspicious. Did I go the wrong way? Su Yan frowned. After thinking for a while, he realized that something was not right. Along the way, he did not find a second way out. Su Yan carefully observed his surroundings. His eyes instantly widened as he looked at a small corpse on the ground. Su Yan suddenly understood, I'm not the only one in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. The further Su Yan went, the more small corpses he saw. His eyes were filled with surprise. Although the small corpses on the ground were the size of mosquitoes, Su Yan wasn't unfamiliar with them. They were sky silkworm plague bugs. Although the sky silkworm plague bugs were small, they were extremely poisonous. Once targeted, even a spiritual sea realm cultivator would find it hard to deal with them. More importantly, the sky silkworm plague bugs didn't fear death. Every time they attacked, they came in groups. Even a peak spiritual sea realm cultivator wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if surrounded by the sky silkworm plague bugs. But now these heavenly silkworm plague bugs had all died on the ground. How could this not surprise Su Yan? After all, along the way, Su Yan had never heard any sounds of fighting, nor did he feel any spirit chi fluctuations. This was also what surprised Su Yan. At the same time, looking at the corpses and abnormal phenomena on the ground, Su Yan was even more certain that there was more than one person in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Everyone knew about the existence of the 10,000 Ghosts soul pearl in the 10,000 Ghosts cavern. However, very few people were willing to enter the Myriad Ghost cavern to obtain the Myriad Ghost soul bead. After all, the Myriad Ghost cavern was the first of the 3 great danger zones. The dangers within were endless. How many people would be willing to risk their lives for it? Not only that, but more importantly, the Myriad Ghost cave was ever-changing. No one knew where it would appear. Only the fated or the unlucky could step into the Myriad Ghost cave. When Su Yan found out that this was the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he was immediately tempted by the 10,000 Ghosts soul pearl. Actually, this was just something that Su Yan had no choice but to do. After all, Su Yan was already in the Myriad Ghost cave. If Su Yan was not in the Myriad Ghost cave, Su Yan would definitely not enter the Myriad Ghost cave for the 10,000 Ghosts soul pearl. This was what confused Su Yan the most. Based on the fighting, it seems that there is more than one person. Moreover, they are well prepared. They did not enter rashly like I did. Su Yan continued forward, looking at the traces of battle on the ground, as well as the corpses of some of the deadly creatures that had died. He continued to speculate. If these people did not enter rashly, then they must have entered of their own accord. As Su Yan thought to himself, his eyes flashed with surprise. Just who could find the Myriad Ghost cave and dare to enter? As Su Yan thought to himself, he unconsciously began to look forward to this group of people. Of course, Su Yan also became more cautious. After all, from the corpses that kept appearing along the way, Su Yan knew that these people who came in were definitely not ordinary people. Now, he still didn't know the identity of these people, and he still didn't know if they were enemies or friends. Naturally, he had to be careful. Because almost all the obstacles on the road had been cleared, Su Yan was able to walk smoothly, which saved him a lot of time. He just kept walking forward. As he walked forward, there was only one path, so he was not afraid of getting lost. After Su Yan walked like this for nearly half a day, the entire passage suddenly changed, becoming countless paths. Each path was the same, pitch black, and he could not see what was ahead. Not only that, but the traces of fighting and corpses that he saw along the way had all disappeared. This caused Su Yan to fall into confusion. Why are there suddenly so many paths? Just which path is the exit? Su Yan looked at the countless paths in front of him and could not help but frown slightly. This passage didn't just represent the exit, it also represented the location of the 10,000 Ghost seal. Only by choosing the correct path could one reach the 10,000 Ghost seal and walk out of here. If he chose the wrong path, Su Yan frowned again. He did not know what would happen if he chose the wrong path. After all, the Myriad Ghost cave had always been a mysterious existence, and there were only a few records about it. Just now there was only one path, so it was fine. Now that he was suddenly faced with so many paths, Su Yan was confused. Although Su Yan had the intention of randomly choosing a path to try, due to the fearsome reputation of the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan did not dare to wander around carelessly. He could only slowly observe the strange phenomena in front of each path, trying to determine the correct path. Unfortunately, there were too many paths here. Su Yan spent an hour and only checked a few paths. If this continued, he did not know how long it would take for him to truly find a way out. This is not a good way to go after all. Su Yan frowned and muttered to himself as he looked at the path in front of him, trying to find a fast way. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. Su Yan's heart trembled. At the same time, he quickly reacted. The spirit chi in his body surged as he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly. His eyes emitted a bright light as he scanned the surroundings. As his gaze turned, Su Yan saw a graceful purple figure descending from the sky. This is... Su Yan focused his eyes and quickly realized that this figure was probably the person who had entered the Myriad Ghost cave on their own accord. He thought about how these people had come all the way here as if they had overcome all obstacles. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go forward. Instead, he was careful and hid in the path he had come out from. At the moment when Su Yan dodged, a few figures immediately entered his sight. Aside from the owner of the purple and lithe figure who had just landed, there were also 2 other young women. Both of them were dressed in white and were equally pretty. However, at the moment they landed, their pretty faces looked at the young woman in purple who had landed first. Both of them had worried looks on their faces. With a wave of their hands, a majestic spirit chi surged. The two of them rushed toward the girl in purple at the same time and asked nervously, "Young Palace Master, are you okay?" The girl in purple steadied herself with the help of the two girls in white. She shook her head and said, "I'm fine." At this moment, Su Yan was able to clearly see the face of this purple-clothed young lady. She had a perfect oval face, a pair of clear eyes, and emitted an alluring aura. Her red lips were slightly parted, and there seemed to be a fragrance drifting out. As for those tightly furrowed smooth eyebrows at first glance, it gave rise to a desire to protect her. Su Yan's mind shook when he saw this. Immediately, the image of the forever proud and aloof red figure on the heavenly sword peak of the hidden sword tomb flashed across his mind. He could not help but smile bitterly. When he looked at the young lady in purple again, he was no longer as excited as before. "Young Palace Master, what should we do now?" The two people around the girl in purple looked at her and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Obviously, they were the maids of the girl in purple. From this, it could be seen that the girl in purple had a noble status. When the girl in purple heard the words of the two maids, she frowned slightly and looked up at something. After a moment of silence, she opened her red lips and said softly, "The 10,000 ghost seal has been opened. Even if we want to go out, I'm afraid it's too late." When the two maids heard the girl's words, they also frowned slightly. They looked up for a while and one of them said, "Young Palace Master, why don't you hide first and let the two of us open this 10,000 ghost seal?" As the two maids spoke, they began to circulate their cultivation methods. Suddenly, a surge of majestic spirit chi surged out. When the powerful spirit chi came, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Emperor Tianxiang. She has reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang at such a young age. While Su Yan was surprised, he hid himself even more tightly. Although Su Yan had jumped 2 levels after coming to the 10,000 Ghost Cave, Su Yan was now only a saint with 3 bloodlines. If he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, he would not be able to resist at all. Although these people looked delicate, he did not know whether they were friends or foes. It's better to be careful. As Su Yan muttered to himself in his heart, he took a few more steps back. However, when he saw the 3 of them raising their heads to look, he was extremely interested in what they were looking at. He could not help but whisper to himself, "The 3 of them are constantly raising their heads to look. Could there be something extraordinary above?" While Su Yan was puzzled, he heard the girl in purple say, "That's not right. Sister Ping, Sister Ju, the strength of this 10,000 ghost seal is far beyond our imagination. Even the 3 of us might not be able to open it, let alone the 2 of you." But, when the 2 maids, who were called Sister Ping and Sister Ju, heard the girl in purple's words, there was obvious anxiety on their faces. Chapter 165. As the purple-clothed girl spoke, she suddenly opened her hands and a strong spiritual aura spread out. Su Yan looked at the strong spiritual aura and was shocked again. A heavenly emperor, she is also a heavenly emperor. This girl is probably younger than me. How can she have such strength? Although Su Yan didn't admit that he was a proud son of the heavens, he wasn't a genius either. However, Su Yan had always been confident in his cultivation. Along the way, Su Yan had not seen many people of his age who were stronger than him. Now he suddenly saw a girl who was younger than him but stronger than him. How could Su Yan not be shocked? "Young Palace Master, you can't." Before Su Yan could recover from the shock, he heard the 2 maids cry out and hurriedly stood in front of the purple-clothed girl. "Young Palace Master, you are not yet 18 years old. If you use the Supreme Demon Secret Method, I'm afraid." Before the maid could finish speaking, the purple-clad young lady shook her head and said, "Elder Sister Ju, Elder Sister Ping, the 2 of you shouldn't try to persuade me. This time, we entered the 10,000 Ghosts Cave because the 2 of you disobeyed Mother's orders. If I caused the 2 of you to lose your lives here, how would I, Chu Linger, feel?" Su Yan heard the girl's words and couldn't help but be shocked. From the conversation between the 3 people just now, Su Yan already knew that the purple-clothed girl was obviously the 2 maids. Moreover, the 2 maids had been respectfully calling her Young Palace Master. Obviously, this girl's status in the sect was quite high. Now, this girl was willing to use a secret method for the sake of the 2 maids. This made Su Yan feel moved. Looking at the purple-clothed girl's graceful body, he could not help but recite her name. Chu Linger. Chu Linger. Not a bad name. Just then, at the place where Chu Linger was, a loud noise suddenly surged. A hurricane came, and the clothes of the purple-clothed girl and the 2 maids fluttered. At the same time, the 2 maids activated their cultivation methods and a majestic spiritual aura followed. At the moment of the loud noise, the two of them flashed and blocked the purple-clothed girl Chu Linger. Sister Ju, Sister Ping Yu. Before Chu Linger could speak, the two maids immediately said, Young Palace Master, the two of us were born to serve the Monster Palace. Today, it is our honor to break through the 10,000 Ghosts seal with Young Palace Master. How can we let Young Palace Master use the Supreme Demon Secret Method for the two of us? Although the three of them were all Emperors of Heaven. However, judging from the spiritual aura fluctuations, it was obvious that the strength of the two maids was much higher than that of the purple-clothed girl. However, because Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, he could know that the 3 of them were Emperors of Heaven, but he could not see their specific strength. While the two maids were talking, they looked at each other. The moment a majestic spiritual aura surged, the purple-clothed girl's entire body was immediately blasted away. At the same time, the two maids, with the tip of their feet, the two of them spun up at the same time and rushed straight into the sky. No! The purple-clothed girl was blasted out. Seeing the two of them rushing up, she shouted sadly. Su Yan could not see the outside scene because he was hiding in the passage, so he did not know what was going on. However, from the conversation of the 3 of them, Su Yan guessed something. He also knew the identity of the 3 of them. The 3 of them belonged to the Monster Palace. Thinking of the Monster Palace, Su Yan was less surprised and shocked by the strength of the 3 of them. After all, the Monster Palace was one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. It was normal for there to be such young talents. Not only that, but Su Yan also knew that the 3 of them were probably facing the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts. Su Yan did not know why the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts existed above this, but Su Yan was sure that the 3 of them were definitely not a match for the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts, which was why they were in such a situation. The 3 of them were all Emperors of Heaven, but the 3 of them were not a match for the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts even if they joined forces. Su Yan could not help but gasp. He secretly rejoiced. The 3 Emperors of Heaven were not a match for the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts. How could I, a little saint of the Holy Bloodline, resist it? Fortunately, the 3 of them came in. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died here. How could I talk about the Soul Pearl of 10,000 Ghosts and Spirit Stones? While Su Yan was thinking, he heard the purple-clothed girl jump up and shout, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, I know you two are doing this for my own good. However, since today's matter was caused by me, Chu Linger, Chu Linger, will naturally not leave the two of you behind and drag out an ignoble existence. As Chu Linger spoke, her graceful body suddenly rotated. As her purple dress fluttered, it was very beautiful. Su Yan's heart could not help but skip a beat. At this moment, the 2 maidservants shouted in midair, Young Palace Master, don't. If you activate the Taiyao secret method, the 2 of us will kill ourselves here today. When the voice fell, no one knew what had happened. Chu Linger, who was spinning, stopped. She cried, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, why are you two doing this? With your strength, you are definitely not a match for the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts. Only if I activate the Taiyao secret method and cooperate with the Taiyao classic method can I resist it. No, Young Palace Master, you can't do this. The 2 maidservants shouted anxiously in midair again. When Chu Linger heard the words of the 2 maidservants, she raised her head. More and more tears flowed down her face, making Su Yan's heart ache. At this moment, Chu Linger gritted her teeth, jumped up and shouted, Sister Ju, Sister Ping, since you two don't allow me to use the Taiyao secret method, fine. Today I will fight against the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts with you too. As she spoke, Chu Linger was unusually decisive. As her spiritual chi surged, it surged up into the void. The 3 figures all disappeared in front of Su Yan. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was working quickly. These 3 people are obviously from the Monster Palace. According to the maidservant, Chu Linger is the young palace master of the Monster Palace. Should I help or not? If I can save these 3 people, it will definitely help me enter the Monster Palace. The 3 of them are Emperors of Heaven. If they can't deal with it, how can I? If I don't help, the 3 of them will be killed by the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts, and I won't be able to get out. But if I help, the 3 of them won't acknowledge my kindness. With the 3 of them, it will be easy for them to kill me. Su Yan looked at the empty space in front of him. His eyes were confused. After all, this decision was too difficult. If the 3 of them weren't as strong as him, Su Yan would have already taken action. After all, if he wanted to get out of the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he had to break the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts. The difficult part was that the 3 of them were stronger than Su Yan. When the time came, they would open the Seal of 10,000 Ghosts together. If the 3 of them didn't acknowledge Su Yan's kindness, then even if Su Yan had 100 lives, it would be impossible for him to escape the pursuit of the 3 Emperors of Heaven in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. Should I help or not? Su Yan's heart was in a dilemma. Just as he was in a dilemma, a delicate snort came from mid-air. This delicate snort was accompanied by the anxious shouts of the two maidservants. At the same time, a purple-clothed figure appeared in front of Su Yan. The moment the graceful body landed, the devastatingly beautiful face was facing Su Yan. Looking at the beautiful face, the clear eyes that made people unable to look straight at it, there was also a trace of pear blossoms. All of a sudden, all of the hesitation and confusion were removed from Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. The moment a red light surged, the cultivation method in his body was activated. His body rushed out like an angry beast, directly flying towards Chu Linger and catching Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan suddenly appear, she was stunned. Probably because her injuries were too serious, she fainted. At this close distance, Su Yan saw Chu Linger's face clearly. She was even more beautiful than when he saw her in the passageway. However, Su Yan was not moved, because Su Yan's mind had already imprinted the red-clothed figure on the sky sword peak of the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan's sudden appearance obviously stunned the two maidservants in mid-air. Just as they were stunned, the two maidservants were suddenly entangled by the Thousand Ghost seal, and there was a wail. Hearing this wail, Su Yan could not help but frown. He carefully placed Chu Linger on the ground, and then looked up at the void. Just now, Su Yan had been in the passageway, listening to the conversation between the three of them. He had been puzzled about what was happening in mid-air. Now that he looked up, Su Yan's body suddenly trembled when he saw it clearly. The moment he raised his head, he could hear countless whistling sounds in his ears. Waves of chilly wind drifted towards him, causing him to involuntarily feel a chill in his heart. Not only that, the continuous whistling sounds were like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves. It was several hundred times louder than the whistling sounds of Su Yan's ghost howl sword, causing ripples in the hearts of those who heard it. The Thousand Ghost seal is indeed powerful. Su Yan was stunned when he saw this, but he quickly recovered and muttered to himself. He saw that the two maidservants were entangled in a black fog. Obviously, this black fog was a lone soul in the Thousand Ghost seal. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate. His eyes flashed and a red light floated up. He grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand and rushed into the air. The moment he approached, Su Yan felt the power of the Thousand Ghost seal. If it was just Su Yan's strength, he might not even be able to stop a lone soul black fog, let alone 10,000 ghosts. Thousand Ghost seal, I want to see how powerful you are. Since Su Yan had chosen to stand out, he was no longer of any use. His eyes condensed into a bright light, and he stood on the sword dragon, slashing at the lone soul black fog. In an instant, the ghost howl sword flashed with a cold light, splitting the lone soul black fog, entangling the other maidservant. Chapter 166. Su Yan did not have time to look at the two falling maids, because the countless black fog of lonely souls in front of him had already pounced on Su Yan. The black fog of lonely souls was unpredictable. As long as a lonely soul touched his body, he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Moreover, the black fog of lonely souls could also absorb the spiritual power in the warrior's body. Not to mention that there were so many of them. The 10,000 Ghost seal. Now Su Yan truly understood why this formation was called the 10,000 Ghost seal. With so many ghosts, if it was not called the 10,000 Ghost seal, it would not be worthy of this name. The power of this formation will always surpass all the formations I have broken in the past. Su Yan looked at the black fog that was constantly attacking, his eyes flashing. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. This formation could not be broken even by the joint attack of the three emperors of heaven phase. Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that he could break the 10,000 Ghost seal by himself. However, Su Yan's character made it so that the stronger the opponent, the more Su Yan's potential could be stimulated. Just like now, Su Yan knew that he was not the opponent of the 10,000 Ghost seal, but his eyes were still like torches, without the slightest intention of retreating. Su Yan knew that today he would either fight or die. There were only two choices. 10,000 Ghost seal, I want to see how powerful you are. Su Yan instantly split open the black fog of lonely souls. In an instant he let out a low roar and jumped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand instantly emitted a shrill sound, which combined with the wailing of the ghosts. 10,000 Ghost seal? Then taste my 10,000 Ghost rush. Su Yan shouted coldly and jumped up. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed and slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, it turned into a huge black fog and attacked to the side. Sword technique. This was the second sword technique that Su Yan used in conjunction with the ghost howl sword, 10,000 Ghost rush. In the blink of an eye, the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves turned into a black fog and spread out. The black fog that was surrounding Su Yan suddenly exploded under this huge amount of spiritual energy and exploded to the side, creating a loud sound. The two female servants who were still standing on the ground were shocked when they saw Su Yan's move. One of them looked at Su Yan and muttered, "Who is this kid? He's only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he release such a sharp sword technique?" The 3 of them were all celestial emperors, so they naturally knew Su Yan's strength with a single glance. Hearing this person's words, the other person also echoed, "Since this child can enter this myriad ghosts cave, he is definitely not an ordinary person. It's just that we don't know how exactly he came in." "Yes." The other person nodded and looked at Su Yan. "No matter what, the 2 of us and the young palace master are indebted to this child for saving our lives today. Now, although this child's attack is sharp, it's obvious that his strength is not enough to break the myriad ghost seal. Let us give him a hand." As this person spoke, the spiritual qi in his body surged and he was about to go forward to help Su Yan. However, he was pulled back by the other female servant. "Sister Ping, don't be anxious. Let's see what else this child can do." Hearing this person's words, Sister Ping was stunned. Then she frowned and looked at her. "Xiaoju, you mean?" The female servant called Xiaoju nodded and revealed a wicked smile. "You see that this child has abundant spiritual qi. Obviously he can still resist. Let's see how much more he can do now." The female servant called Sister Ping looked at Su Yan, who was fighting with the myriad ghost seal in the air, and nodded. She stopped circulating her cultivation technique and looked meaningfully at Su Yan fighting with the myriad ghost seal. Damn it! Why aren't these people helping? Of course, Su Yan did not know what the 2 female servants were thinking. He was using all his strength to fight against the myriad ghost seal. When he did not see the 2 female servants coming to help, he was secretly anxious and did not shout. For Su Yan, coming out to help these people was a gamble to begin with. He was betting that these people would be willing to join hands with him because of the favor he had shown them. If these people did not help and wanted to kill him, then Su Yan could only admit that he was unlucky. Of course, Su Yan now knew that his greatest enemy was the myriad ghost seal in front of him. As the saying goes, if you don't try you won't know. When he was not fighting against the myriad ghost seal, Su Yan was only thinking about the myriad ghost soul bead. He even wanted to use the myriad ghost soul bead to exchange for spiritual stones. He even wanted to open his 4th Saint Meridian. Now that he was facing the 10,000 ghost sealing array, Su Yan finally understood how foolish and ignorant he was. Since the 10,000 ghost cave was the most dangerous of the 3, how could the 10,000 ghost sealing array be something that ordinary people could deal with? Of course, even if Su Yan knew this, Su Yan did not have any intention of giving up. Su Yan knew that giving up was equivalent to death. Only by working hard would he have a chance. Su Yan did his best to resist the myriad ghost seal. The black fog of the lonely ghosts surrounded him, and the spiritual energy in his 3 Saint Meridians kept surging out. When the 2 maids on the ground saw this scene, they were also surprised. "This child's explosive power is indeed shocking. I'm afraid we are not his match in this realm," Xiaoju said softly. "Yes." Sister Ping looked at Su Yan and nodded continuously. Looking at this person's age, he seems to be around the same age as young palace master. His strength is indeed shocking. It is a pity that this person doesn't look like someone from our supreme demon palace. No matter how strong he is, it is useless. No. When Sister Ping said this, the other servant, Xiaoju, immediately shook her head. "Sister Ping, look at this person's head. He has 2 horns. Sister Ping didn't look carefully just now, but when she heard Xiaoju's words, she took a closer look and immediately noticed the 2 horns on Su Yan's head. Hey, this person has 2 horns on his head. Could he really be from our supreme demon palace? But why haven't I heard of someone like this in Monster Palace?" Xiaoju shook her head and said with a smile, "Sister Ping, this person has horns on his head. I'm afraid that he has the bloodline of a demonic beast from our supreme demon palace. However, this does not mean that he is a member of our supreme demon palace. After all, there are many people with the bloodline of a demonic beast in this world who have not joined our supreme demon palace." When she heard Xiaoju's words, Sister Ping suddenly understood. She said, "Xiaoju, are you saying that this person is a rogue cultivator?" "Yes." Xiaoju nodded and smiled. "Sister Ping, this person has the blood of a monster and he is so strong. If he joins our Monster Palace, do you think it will be a good thing for Monster Palace?" Sister Ping also smiled slightly. She looked meaningfully at Chu Linger on the ground and said meaningfully, "That is indeed the case. Moreover, looking at this child's delicate appearance, perhaps he can become the palace master of our supreme demon palace in the future." As the two of them chatted, they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They ignored the fact that they were still in a dangerous situation and laughed heartily. Xiaoju stopped laughing first. She said, "Sister Ping, since we have the same idea, shouldn't we help him now?" "Yes." Sister Ping nodded and looked at Su Yan. She was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Oh no, Xiaoju, hurry and help him." When the maid, Xiaoju, heard Sister Ping's words, she was startled. She looked towards the sky and was shocked. The black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts turned into a huge cloud of fog and rushed towards Su Yan. It surrounded Su Yan's entire body. It was as fast as lightning, making whistling sounds. Sister Ping and Xiaoju had dealt with the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts before. Even the two of them, Emperors of Heaven phase, found it difficult to deal with a single wisp of the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Now that the black fog was all over the place, Su Yan could only face one path: death. The two of them wanted to save him. Unfortunately, the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts was too fast. It spun and surrounded Su Yan. When the two of them were looking at Su Yan earlier, they saw the strength that Su Yan had displayed. The more they looked at Su Yan, the more satisfied they were with Su Yan. Now that they saw that Su Yan was going to die in the black fog, the two of them blamed themselves. If the two of them had acted earlier, they might not have been able to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts, but at least they would not have let Su Yan fall into it. Now that Su Yan was surrounded by the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts and could not be seen, the two of them blamed themselves deeply. "Young man, although I don't know who you are, Sister Ping swears today that I will avenge you." While blaming herself, Sister Ping clenched her teeth and secretly swore. She suddenly jumped up and emitted a majestic amount of spirit force. At the same time, Xiaoju also jumped up and shouted, "Today I will bury this seal of 10,000 ghosts with you." Pudong. Just as the two of them jumped up, a loud sound burst out. Suddenly, a red light flashed and the black fog of the seal of 10,000 ghosts that surrounded Su Yan suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions. Su Yan's body suddenly appeared in front of the two maids again. When the two maids saw Su Yan being surrounded by the black fog, they thought that Su Yan would definitely die. Now that they saw Su Yan's body again, they could not help but be stunned. When he saw the red light surging on Su Yan's body, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. At the same time, his admiration for Su Yan in his heart increased. However, the two of them did not talk anymore. They jumped up and each took out their own magic treasure to help Su Yan resist the seal of 10,000 ghosts. The red light on Su Yan's body slowly receded. This red light was none other than the invincible golden body that Su Yan had obtained from the Su family's #1 inheritance. The moment the red light dissipated, Su Yan was gasping for breath because of the huge consumption of spirit qi. However, seeing the two maids coming to help, Su Yan also felt relieved. Looking at the two maids who came to help after a while, he couldn't help but scold, finally willing to come to help. Of course, Su Yan was cursing, but he was not chatting like the two of them. Chapter 167. This 10,000 ghost seal is indeed extraordinary, far more powerful than I imagined. With the help of the two maids, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 10,000 ghost seal, he frowned, but he did not relax like the two maids. Su Yan had come all this way, although he was not old, but it could be said that he had experienced hundreds of battles. At such a critical juncture, how could Su Yan be in a daze like the two maids? Although the 10,000 ghost seal was powerful enough and had many changes, no one knew what kind of changes it would undergo next time. But Su Yan knew that no matter what, sitting still and waiting for death would always lead to death. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter how strong the formation was, as long as he fought to the end, there was still a glimmer of hope. 10,000 ghost wail. Su Yan looked at the black fog that was constantly entangling the lonely souls, and with a shout, the ghost howl sword in his hand slashed out horizontally at the same time, using the sword technique to complement the ghost howl sword. This sword technique was not very powerful, but because it was a sword technique that complemented the ghost howl sword. Now that it was unleashed by Su Yan, its power was naturally astonishing. At the moment when the sword was swung, there was suddenly a loud ghost howl, the sword light flashed and a powerful spiritual power was emitted from the ghost howl sword, suddenly turning into a thick black qi. In the void, the black qi instantly condensed into a huge ghost head, and attacked the lonely souls. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Such a huge power was released from the hands of a three-bloodline saint. The two maids were stunned again. They admired Su Yan from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time they couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yan saw that the two maids were in a daze again and couldn't help but shout, "What are you two still thinking about? Hurry up and attack." At such a critical juncture, the two maids were in a daze several times. As he shouted out, Su Yan's anger involuntarily increased. His stern face emitted a powerful and imposing aura that had never been seen before. Even though the two maids were both emperors of heaven, the two of them were stronger than Su Yan. As long as they wanted to, they could take Su Yan's life with a wave of their hands. However, at this moment, in the face of Su Yan's shout, he was stunned. The two maids weren't angry at all. Instead, they were startled. At the same time, they couldn't help but blush. However, they reacted quickly. He saw a mass of orphan souls turn into a huge machete and attack him. The two of them shouted at the same time. At this moment, the full power of Emperor Qianxiang erupted. Powerful spiritual qi surged, and the two of them immediately turned into streaks of light that surged forward. When he saw the two attack, Su Yan did not hesitate. He patted his storage bag and swiftly retrieved a soul-gathering pill and swallowed it. Just now, the invincible golden body still consumed a lot of the spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. In addition, he had used the sword technique twice in a row. Su Yan's spiritual energy at this moment was not enough to support him for too long. After all, Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. The invincible golden body and the sword technique were all ultimate moves that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Swallowing another soul-gathering pill only restored a little bit of spiritual energy in Su Yan's body. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was not enough for the next battle. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. While resisting the black fog of orphan souls, he pondered. This 10,000 ghost seal is so powerful. No matter how we kill these orphan souls, it still doesn't help. If this continues, even if we don't die in the hands of these orphan souls, I'm afraid that we will die from the depletion of spiritual energy. Su Yan muttered to himself, and his frown deepened. No, I have to find a way to break it. Su Yan waved his hand and split open a cloud of orphan souls. His body suddenly jumped up and looked at the entire 10,000 ghost seal, which was rotating like a universe. And the black fog of lonely souls was being emitted from the surroundings of those universes. Since the 10,000 ghost seal is a formation, it naturally has a formation eye and a way to break it. Su Yan frowned. At the same time, a bright light surged in his eyes and spread out, observing the entire 10,000 ghost seal formation. All of a sudden, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He saw a bright spot among the countless lonely souls. Could this be the formation eye? Su Yan looked at the bright spot, and his frown deepened. After all, the 10,000 ghost seal formation was too strange. Su Yan didn't dare to determine whether this was the formation eye or not. As Su Yan hesitated, he saw that the attacks of the two maids were getting weaker and weaker. Obviously, even if they had the strength of Emperor Qianxiang facing the endless 10,000 ghost seal formation, they would still run out of spiritual qi. Forget it. If I continue to fight like this, I won't be able to escape death. Why not give it a try? Su Yan looked at the two maids and immediately made up his mind. Spiritual qi suddenly burst out from his body, and he clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. The long sword was like a black snake surging out. Spiritual qi surged out and the sword hummed. In an instant, it was like a surging wave rolling out. Su Yan's body was blocked by the black fog of the lonely souls, and a path was immediately opened. Rumble, rumble. The moment Su Yan moved forward, more and more orphan souls pounced on him, giving up on the two maids. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel happy. I guessed right. This bright spot is probably the formation eye of the 10,000 ghost seal. Otherwise, these orphan souls wouldn't give up on the two maids and attack me. Because the lonely souls and black fog had all gone to attack Su Yan, the two female servants let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Su Yan continue to rush up, the two of them looked at each other in confusion. What is he doing? Xiaoju asked. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's figure and at the same time frowned. She looked carefully and suddenly her eyes flashed. She said in surprise, could it be that he found the formation eye? The two of them didn't see the bright spot. It wasn't because the bright spot didn't exist, but because it was mysterious. The reason Su Yan could see it was because Su Yan had the blood dragon pupil, which no one in the world could resist. It was because of the blood dragon pupil that Su Yan was able to see the formation of the 10,000 ghost seal. Of course, Su Yan didn't know this. Ju Ping and Xiaoju didn't know either. Sister Ping was only guessing based on her experience. Since it was a formation, there must be a formation eye. Since there was a formation eye, there must be a way to break it. Although there were all kinds of strange formations in the world, these were all eternal principles. As a cultivator, they were all able to understand this principle. The two Monster Palace maids had been resisting, and they were also looking for the formation eye. But because they were surrounded by the orphan souls, they couldn't find the formation flame. Now that she saw Su Yan rushing forward, Sister Ping immediately deduced from her accumulated experience that Su Yan had most likely found the array core of the Lone Soul Black Fog. Of course, this was only her conjecture. Sister Ping looked at Su Yan's advancing body. She turned to Xiao Ju and said, "Xiao Ju, do you dare to trust this young man one more time?" When Xiao Ju heard her words, she could not help but be stunned. She turned back to look at Su Yan as a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Sister Ping, if it wasn't for this young man, I'm afraid both of us would have died here today. Although he's only a saint with 3 bloodlines, I'm afraid he's our savior. Since he's our savior, why can't we trust him?" Sister Ping nodded in satisfaction when she heard Xiao Ju's words. She looked at Su Yan's advancing body and the orphan souls blocking Su Yan's path. Sister Ping couldn't help but shout, "Okay, Xiao Ju, since both of us choose to trust this young man, we'll help him break the 10,000 ghost seal today." Xiao Ju also shouted out. At the same time, the spiritual aura on the two of them exploded as they leaped into the air and charged towards Su Yan. The two of them didn't go past Su Yan. Instead, they helped Su Yan block. Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw their actions. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's gaze, she smiled faintly and said, "Young man, I don't know if you've discovered the array core, but today Ju Ping and I will be here to assist you." Xiao Ju looked at Su Yan and nodded. The strong naturally had the pride of the strong. Since Tianxiang emperors were emperors, their strength surpassed saints in terms of status and status. Now 2 Tianxiang emperors were willing to help a saint with 3 bloodlines. Moreover, they didn't have any relationship with each other. If this spread, people would think it was a joke. Even Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the maid's words. However, Su Yan reacted quickly and nodded. His eyes flashed with determination. The sun-colored glaze sword manual in his body quickly revolved and the spiritual qi in his body burst out. "Seal of 1,000 ghosts. Let's see how strong you are." Su Yan shouted as he stepped on the sword dragon. The Buddha sword in his hand immediately emitted a bright light. At the same time, a sword cry shook the area. That's right. When Su Yan thought that the bright light was the formation eye, he had already switched the Ghost Howl sword for the Pagoda sword. It wasn't because the Pagoda sword was stronger than the Ghost Howl sword. It was because the Ghost Howl sword was similar to the Ghost Howl sword. Naturally, it couldn't restrain the Ghost Howl sword. However, the Pagoda sword was different. The moment Su Yan leaped up, his spirit qi circulated and the Buddha sword flashed with a golden light. In an instant, it pierced through the Lonely Soul Black Fog. Although the light could not harm the Lonely Soul Black Fog, although the Ghost Howl sword couldn't damage the Ghost Howl sword, it was enough to see the Pagoda sword penetrate the Ghost Howl sword. Su Yan didn't care if the 2 maids could see anything from the Pagoda sword. Now that the 2 maids were here to help him, Su Yan completely trusted them. With their help, Su Yan could see the Ghost Howl sword. Su Yan wholeheartedly rushed towards the bright spot, completely ignoring the black fog that was attacking him from the side. Chapter 168. Su Yan had absolute trust in the 2 Monster Palace maids. He didn't care about the lone soul black fog that was constantly attacking him. He looked at the faint light emitting from the barrier and focused all of his mind power on it. However, there were too many lone soul black fog in the 10,000 ghost seal. Even with the help of the 2 Monster Palace maids, there were still many lone soul black fog blocking Su Yan's path. Moreover, these lonely souls and black fog were much more powerful than the ones Su Yan and the others had faced earlier. They emitted a sinister and sharp whistling sound that shook people's hearts, causing their minds to involuntarily ripple. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was strong, so he wasn't confused by the lone soul black fog. However, the lone soul black fog that blocked Su Yan's path emitted a strong stench. In addition to the continuous attacks, it was still a big hindrance to Su Yan. Moreover, the lone soul black fog seemed to have intelligence. Seeing Su Yan's continuous attacks, several lone soul black fog instantly condensed into a giant ghost head. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed towards Su Yan. It was so fast that it was going to swallow Su Yan in an instant. Be careful. When the 2 Monster Palace maids saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They hurriedly warned him. Although the 2 of them wanted to help, there were too many lone soul black fog around them. The 2 of them couldn't help Su Yan at all. They could only worry in their hearts. It's either I succeed or I die trying today. However, when Su Yan saw the giant ghost head rushing towards him, his expression didn't change at all. His face was cold. He didn't care about the ghost head's attack. He used the technique in his body and stepped on the sword dragon. He didn't have any intention of stopping. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Su Yan wielded the pagoda sword and slammed it into the ghost head. A gust of chilly wind drifted in the surroundings, and countless lonely souls condensed on Su Yan's body. These lonely souls were like vampires, attaching themselves to Su Yan's body and constantly absorbing Su Yan's blood and spiritual power. At the same time, it brought about waves of boundless pain. Su Yan's entire face was twisted because of this. However, Su Yan did not make a single sound. His distorted expression returned to normal in an instant. He was still as cold as ever, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. The two maids in the monster palace looked at Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, they admired Su Yan even more. It could be said to be admiration, but at the same time, it could also be said to be veneration. At this time, they completely ignored the fact that Su Yan was only a saint with 3 bloodlines, and his strength was even lower than theirs. They only saw Su Yan's strength. That's right, he was strong. Perhaps Su Yan's strength was not as strong as his, but the tenacity and perseverance in his body made the two of them admire him. This was because the two of them had experienced the pain of the lonely souls attaching themselves to their bodies. Now that Su Yan's entire body was being sucked in by the lonely soul, how much pain would he have to endure? Just thinking about it made the two of them tremble uncontrollably, not to mention that Su Yan was currently enduring this pain. Su Yan endured the great pain on his body, and at the same time, the spiritual power in his body slowly disappeared. Soon, Su Yan felt a wave of fatigue attack him and his head fell into a daze. It was as if Su Yan relaxed a little, he would fall asleep. No, I can't admit defeat. I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept shouting in his heart, I can't die here, I can't. Su Yan shouted from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, the spiritual power of the 3 holy meridians burst out at the same time. One of them contained countless sword essences, while the other contained the immense heat of the heavenly fire. The other emitted a strong stench, which was highly poisonous spiritual power. When it burst out, it directly swept toward the lonely souls blocking in front of Su Yan. Not only that, the moment the spiritual power in the 3 bloodlines burst out at the same time, Su Yan shouted again, break. Around Su Yan in an instant several rays of light flashed, like lightning, directly exploding towards the black fog of lonely souls. Flying swords, yes, flying swords. 6 flying swords. That was the maximum number of flying swords that Su Yan could control. Not only that, but at the same time, Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted. The pagoda sword in his hand suddenly burst out a sharp light. The golden light flickered, and the sword whistled loudly as it attacked directly. Its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's entire body was like a gust of wind as he pounced forward. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. Su Yan used all of his moves in order to break the seal of 10,000 ghosts. Bang, bang, bang. Under Su Yan's all-out attack, the surrounding black fog of lonely souls was constantly being blasted apart. Black rays of light surged out, illuminating the entire area as if it was daytime. The 2 maids in the monster palace were completely shocked when they saw Su Yan launch so many attacks. Looking at the attacks that Su Yan launched, their faces were full of surprise. They even forgot to block the lonely souls that were constantly surging toward them. The 2 of them were celestial emperors. Their strength would always surpass Su Yan's, and they were confident that they could break through the ghost head just now with their own strength. But after that ghost head, what about the intense pain caused by the lonely souls being possessed by the black fog? And now there were so many attacks. Although they were celestial emperors, they knew that under such circumstances, they would definitely not launch so many attacks. They looked at Su Yan. In addition to admiration, there was more disbelief in their hearts. Normally, the 2 of them would not even spare a glance at a 3-line saint. However, he was able to launch so many attacks at this moment. Perhaps the 2 of them were confident that they could withstand these attacks. However, they knew that it was impossible for the 2 of them to launch so many attacks so fluently under such circumstances. Therefore, they were completely stunned, and they even forgot about the black fog that was constantly attacking them. Be careful. At that moment, a warning came from underground. The 2 maids in the monster palace only reacted when they arrived. They looked to the side and saw that the dense black fog of lonely souls had already drowned them. The 2 of them could not help but be shocked. They shouted and hurriedly tried to block it. Unfortunately, the black fog of lonely souls was too fast. In addition, they were already close to them. They could not resist at all. As long as the black fog of lonely souls came, they had no chance to escape. The 2 of them closed their eyes in fear, waiting for death to come. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, just as they were thinking about waiting for death, a series of explosions suddenly burst out around them. The black fog of lonely souls that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws all exploded at this moment. The continuous sound spread throughout the entire passage. The two maids who had escaped death looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. However, the two of them quickly reacted. Both of them could not help but smile excitedly. They even forgot their identities and shouted, "He did it, he did it!" At this moment, Chu Linger, who had just reminded the two of them to be careful, came in front of the two of them. After resting for a while, Chu Linger recovered a lot of physical strength and woke up. When she woke up, she saw the countless black fog of lonely souls rushing toward the two maids. She, who had a deep relationship with her maids, could not help but remind them in a panic. Now, she did not have time to care about the black fog of lonely souls that had suddenly disappeared. She stepped forward and looked at the two of them with concern, asking, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, are you okay?" We're okay. The two of them shook their heads. They could not hide the joy in their hearts and cheered, "Young Palace Master, he did it, he did it." Chu Linger had been unconscious the moment Su Yan appeared. However, in her mind, she vaguely remembered that at the moment when she was unconscious, someone seemed to have caught her. As for who caught her, she couldn't remember clearly. Hearing the two maids' words, she frowned slightly and asked, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, what did he do? Who is he?" When Sister Ping and Xiao Ju heard Chu Linger's words, they were slightly startled. They glanced at each other and laughed lightly. Then the two of them fought to be the first to tell Chu Linger about Su Yan's heroic actions and how he had saved them. How he broke the Thousand Ghost Seal formation. A saint from 3 branches broke the Thousand Ghost Seal formation. Chu Linger naturally did not believe the two maids' words. She looked at the two maids in confusion. The two female servants did not pay attention to Chu Linger's puzzled expression. They kept nodding and said, "Young Palace Master, it's like this. You didn't see how strong that person's explosive power was and how strong his endurance was." Chu Linger looked at the two of them who were like love-struck fools. She shook her head with a wry smile and asked, "Where is he?" Hearing Chu Linger's words, Sister Ping and Xiao Ju realized that the Thousand Ghost Seal formation had disappeared. Unfortunately, they did not see Su Yan. The two of them hurriedly looked around, but they could not find Su Yan. Where is he? Where is the young man? The two of them could not help but panic. At the same time, they blamed themselves. "It's our fault. We were too happy and did not pay attention to that young man." When Chu Linger heard their words, she knew that Su Yan was nowhere to be found. She frowned slightly. Although she did not believe that Su Yan, a saint from 3 branches, was so powerful, she still believed that someone had saved them after hearing Sister Ping and Xiao Ju's words. After all, Chu Linger knew very well that it was impossible for the 3 of them to break the Thousand Ghost Seal formation. Of course, they did not know that the reason why they could not break the Thousand Ghost Seal formation was not because they were weaker than Su Yan. The 3 of them were all emperors of heaven phase, while Su Yan was only a saint from 3 branches. No matter how powerful Su Yan was, he could not surpass emperors of heaven phase. The reason why they could not break the Thousand Ghost Seal formation was because they could not see the formation eye. Chapter 169. Of course, the reason why Su Yan was able to open the 10,000 Ghost Seal wasn't just because he could see the seal. It was more because of Su Yan's perseverance and calmness. How many people could remain unmoved under such great pain? Now that the 10,000 Ghost Seal had been opened, Su Yan had disappeared. Sister Ping and Xiao Ju had completely accepted Su Yan in their hearts. They didn't even know that there were some feelings in their hearts that had never sprouted before. When they thought of Su Yan, they secretly sprouted. Although the two of them were both female servants of the Supreme Demon Palace, their appearances were also 1 in a million. On their delicate and pretty faces, there was not a single flaw. Now that the two of them saw that Su Yan had disappeared, they couldn't help but panic. Chu Linger was also worried about Su Yan. However, because she didn't believe that Su Yan could be so powerful, she also didn't see Su Yan. She was still suspicious of Su Yan. Even though she was worried about Su Yan, she was still much calmer than the two maids. She looked around and said, "Sister Ping, Sister Ju, don't worry. This place isn't big. Let's look around." Okay. When the two maids heard Chu Linger's words, they suppressed the worry in their hearts and carefully searched the surroundings. Unfortunately, they searched again and still couldn't find Su Yan's figure. They even wanted to dig 3 feet into the ground. Where did he go? Where did he go? Xiao Ju and Sister Ping looked around. At this moment, their faces were like pear blossoms. If it weren't for the fact that they were usually strong, they would have cried out loud. Although Chu Linger didn't believe Su Yan, she also felt bad when she saw their sad faces. She frowned and looked around. This place is only so big. According to Sister Ju and Sister Ping, that person has already broken the 10,000 ghost seal formation. Where did that person go? Could it be? Chu Linger couldn't help but be startled. Looking at the two maids who were sad, she didn't dare to tell them this. She just sighed helplessly and shook her head. She was about to find a place to rest and prepare to go out. The moment she turned around, she saw something flickering in the void. Chu Linger looked at the flashing ground and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly shouted to the two maidservants, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, quickly look over there." Xiao Ju and Elder Sister Ping were still sad. When they heard Chu Linger's words, they came back to their senses. They looked at the flashing ground and immediately became wild with joy. They excitedly shouted, "Passage! That's a passage! That's right. It's a passage." Xiao Ju also echoed, "That must be a passage. That person must have gone out through the passage." Yes, he must have gone out. Elder Sister Ping also nodded. The sadness from before had also disappeared. When Chu Linger saw that the two of them had recovered, she smiled and said, "Elder Sister Ping, Elder Sister Ju, since that person has gone out, let's go out too." Yes. This time, the two of them didn't have the slightest objection. They nodded and the three of them went into the passage. But was it really a passage to the outside world? I succeeded. Did I succeed? Su Yin slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the pitch-black surroundings and muttered to himself, "Ha ha." At that moment, a mournful laughter floated in the air. This voice was frightening. Just the laughter alone made Su Yan's heart tremble. Su Yan couldn't help but tremble. He hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Who is it?" He instinctively tightened his grip on the Buddha sword. Unfortunately, the moment he broke the 10,000 ghost seal, he had used up all his spiritual qi. At that moment, it was difficult for Su Yan to stand up. Even the Buddha sword in his hand was trembling slightly. However, Su Yan's eyes were still filled with determination. He shouted, "Who? Who is it? Come out." "Ah, who? Who am I? I don't know who it is either." Just at this moment, a burst of laughter rang out, causing Su Yan's heart to tighten once again. However, this time he was no longer as flustered as before. He calmly looked at his surroundings. Other than the pitch-black darkness, he could not see anything else. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. He muttered softly, "Where is this? Didn't I break the 10,000 ghost seal?" As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the mournful laughter rang out. It was followed by a disdainful voice. "The 10,000 ghost seal? Kid, do you really think that a mere saint like you can break it?" "What? A mere saint can break it?" Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. His eyes were filled with confusion. He suddenly shuddered. Could it be that what I just broke wasn't the 10,000 ghost seal? After that, the disdainful voice rang out again. "Haha, you're dreaming if you think you can break the 10,000 ghost seal." Before Su Yan could react, the voice shouted again, "Kid, since you said you broke the 10,000 ghost seal, I'll show you what the real 10,000 ghost seal is." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a ghostly howl immediately rang out in the surroundings. The ghostly howl was much more mournful and sharp than the howls of the lonely souls that he had witnessed in the 10,000 ghost seal. It seemed to be omnipresent in his ears, sometimes near, sometimes far, and constantly changing. It was deeply rooted in his heart. Ah! Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he couldn't help but growl. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Unfortunately, no one answered Su Yan this time. Only the mournful laughter answered him. At the same time, the ghostly howl did not stop. It was sometimes far, sometimes near, and constantly reverberated in Su Yan's ears. The ghostly howl was like countless sharp swords that pierced into his heart. Under the torment of the ghostly howl, Su Yan growled again. He felt that the qi and blood in his body were about to flow in reverse. "No, I can't." Su Yan felt the qi and blood in his body churning. However, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He kept shouting, "No, I can't be confused by this. I can't be bothered by this. I have to calm down, calm down." Bang! Su Yan murmured in his heart as he sat down cross-legged. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture began to circulate in his body. He turned a deaf ear to the ghostly howls as he continuously chanted the incantation of the cultivation technique in his heart. As Su Yan activated the cultivation technique, although there was no spiritual qi in his body, Su Yan slowly calmed down amidst the ghostly howls. The moment Su Yan calmed down, that laughter sounded again. "Not bad, not bad. You can actually withstand my 10,000 wailing ghosts. With such a mind, if you are allowed to mature, you will definitely achieve great things in the future." TSK, what a pity. You shouldn't have entered the 10,000 ghost cave. So what if you have a strong mind? You still can't escape death. Ah. Haha. As that mournful laughter echoed, a sinister wind suddenly blew in the surroundings. Countless ghostly auras were emitted from the surroundings. Before they even got close to Su Yan already felt a sense of eeriness. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. His mind was spinning rapidly. This place is so strange, and this person kept saying that he didn't pass the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. Could this be? Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble. If what he just passed was not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, then what was it? If that wasn't the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation was already so powerful, then what would the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation be like? As Su Yan thought about it, his heart couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he felt the sinister wind constantly blowing in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed and his heart was as firm as a rock. He shouted, "No, I can't just give in like this. Even if this is the real 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, so what? Su Yan will still break it." As he spoke, Su Yan quickly activated the cultivation technique in his body. At the same time, another crack appeared in the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The sinister wind and ghostly aura from the surroundings instantly flowed in. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Before he saw the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, Su Yan felt a force calling out to him in his body. At that time, Su Yan felt that this was the location of his fourth Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan reached the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, this force disappeared. Su Yan had not used his cultivation technique to absorb it when he was dealing with the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation outside. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to. It was because Su Yan couldn't feel the presence of any aura. Now that the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was activated, Su Yan immediately felt the presence of that aura. Su Yan was overjoyed. In an instant, he activated the cultivation method in his body and circulated it at an even faster speed. He continuously absorbed the ghost chi from the surroundings. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan's fourth Saint vein was created in his meridians. What's going on? While Su Yan was absorbing the ghost chi that was emitted from his surroundings, the unceasing laughter also came to a stop. What replaced it was a shocked expression. What is going on? How is this brat able to absorb my ghostly chi? Could it be? As the laughter echoed in the air, it immediately turned into shock. Hearing the laughter turn into shock, Su Yan was secretly delighted, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body circulated even faster. However, before Su Yan could feel proud, the arrogant laughter sounded again. Haha, I understand, the heavens are really helping me. It's actually a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha. Ha, 5,000 years, this emperor has been here for 5,000 years, unable to see the light of day again. Now, I actually found a cultivation technique that can convert different substances, ha ha ha, just this one person is enough to make up for my 1,000 years of absorption. Chapter 170. Fourth Saint Meridian. Fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips greedily as an indescribable excitement surfaced on his face. As long as he could successfully convert the ghost chi into his own spiritual energy, he would be able to advance to a fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan clearly remembered that he had only been in the 10,000 Ghosts cave for slightly more than 10 days. To jump 3 levels in such a short period of time, even Su Yan himself felt that this cultivation speed was somewhat monstrous. Kit, have you absorbed enough? Just as Su Yan was immersed in the excitement of his impending breakthrough, that shrill and somewhat chilling laughter sounded again. What? Su Yan couldn't help but be taken aback when he heard that. At that moment, bang, with a loud bang, a huge black boulder instantly attacked Su Yan. The huge black boulder was so fast that it swept over like a wave, accompanied by a powerful airflow. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked as his pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, a red light leaped out. Although the huge black boulder was slightly slower, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he quickly swept back. He narrowly avoided the attack of the huge black boulder. Unfortunately, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a sweet taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. At the same time, Su Yan also coughed violently. Su Yan had already exhausted all the spiritual energy in his body when dealing with the so-called 10,000 Ghost Seal formation. Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the Ghost Chi to advance to the 4th Saint Meridian in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the sudden appearance of the huge black boulder made Su Yan unable to dodge in time. The circulating cultivation method in his body was deeply suppressed, and the ghost chi that had just surged in also caused a backlash to Su Yan at this moment. This time Su Yan could be said to be heavily injured. If it wasn't for Su Yan's astonishing willpower, he would have fainted long ago. So powerful. Now that I've exhausted the spiritual chi in my body, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape death today. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black surroundings and frowned. At the same time, the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body circulated rapidly. He tried to recover some of his spiritual energy. Unfortunately, before Su Yan could recover a trace of spiritual energy in his body, a loud bang rang out, and another black boulder attacked Su Yan. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Although the black boulder's speed had decreased a lot, Su Yan hurriedly tried to avoid it. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body, so Su Yan couldn't help but fall to the ground. All he could do was watch as the black boulder flew towards him. Bang! At this moment, a strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out. Two figures in white appeared in front of Su Yan and blocked the black boulder. The two people were none other than the two maids, Xiaoju and Sister Ping. Su Yan originally thought that he was going to die here today, but when he saw the two maids, he couldn't help but feel happy. He got up and cupped his hands towards the two of them. Many thanks to seniors for saving my life. When the two maids saw Su Yan break the fake 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, they had an indescribable feeling for Su Yan. Now that they saw Su Yan again, the two of them only felt joy in their hearts. Hearing Su Yan say this, the two of them couldn't help but laugh. Junior, you're too polite. If you didn't break the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, I'm afraid that we would have already lost our lives there. Hearing the two maids mention the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Looking at the two's happy expressions, he shook his head and said, Seniors, the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. What? When the two maids heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Not only them, but Chu Linger, who had followed them, was also stunned when she heard Su Yan's words. You're saying that the one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation? Chu Linger was the first to react and asked Su Yan. Yes. Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's deep eyes and nodded cautiously. The one outside is not the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation, it is here. What? The three of them once again fell into a state of confusion. At the same time they asked in astonishment, How is this possible? Haha, ignorant child, why is it impossible? If my 10,000 ghost cave could be broken through with the strength of the few of you, how could this 10,000 ghost cave be called the 10,000 ghost cave? Just as the three of them were at a loss, that mournful laughter resounded in the darkness. Hearing this laughter, Chu Linger and the two maids were like Su Yan the first time. They jumped up and shouted, Who are you? Come out. Unfortunately, that voice didn't appear at all this time. Only the sound of turbulence constantly resounded in the surroundings. When Su Yan heard the turbulence, he hurriedly reminded them, Everyone be careful. This place is extremely strange. Chu Linger and the two maids were well-known figures in the Monster Palace. Naturally, they were aware of everything around them. The moment the turbulence sounded, the three of them took out their respective weapons. At the same time, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged in an instant. Aha, the 10,000 ghost cave hasn't been so lively in a long time. Today I'll let you ignorant juniors experience the power of the 10,000 ghost ceiling formation. At this time that voice resounded again. Bang! The moment the voice fell, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the side. Countless shiny black boulders attacked in all directions, rolling up a gust of wind. The speed was as fierce as the waves of the East Sea. Chu Linger and the other two maids couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy and retreated. Su Yan also frowned and wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, he lacked spiritual energy in his body and couldn't resist in time. He could only watch as the shiny black boulders rushed over. He gritted his teeth and secretly hated the fact that he didn't have spiritual energy in his body. Still can't escape? Su Yan's heart was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Bang! Just when Su Yan thought that he was going to die, a figure suddenly flashed and hit the shiny black boulder with a palm. Puff! A loud explosion burst out and suddenly a burst of bright light was emitted, illuminating the dark curtain as if it was daytime. Puchi! At the same time, blood spurted out and spread in the void. A white-clothed figure was hit by the shiny black boulder and was sent flying. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping saw this scene and shouted in trembling voices. Su Yan was also stunned when he saw this scene. The moment he saw the white-clothed figure flying out, it was as if the whole world had stopped. Of course, he was more surprised in his heart. This person is a stranger to me but, Su Yan wanted to say something but he didn't know how to say it. His voice was choked with sobs. Although his body lacked spiritual energy, he still forced himself to walk toward the white-clothed figure. Why? Su Yan slowly picked up Little Ju who was on the ground and his eyes were full of tears. Little Ju wanted to say something but unfortunately before she could say anything, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Sister Ju, don't say anything, don't say anything. Chu Linger's face was also full of tears. She held Little Ju's hand and choked with sobs. Sister Ju, don't say anything, I will save you, I will save you. Young Palace Master, it's useless. Xiao Ju shook her head and looked at Su Yan. Her eyes were filled with gentleness as she asked, You haven't told me your name? After Little Ju said this, another mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Her pupils suddenly shrank and she died. Little Ju. Sister Ju. Chu Linger and Sister Ping both burst into tears. Su Yan also felt like his heart was being pierced by a knife. He hugged Little Ju's body and whispered, My name is Su Yan, Su as in awakening, Yan as in flame. Ah! At that moment the shrill laughter came again. Ignorant children will always be ignorant children. A mere Emperor Tianxiang wants to stop my onyx soul boulder? Who are you? Come out, come out. This voice reverberated through the air, instantly enraging the sorrowful ones. Chu Linger stood at the front and saw the darkness. She shouted, come out, I will kill you. Sister Ping also shouted crazily, come out, I will kill you today. Only Su Yan remained calm. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't sad. It was that Su Yan knew that it was useless to be sad. What he needed to do now was to recover his spirit energy. Only then would he have a chance to fight. While Su Yan was channeling his cultivation method, he held the scarlet fire sword box in his hand. Countless sword intents came out and turned into spirit energy that entered Su Yan's body. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and didn't know that Su Yan was recovering his spirit energy. She thought that Su Yan wasn't moved. She was already sad because of Little Ju's death, so when she saw Su Yan's appearance she couldn't help but angrily scold, You heartless person, Sister Ju died for you, aren't you angry? Su Yan didn't say anything and just quickly channeled his cultivation method. When Sister Ping saw Su Yan's appearance she seemed to understand something. She hurriedly stopped Chu Linger who was about to attack Su Yan and said, Young Palace Master, don't. Su Yan used too much spirit energy to break the formation. He is recovering his spirit energy now. Recovering spirit energy. Although Chu Linger was angry, she wasn't an unreasonable person. When she heard Sister Ping's words, she suppressed the anger in her heart. She looked at the darkness and shouted, Who the hell are you? Quickly come out and see this Palace Master. Haha, Palace Master, interesting. When that mournful voice heard Chu Linger's words, it started laughing loudly again, infuriating Chu Linger. Sister Ping was also furious but she was careful. She looked at Su Yan and slowly said, Su Yan, recover your strength. I will block everything for you. Chapter 171. Haha, a bunch of scoundrels actually want to see this emperor? What a joke. Mournful laughter once again floated in the air, followed by a shower of rocks. That's right, it was a shower of rocks. Countless huge rocks pierced through the darkness, directly exploding on top of Su Yan, Sister Ping and Chu Linger's heads. They were so densely packed that there was simply no way to block them. The three of them couldn't help but frown. Break! Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her body exploded. She waved the magic weapon in her hands, and with a flash of light she blocked all the rocks. Chu Linger's speed was not slow either. The moment her spirit chi surged, she struck out with one hand. In an instant, a powerful spirit chi burst out and whirled up. The surrounding stone rain was moved away by this whirling force. Only Su Yan remained unmoved, and worked hard to absorb the sword intent in the red parting sword case to quickly recover his spirit energy. It wasn't that Su Yan didn't want to stop it, but that Su Yan knew that only by recovering his spirit energy would he have a chance to escape. Of course, Su Yan wasn't doing nothing. Looking at the falling rocks, the blood dragon pupil quickly rotated, and the falling rocks slowed down. Faster. Su Yan urged himself in his heart, and the great sun-colored glaze sword sutra was also activated to the extreme. As long as he recovered his spirit energy, there was nothing to be afraid of. Unfortunately, even with the sword intent emitted by the 10,000 spirit swords in the red parting sword case, Su Yan's spirit energy was still unable to recover quickly. Moreover, the falling rocks were too fast. Even with the blood dragon pupil slowing them down, he still couldn't make it in time. Su Yan, be careful. At this moment, Sister Ping shouted, and the spirit energy in her hand instantly flew out, directly towards Su Yan's head. At the moment the magic tool flew out, a majestic spiritual energy burst out. In an instant, a ray of light flashed, blocking the rain of stones that were about to fall on Su Yan's body. Immediately after, Sister Ping's body also landed beside Su Yan. She stood in front of Su Yan protecting him. Her entire body emitted a faint purple light. The strength of a celestial emperor burst forth at this moment. Under her efforts, the rain of stones was swept away. A disdainful smile flashed across Sister Ping's cold face. She looked at the black screen and shouted, "You're just SOSO." Before Sister Ping could finish speaking, a huge black hand suddenly appeared from the darkness. The black hand passed through Sister Ping's body. In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Sister Ping. When Chu Linger saw that, her pupils immediately shrank. As she moved her feet, she hurriedly rushed towards Sister Ping, wanting to help her. But the giant black hand was too fast. After it passed through Sister Ping's body, it quickly pulled away and disappeared into the darkness. The moment it quickly pulled away, Sister Ping's entire body trembled. Ah! The immense pain of having her body penetrated immediately spread throughout Sister Ping's body. In an instant, Sister Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. Her entire body went limp on the ground. Sister Ping. Chu Linger went forward to catch Sister Ping. Her face was filled with tears. Sister Ping, you can't die. You can't die. Young Palace Master, I won't be able to accompany you in the future. Sister Ping gasped for breath and weakly said to Chu Linger. At this moment, Su Yan also recovered his spirit energy. He walked over and looked at Sister Ping. A surge of anger surged in his heart. Su Yan. Sister Ping turned her head to look at Su Yan. I'm here. When Su Yan saw Sister Ping's appearance, his heart ached. He hurriedly walked to her side and said, Sister Ping, I'm here. What do you want to say? Su Yan, take the young palace master out for me. Sister Ping held back her last breath and said to Su Yan. Su Yan nodded without hesitation. He held Sister Ping's hand and said, Sister Ping, don't worry. I will definitely take the young palace master out. When Sister Ping heard Su Yan's words, a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Her head tilted. A generation of Emperor Tianxiang had fallen. Sister Ping. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping's body and cried loudly. Su Yan looked at Sister Ping's body. He also felt a burst of sadness in his heart. Although Su Yan had only just met them today, they had experienced life and death together. They had also faced all these dangers together. The trust from fighting side by side had long connected their hearts together. Looking at Sister Ping, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. Only his heart shook with endless pain. Of course, more than that, it was anger. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan activated the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body. Suddenly, a burst of powerful spiritual energy erupted. He angrily shouted toward the darkness, Come out, I don't care who you are. Come out for me. Ha, you recovered your spiritual energy so quickly. Not bad, not bad. No matter how Su Yan shouted, he still could not see anything in the darkness. There was only that mournful laughter. It sounded again in the darkness. Not bad is not bad. Unfortunately, you will die here in the end. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the giant black hand that had appeared earlier once again tore through the darkness and charged towards Su Yan's body. The huge black hand was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The moment it cut through the darkness, it was as if everything in the surroundings had sunk into a dead silence. There was even a faint chill. This time the furious Su Yan did not have any fear. Looking at the black hand, his eyes flashed. He shouted, It's like this again. Let's see how strong you are. Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body surged. His body rushed out, holding the pagoda sword in his hand. He did not dodge but rushed toward the huge black hand. The huge black hand was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan was not slow. His body surged like a running cheetah. His eyes were like torches as he slashed down with his sword. Suddenly, the sound of the sword reverberated. The sword flashed like a swift dragon and slashed toward the black hand. Break! Su Yan shouted loudly as he slashed his sword towards the black hand. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The moment the pagoda sword slashed down, a powerful wave of energy surged out. Su Yan's body involuntarily trembled as he was greatly alarmed. Bang! At the same time he was sent flying. Puchi! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. What a powerful force! Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the huge black hand. He slowly regained his composure. Of course, the anger in his heart was still there. However, his calmness told Su Yan that if he lost his mind in this situation, he would not have the chance to walk out. Only by calming down would he have the slightest chance. After the gigantic black hand attacked Su Yan, it disappeared as well. The entire black screen regained its tranquility, as if there was no danger at all. Only the cold intent that constantly spread in the surroundings indicated that this was an extremely dangerous place. Chu Linger hugged Sister Ping and cried for a while. She slowly recovered. There was not a single trace of expression on her handsome face. Her clear eyes were emitting killing intent, venting the anger in her heart. Su Yan also looked around coldly. His mind was spinning quickly, trying to find a way to break out of this place. Unfortunately, the surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see anything at all. Moreover, there were dangers lurking everywhere. They were constantly changing. It was impossible to see through the mystery of this place. If this is really the 10,000 Ghost Ceiling formation, then there must be a way to break the formation. However, this place is pitch black and I can't see anything at all. How can I find the eye of the formation? Su Yan looked at the pitch black surroundings and couldn't help but frown. Not only her, but Chu Linger was also frowning. Bang! At this moment, a sound exploded again. In the darkness, countless huge black swords attacked Su Yan and Chu Linger. Because of his blood dragon pupil, Su Yan could see more clearly in the darkness than Chu Linger. When he saw the countless huge swords rushing toward them, he hurriedly warned, "Be careful." After Su Yan said this, he realized how unnecessary his warning was. Although Chu Linger did not have Su Yan's blood dragon pupil, she was the Emperor of Heaven. She was much stronger than Su Yan. The moment the huge swords appeared, the spiritual energy in Chu Linger's body exploded. She jumped up and dodged the huge flying swords. Although Su Yan's strength was inferior to Chu Linger's, his speed was not the slightest bit slow because he possessed the blood dragon eyes. With a sweep of his body he dodged the huge flying sword. The speed at which the flying swords appeared was too fast. If it were not for their reaction speed they would not have been able to dodge at all. Now that they dodged, the two breathed a sigh of relief. But before the two could catch their breath, bang! Another loud sound rang out. Countless flying swords condensed in the darkness and flew toward the two like a rain of swords. The two of them frowned, but there was no trace of panic on their faces. Instead, their expressions became even colder. Looking at the flying swords that appeared, they quickly circulated their cultivation techniques and a majestic spiritual energy burst out. Bang! Bang! The moment the flying swords attacked, the two moved. Su Yan used his blood dragon pupil to continuously dodge. Chu Linger was not only stronger than Su Yan, but she was also able to fight against the huge black flying swords while dodging. Unfortunately, there were too many flying swords. After blocking one, another one would come. It was like a rain of swords. Even though the two of them were the best of the best among martial artists, unfortunately, under such a fierce attack they still suffered different injuries. Su Yan in particular, was only a 3 bloodline saint. Under the rain of swords, the white robe on his body was still torn. His body was also bleeding in many places. He was in a very sorry state. Chapter 172. Fortunately, this sword rain lasted for a while before it finally ended. Su Yan and Chu Linger both breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, the shrill voice that made the two of them angry once again sounded. "After playing for so long, I believe you two are tired. Let's end it. Let's end it." These were originally very calm words. However, the moment those words left his mouth, Chu Linger and Su Yan both felt a chill pressing down on them. Their entire bodies began to tremble because of those words. In the darkness, an invisible pressure was pressing down on them. The two of them both felt as if their bodies were imprisoned in place. A sense of fear gushed out from their hearts. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The two of their pupils instantly widened. What the hell is going on? The two of them were both shocked and stuck to the ground in a daze. Bang! At this moment, the huge black hand instantly appeared and directly attacked Chu Linger. "Be careful." The moment Su Yan saw the huge black hand appear, he hurriedly shouted to Chu Linger. Unfortunately, Chu Linger seemed to be stunned. She did not move at all and did not react at all. Su Yan was anxious and wanted to go forward to save her. Unfortunately, he also seemed to be imprisoned in place and could not move at all. Looking at Chu Linger's beautiful face, looking at her pair of clear and charming eyes, looking at her graceful body, Su Yan did not know why but a strong desire to protect her welled up in his heart. This was different from the promise Su Yan made to Sister Ping. This desire to protect her welled up from the bottom of his heart. And if that black hand passed through her body, no matter how enchanting she was, no matter how moving she was, she would be destroyed and everything would end. No, don't. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought. He looked at the huge black hand that was getting closer and closer. Don't. Su Yan roared in his heart. As the great sun-colored glaze swordplay circulated within his body, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Without thinking, Su Yan rushed toward Chu Linger. He directly pushed Chu Linger out. That huge black hand directly pierced through Su Yan's chest. Which, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. No. At this time, Chu Linger also recovered her ability to move. Seeing the scene of Su Yan being pierced by the huge black hand, a burst of sadness welled up in her body. Her figure flashed and hurriedly flew over to catch Su Yan. Looking at the dying Su Yan, she asked, Why? Su Yan looked at Chu Linger's beautiful face and smiled. Before he could explain anything, he fainted. Seeing that Su Yan had fainted, Chu Linger's eyes burst into tears again. She originally did not have any feelings for Su Yan. After all, in her eyes, Su Yan was just a stranger. Not only that, Chu Linger even hated Su Yan a little, because her servant Xiaoju had died to save Su Yan. But now, Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's handsome face and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She cried, Why did you save me? What? I'm not familiar with you. What? While Chu Linger was still grieving. In the darkness there was a whistling sound again. The invisible giant black hand appeared again and attacked Chu Linger. Chu Linger felt it, but she did not move. It was not that she could not move. The moment Su Yan pushed her away, she recovered. But she did not want to move, because she knew that it was too strong. Even if she dodged it, she would not be able to escape death in the end. Moreover, seeing Xiaoju, Sister Ping, and Su Yan fall in front of her one after another was a huge blow to her heart. She did not want to move. Let the giant black hand attack her. If she died here, all the sadness would come to an end. Ha ha ha, it's over. It's all over. The harvest this time is really big, really big. The moment the black hand moved, the shrill laughter sounded again. There was a trace of excitement and joy in the laughter. As long as I absorb your bodies and a few more, I will be able to leave. I, the great demon king, will be able to see the light of day again. Ha ha. Laughter rang out, echoing continuously in the darkness. But to Chu Linger all of this was meaningless. Because everything was about to end. Seeing the black hand getting closer and closer, Chu Linger even showed a gentle smile on her face. She opened her hands and waited for the black hand to pass through her body. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy gushed out from the ground. This ray of spirit chi surpassed all of the others. When it appeared, it was as if everything around it was illuminated, and everything began to tremble along with it. Whoosh! Suddenly a figure blocked in front of Chu Linger. With a wave of his hand, the giant black hand was shattered. Mother! When Chu Linger saw the person who appeared, she could not help but be stunned. Hearing Chu Linger's words, the person who appeared had a face that was very similar to Chu Linger. However, there was no trace of expression on his face. He just looked at Chu Linger and said, Let's go. At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of the two of them. Seeing this light screen, Chu Linger suddenly came to her senses. She picked up Su Yan on the ground and walked into the darkness. The realm of circumference. When the giant black hand was destroyed, the laughter stopped abruptly. Then it turned into a voice that said, Since you've come, don't think about leaving. As soon as he said those words, Yi Zichen nodded. Suddenly, a strong pressure burst out from the surroundings. Pucci. In just a moment, Chu Linger felt her whole body shake. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. The person who appeared was also shocked. He pulled Chu Linger and shouted, Let's go. With a push, Chu Linger and Su Yan were both pushed out of the light screen and disappeared. Only Chu Linger's mother, Princess Chu, was left inside. Looking at the huge darkness, she frowned. Her hands moved and a powerful spiritual power surged out and hit the surroundings. Humph, you want to stop me with just the realm of circumference? The Demon King's voice sounded again. At the same time, a huge black hand fell from the sky and directly hit Princess Chu. Pucci, even the powerful Princess Chu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the Princess Chu did not give up because of this. Her hands continued to move. Suddenly, her eyes turned cold and she shouted, Supreme Demon Secret Technique, break! Suddenly, a huge force surged up. Lightning flashed, and the entire darkness was illuminated by this force as if it was daytime. A huge explosion followed. Countless explosions could be heard. The Princess Chu also followed out of the light screen. Only the Demon King's angry roar was left in the darkness. Monster Palace, it's actually the Monster Palace. You dare to ruin my good business. Wait until I, the Demon King, get out, I will definitely destroy your Monster Palace. No matter how the Demon King shouted, it was a pity that his voice could only stay in the Myriad Ghost Cave. The East Sea was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. However, the Monster Palace was located on an island in the East Sea. Although it was called an island, this island was larger than the hidden demon region. On this island, the brilliant crystal walls of the building emitted a bright light under the scorching sun. This was the Monster Palace's main hall. The Monster Palace was located. In the main hall of this palace, a crystal bead was constantly rotating, emitting a bright light. The light curled up, illuminating the already brilliant main hall of the Monster Palace, making it even more brilliant and beautiful. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound burst out from the crystal bead. 3 figures jumped out and fell to the ground. These 3 people were none other than Su Yan, Chu Linger, and the Princess Chu. Puchi, as soon as the Princess Chu came out, she did not sit down. A mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Chu Linger was shocked and hurried forward. Mother! The Princess Chu waved her hand and sat down cross-legged. She operated her cultivation method and healed herself for a while. Her pale face slowly recovered a bit of color. She opened her eyes and looked at Chu Linger angrily. Who allowed you to enter the Myriad Ghost Cave without permission? Chu Linger was checking on Su Yan's injuries. When she was reprimanded by the Princess Chu, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She looked at her mother and said with an aggrieved face, I heard you say you needed the Myriad Ghost Soul Pearl, so I wanted to get it for you. Nonsense. The Princess Chu shouted again, if the Myriad Ghost Soul Pearl was so easy to get, would I need to worry about it? Even I don't dare to enter the Myriad Ghost Cave. You, a mere Tianxiang Emperor, dare to enter? You're courting death. Hearing Chu Wangfei's words, Chu Linger felt a wave of sorrow. Thinking of how her stubbornness had caused the deaths of her 2 servants, she felt even sadder. She immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground saying, Mother, I was foolish and ignorant. I trespassed into the 10,000 Ghost Cave and caused the deaths of Sister Xiaoju and Sister Ping. Please punish me. Sigh. The Princess Chu saw Chu Linger's sad appearance and her heart softened. She sighed and said, Forget it. Stand up. Xiaoju and Xiaoping have already died. It's useless to be sad. When the 2 servants were mentioned, Chu Linger became even sadder. She kept crying. The Princess Chu kept shaking her head. Only now did she notice Su Yan. She looked at him and frowned. Who is this person? Why is he in the Myriad Ghost Cave? This person. Chapter 173. Because Su Yan had risked his life to save Chu Linger at the last moment, her opinion of Su Yan had changed slightly. When she talked about Su Yan, her evaluation of him was naturally quite high. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Princess of Chu frowned slightly, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. A saint with 3 bloodlines. If he can really erupt with such powerful strength, he can be considered an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Yes. Chu Linger nodded repeatedly when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan and pleaded, Mother, he was injured because of me. I hope you can save him. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's pierced heart and frowned slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Linger's words, she glanced at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. Since this boy risked his life to save him as your mother, I will naturally save him. Unfortunately, this boy's heart has been pierced. Even a golden immortal may not be able to save him. What can I do? When Chu Linger heard that even her mother could not save Su Yan, the tears in her eyes instantly fell. She walked up to Su Yan and cried bitterly when she saw Su Yan's pierced chest. In fact, Chu Linger had long known that Su Yan would not survive. After all, no matter who it was, no matter how powerful a person was, once their heart was pierced, they would definitely die. It was just that Chu Linger was unwilling to believe it. Moreover, because the Princess of Chu had always been an omnipotent existence in Chu Linger's heart, Chu Linger was also willing to believe that her mother would give her a miracle. Now that she heard her mother say so, she felt sad. Only then did the sadness in her heart rise. She hugged Su Yan's body and cried loudly. Yes, her relationship with Su Yan was not as deep as her relationship with Sister Ping and Xiaoju. However, when she thought about how Su Yan had died for her, she clearly remembered that Su Yan had risked his life to save her at the last moment. His calm and handsome face. That smile was deeply imprinted in Chu Linger's mind, and she could not forget it. The guilt in her heart was indescribable. Now that she saw Su Yan's body in front of her, how could she not be sad? The Princess of Chu felt sad when she saw her daughter's sad expression, especially after hearing Chu Linger's description of Su Yan's heroic performance in 10,000 Ghosts Cave. She also had some expectations for Su Yan. She also wanted to let Su Yan come back to life and see how strong Su Yan was. After all, it was enough to surprise anyone that a 3-bloodline saint could unleash such a powerful attack. Unfortunately, death was the end. Whether it was sadness, doubt, or reluctance in the face of death, it was difficult to defy the heavens. Linger, since this boy died for you, he also wanted you to live well. You don't have to be sad. You have to live well and work hard to become stronger so that you can comfort his soul. The Princess of Chu persuaded Chu Linger when she saw how sad Chu Linger was. She was most worried that this matter would leave a fetter in Chu Linger's heart. If that was the case, Chu Linger's cultivation would not improve in the future. Chu Linger nodded when she heard the Princess of Chu's words. She looked at Su Yan's body and his eyes that were still open. She reached out to close his eyes and muttered to herself, "Su Yan, don't worry. One day I will definitely return to 10,000 Ghosts Cave and break the 10,000 Ghost Seal formation to avenge you." With that, Chu Linger closed Su Yan's eyes. The moment Su Yan's hand touched Su Yan's nose, Chu Linger's entire body shook. Her eyes widened and she shouted emotionally, "Mother, this Su Yan is still breathing. He's still breathing." What? The Princess of Chu was stunned. She immediately shook her head and said, "Impossible. This person's heart was pierced. He is definitely dead. How can he still be breathing?" "It's true. It's true." Chu Linger saw that her mother did not believe her and shouted emotionally, "Sigh." When the Princess of Chu saw Chu Linger's reaction, she thought that Chu Linger had not walked out of the fetter in her heart. She sighed helplessly. However, when she saw her daughter's emotional appearance, she could not bear to let her continue like this. She slowly walked forward and reached out to feel Su Yan's pulse. When she touched him, the Princess of Chu was also shocked. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. This person's heart was also pierced. How can he still have a pulse?" "Mother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you." Chu Linger saw the Princess of Chu's expression and said emotionally, "Yes." Compared to Chu Linger's excitement, the Princess of Chu was much calmer. She was more surprised and puzzled now. She nodded slightly and a moment later, her divine sense surged out and penetrated Su Yan's body. When the divine sense swam through Su Yan's heart, the Princess of Chu immediately understood, so someone is protecting his heart. The moment Chu Wangfei understood, she fell into a state of confusion at the same time. This person was able to emit spirit chi to protect his heart meridian at the last moment. How strong is this person? And there doesn't seem to be anyone else in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Who was it that protected his heart meridian? Could it be this person himself? The Princess of Chu immediately rejected this idea. This method of protecting his heart and the density of the spiritual energy is definitely not something a 3-meridian saint can do. There must be someone else. As the Princess of Chu thought, her divine sense swam through Su Yan's body again to observe the situation in Su Yan's body. Her frown deepened. This person's 3 saint meridians are actually different. How can it be so strange? Just as the Princess of Chu's divine sense swam through Su Yan's dantian, the Princess of Chu's mind shook. She hurriedly withdrew her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She looked at Su Yan in surprise. "What is this majestic power?" The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's body and frowned. This person is actually so mysterious. Just who is he? Chu Linger did not know that the Princess of Chu had so many doubts. She only asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu constantly frowning, "Mother, how is it? Can Su Yan be saved?" "He can be saved, but what?" Chu Linger asked anxiously when she saw the Princess of Chu's hesitation. The Princess of Chu sighed inside when she saw how anxious her daughter was. Should I save him or not? If there were no secrets in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu would definitely save Su Yan without hesitation. However, because of the strange existence in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu hesitated. Moreover, she agreed with what Chu Linger said. After observing the situation in Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu believed a lot more. Such a person must be a monstrous existence and his identity is unknown. If we save him, he will not be able to contribute to the Monster Palace in the future. He will definitely be a scourge. As the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally knew that since a genius could not be used by her, the best way was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. She was the Palace Master of the Monster Palace. Originally, she did not have to fear a small three-bloodline saint like Su Yan. However, the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's body made the Princess of Chu feel a sense of fear. "Mother, what's the matter? Say something." Chu Linger did not know what the Princess of Chu was thinking. She looked at the huge wound on Su Yan's chest and asked anxiously. The Princess of Chu looked at Chu Linger's innocent look and the pear blossoms in her eyes. The Princess of Chu could not bear to see her like this. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this child is only a saint now. He is also under my control. I'll save him first and see what happens." The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan before turning around. She gently stroked Chu Linger's hair and said, Don't worry. With mother here he won't die." That's great, that's great." Hearing her mother's affirmative answer, Chu Linger was as happy as a child. She jumped up and down in the palace. In fact, Chu Linger was really just a child. After all, she had just turned 18 and was still in the prime of her life. Seeing how happy her daughter was, Chu Wangfei's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed. However, she didn't tell Chu Linger about the worry in her heart. What a pitiful parent's heart. Since the Princess of Chu had decided to save Su Yan, she did not delay. She took out some holy healing medicine from her storage ring and fed it to Su Yan. A wisp of spiritual energy surged out of her palm and entered Su Yan's body. The moment the spiritual energy surged, fresh flesh grew on Su Yan's chest at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Linger watched this scene without blinking. When she saw the Princess of Chu withdraw her hand, she asked, "Mother, is it done?" "Is he done?" Chu Wangfei wiped the sweat off her forehead and nodded. She looked tired. With her strength, healing this kind of injury should not have been enough to tire her out, but because of what had happened in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. However, in the Ghost Cave, the Princess of Chu was also heavily injured. Thinking about that final attack, the Princess of Chu still felt a lingering fear. She muttered in her heart, "The demon in the Ghost Cave has already grown to such a degree. I wonder when he will break through the Ghost Seal. When that time comes, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again." Of course, the Princess of Chu did not say these thoughts to Chu Linger. After all, to her, Chu Linger's age and Chu Linger's strength were not enough to know these things. Chu Linger stared at Su Yan. After a long time, she did not see Su Yan wake up. She could not help but frown and ask the Princess of Chu, "Mother, why hasn't he woken up yet?" "Silly Linger, how could it be so fast?" Hearing her daughter's words, the Princess of Chu could not help but smile. "Linger, go rest first. In 3 days you will naturally see him wake up." "Oh." Chu Linger originally thought that Su Yan would wake up immediately. When she heard her mother's words, she could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, this trip to the Ghost Cave had truly tired her out. Whether it was her mind or body, they were both exhausted to the extreme. Hearing her mother say this, she did not stay any longer and followed her out of the palace. Su Yan and the Princess of Chu were left behind. The Princess of Chu watched Chu Linger leave. When she looked at Su Yan and the white water chestnut on Su Yan's head, she frowned again. This child's water chestnut. Could it be that he is also a descendant of my monstrous beast? But why is there no monstrous beast bloodline in his body? Chapter 174. 3 days seemed to pass slowly, but it also passed quickly. Su Yan was arranged to stay in an independent disciple's room in the Monster Palace. He slowly woke up during Chu Linger's daily visits. Awake, awake. Chu Linger saw that Su Yan had woken up, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. The young man standing next to her looked at Chu Linger's happy appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face, but it quickly dissipated. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Junior sister, the palace master has said that he will wake up in 3 days, so he will definitely wake up in 3 days." Chu Linger nodded, and her eyes never left Su Yan. This made the young man's face flash with a displeased expression, but Chu Linger had been staring at Su Yan, so she didn't notice. However, Chu Linger didn't notice, but Su Yan saw it clearly. The moment Su Yan opened his eyes, he saw the young man's gloomy face. In a daze, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around, frowned, and asked, "Where is this?" "The Monster Palace." Chu Linger saw Su Yan speak and immediately replied, "Su Yan, we are safe. My mother saved us." "Your mother?" Su Yan furrowed his brows again. He could still remember the last moment when the gigantic black hand pierced through his heart and the shadow of death pounced on him. At that time, Su Yan felt that he was going to die. But at the last moment, Su Yan felt as if something was protecting his heart. At that time, Su Yan had doubts in his heart, but before Su Yan could think about it, Su Yan had already fainted. Now that he heard Chu Linger say this, Su Yan seemed to understand something. Su Yan, do you feel uncomfortable? Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's blurred eyes and asked nervously. Looking at Chu Linger's clear eyes, like a little girl next door, Su Yan couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, no. And? When Chu Linger heard that Su Yan was fine, she was overjoyed. She didn't have the calmness she had in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and she didn't have the majesty of the Emperor Tianxiang. She was like a little girl. Su Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He didn't have the slightest bit of regret for saving her that day. At this moment, the gloomy young man standing beside Chu Ling saw Su Yan staring at Chu Ling. He squeezed out a smile and stepped forward. Hello, Su Yan. I heard you saved Junior's sister. Thank you. And? Su Yan looked at the young man. Although the young man was smiling, Su Yan didn't have a good impression of him. He just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Linger looked at the young man and said to Su Yan, let me introduce you. This is our East Palace's eldest senior brother, Qin Luo, senior brother Qin. Hearing Chu Linger's enthusiastic introduction, Qin Luo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This was because in terms of how much they knew each other, Su Yan wasn't familiar with Chu Linger. He didn't even know Chu Linger's name. Now he was introducing Qin Luo to him. Su Yan blushed with shame. But out of courtesy and knowing that this was the Supreme Demon Palace, which was someone else's territory, Su Yan clasped his hands toward Qin Luo. Greetings, senior brother Qin. Qin Luo nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Su Yan didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger and said embarrassedly, I don't think I know your name either. Chu Linger was stunned, then laughed and said, look at me, I forgot. I didn't introduce myself to you. I'll tell you now, I'm Chu Linger. Chu Linger introduced herself. She didn't introduce herself as the young palace master of the Monster Palace. This made Su Yan have a better impression of Chu Linger. Looking at Chu Linger's girl-next-door appearance, an inexplicable desire to protect her welled up in his heart. That was indeed the case. At that moment, Chu Linger was completely different from when she was in the 10,000 Ghosts cave. She no longer had that calmness, that killing intent, and that anger. She only had that innocent expression. Coupled with her angelic face, anyone who saw her would have the desire to protect her. In the following time, Chu Linger told Su Yan some things about the Monster Palace. Originally, Chu Linger and Qin Luo wanted to take Su Yan around the Monster Palace to let Su Yan familiarize himself with the Monster Palace. However, before Su Yan could leave the room, Su Yan was summoned by Princess Chu. In the Monster Palace's East Palace main hall, there were only Su Yan and Princess Chu in the huge palace. On the high platform there was a huge chair. Princess Chu sat steadily on it. Her face was very similar to Chu Linger's, but she didn't have Chu Linger's innocence. Her eyebrows emitted a pressure. Even though Su Yan was dozens of meters away from her, he could still feel the pressure coming from her body. Tell me, where did you come from? When Princess Chu saw Su Yan, her expression didn't change at all. Instead, she asked coldly, why are you in the 10,000 Ghosts cave? In Jianghu City, I was chased by enemies and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. When Su Yan heard Chu Wangfei's words, he didn't have any doubts. He answered honestly without any falsehood. However, Princess Chu didn't believe him. She shouted softly, accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave? Do you think I'll believe you? As Princess Chu shouted, a pressure suddenly approached Su Yan. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's entire body couldn't help but tremble. A sense of fear welled up in his heart. However, even so, Su Yan was unmoved. This was because of the trip to the Monster Palace. Su Yan had long understood it in his heart. However, Su Yan never expected that he would come to the Monster Palace in this way. Of course, Su Yan was quite satisfied with this way of coming to the Monster Palace. After all, he had gained the trust of the Monster Palace's young palace master as soon as he entered. This way it would be more convenient for him to travel to the Monster Palace in the future. In the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan already had a plan. Therefore, in the face of Princess Chu's doubts, Su Yan still said calmly, Palace Master, the 10,000 Ghosts cave is one of the most dangerous places in the 5 counties. I, Su Yan, am only a saint with 3 bloodlines. How could I have the strength to enter the 10,000 Ghosts cave? I entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave because I was chased in the Hengduan mountain and accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. While Su Yan was talking, the Princess Chu kept staring at Su Yan's eyes. She saw that Su Yan's eyes were full of determination. It was impeccable. If it were someone else who entered the Monster Palace and saved her daughter's benefactor, the Princess Chu would definitely not ask too much. However, the strange existence in Su Yan's body made the Princess Chu feel a little uneasy. This made the Princess Chu more cautious. Now that she saw Su Yan's firm eyes, she didn't know how to ask. She could only choose to believe Su Yan and change the topic. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Then let me ask you, where did you learn from and why were you chased? When Su Yan heard the Princess Chu's question, he didn't hide anything. He honestly told her about his time in the Hidden Sword Tomb, how he offended the Guyu sect, how he was chased by the Guyu sect, and how he accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave. This was because Su Yan was speaking the truth. Facing Chu Wangfei's sharp gaze, he did not avoid her gaze at all. This made the Princess Chu unable to find any clues about Su Yan. She could only ask again, okay, then let me ask you, why were you chased out of the Hidden Sword Tomb? What's the matter with the water caltrop on your head? When Su Yan heard this, he knew that they were finally talking about the main topic. Su Yan could tell the truth about those things, but he couldn't tell the Princess Chu about this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Monster Palace. However, Su Yan had already thought of a way to deal with these things before he entered the Monster Palace. When he heard the Princess Chu's question, it was easy for him. Su Yan helplessly pointed to the water caltrop on his head and said, because of this water caltrop. Why do you say that? The Princess Chu asked. Su Yan pretended to smile bitterly and said, when I entered the Hidden Sword Tomb, I didn't have a water caltrop. Unfortunately, after cultivating for a period of time, I suddenly discovered a strange phenomenon in my body. This water caltrop slowly grew out. When the elders in the Hidden Sword Tomb saw it, they all thought that I was a monster beast, so I was driven out of the sect. When the Princess Chu heard Su Yan say this, her heart couldn't help but shake. As the palace master of the Monster Palace, she naturally knew that people like her were special. They weren't liked in this world and many times they would be mistaken for monsters. This was also why the Monster Palace was so powerful, but they still lived in the East Sea and rarely went out. It was precisely because many people discriminated against the Supreme Monster Clan that the people of the Monster Palace didn't want to walk in this world. Now that Su Yan said this, it could be said that he spoke to the Princess Chu's heart. The Princess Chu couldn't help but have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, they were both monsters. In her heart, her vigilance towards Su Yan also decreased a bit. Su Yan looked at the Princess Chu's appearance and knew that she believed his words. He hurriedly asked, Palace Master, before I left the Hidden Sword Tomb, I heard some elders say that only the Monster Palace can accommodate me. What is going on? And what's going on with my water caltrop? The Princess Chu smiled at Su Yan's previous question, but didn't say anything. However, she answered Su Yan's next question, you have a late awakening bloodline. A late awakening bloodline. Su Yan still pretended to be stunned. In fact, when Su Yan planned to come to the Monster Palace, Su Yan had a certain understanding of the Monster Palace, especially the Monster Palace's monster bloodline. Su Yan specifically looked into it. He knew that there were two types of bloodlines in the Monster Palace. One was the early awakening bloodline. This type of bloodline looked like a monster at the moment of birth. Only through continuous cultivation after a period of time would they transform into a human form. Chapter 175. Under Su Yan's realistic acting, the Princess of Chu finally believed Su Yan. Without waiting for Su Yan to react, a strand of divine thought entered Su Yan's mind. Su Yan, from today onwards, you will enter my Monster Palace and become a disciple of my East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu believed Su Yan, she still looked at Su Yan with an expressionless face and a trace of indifference. Su Yan didn't care. When he felt the memories in his mind, he quickly knelt and said, Thank you, Palace Master, for your kindness in accepting me. The Princess of Chu nodded and waved her hand impatiently, Go. The divine thought that I just passed on to you contains everything about the Monster Palace. I hope you can serve the Monster Palace in the future, otherwise? The Princess of Chu didn't finish her words. Only a mournful expression passed through her face, making people shudder. At the same time, the Princess of Chu disappeared from the palace, leaving Su Yan alone in the huge palace to sort out the information that the Princess of Chu had just passed on. Although Su Yan entered the Monster Palace only for the matter of the Monster Palace seal and his father. However, Su Yan knew that if he wanted to investigate these matters in the Monster Palace, then he must truly become a disciple of the Monster Palace. As for the future, Su Yan didn't have any plans. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had left an imprint in his body. Right now, Su Yan only wanted to understand all of the Monster Palace's matters. After sorting out the memories that the Princess of Chu gave him, Su Yan understood the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, although Su Yan knew about the existence of the Monster Palace, he also knew some things about the Monster Palace. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Through these memories, Su Yan truly understood the existence of the Monster Palace. Although the Supreme Demon Palace was a sect. However, within the Monster Palace, there were 4 main palaces: East, West, South, and North. These 4 great palaces also belonged to one side, and each palace had a palace master. However, the East Palace had always been the main palace. Although the Princess of Chu was only one of the 4 palace masters, she was the master of the entire Monster Palace. In other words, the other 3 palaces were only subsidiary palaces of the East Palace. Of course, being a subsidiary was one thing. Every year, the 4 great palaces would fight both openly and covertly for the position of the ruler of the entire palace. It was only because of the existence of the Princess of Chu that for many years, the East Palace's position among the 4 great palaces had never been shaken. In the memories, the Princess of Chu also taught him about the open and covert struggles of the 4 great palaces. Other than facing external enemies, the 4 great palaces basically did not interact with each other on a daily basis. Even the people of the 4 great palaces often had some fights. Of course, these things only happened in the other 3 palaces. Because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, very few people would attack the East Palace. After all, because of the existence of the Princess of Chu, the people of the East Palace had a sense of superiority. Not only that, this sense of superiority was also a symbol of strength. However, this symbol of strength was only among the palace masters. Among the disciples, the East Palace did not have this sense of superiority. Of course, these things were not in the memories. Su Yan still did not know. Su Yan now understood that there were many benefits in the Monster Palace. These benefits would always surpass the Hidden Sword Tomb. The Hidden Sword Tomb was divided into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. However, there was no such thing in the Monster Palace. In the Monster Palace, all the disciples were treated equally. Only strength was king. The strong were the senior brothers and the weak were the junior brothers. This made Su Yan involuntarily think of the gloomy Qin Luo he saw in the room just now. According to Chu Linger, Qin Luo was the eldest senior brother in the East Palace. Qin Luo was the strongest among the disciples of the East Palace. The strongest among the disciples. Su Yan could not help but frown as he thought, this Chu Linger is already the emperor of Tianxiang. If Qin Luo is the strongest, then his strength. Su Yan's heart could not help but tremble as he thought about it. In the Hidden Sword Tomb, although Su Yan's strength was not the strongest, he had always been in existence favored by the heavens. But now, Su Yan felt a sense of powerlessness. This sense of powerlessness was caused by the strength of these disciples to Su Yan. In the Monster Palace, saints were everywhere, and the emperor of Tianxiang could only be regarded as outstanding. This made Su Yan, who was only a 3-meridian saint, feel a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Thinking of Qin Luo's strength, for some reason, Su Yan's heart surged with a desire for strength. The emperor of Tianxiang. Su Yan thought as he licked his lips, and a look of determination burst out from his eyes. At the same time, Su Yan also thought of a very serious problem. In the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan had tried to break through the 4th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when he was absorbing the ghost energy, he was interrupted. This caused Su Yan to fail in forming the holy meridian. However, the ghost energy had opened up the holy meridian in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan wanted to form the 4th holy meridian now, he could only rely on the ghost energy to do so. Ghost energy was originally a rare thing in the world. Now that he was in the Monster Palace, Su Yan really did not know where to find the ghost energy to form his 4th holy meridian. If this 4th holy meridian was not formed, he would not be able to break through the next holy meridian. Thinking about these problems, Su Yan could not help but frown. This is a troublesome matter. However, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it. Although there were very few places in the world with ghost energy, Su Yan believed that as long as he looked for it, such a place would definitely exist. He sorted through the memories that the Princess of Chu had passed to him. Su Yan had a general understanding of the entire Monster Palace. In addition to the existence of the 4 great palaces in the Monster Palace. In each palace there were several large and small palaces. For example, the place where Su Yan was standing now was the Monster Palace. The East Palace main hall was also the residence and cultivation place of the palace master. Here, unless there was an important matter to attend to, or if the palace master allowed it, one could not enter casually on normal days. Su Yan did not know this rule just now. Now that he knew this rule, he could not help but look around a few more times. The cultivation method in his body was activated, and he absorbed the spirit energy around him. He could not help but smile. This place is indeed where the East Palace main hall is located. The spirit energy here is probably dozens of times denser than the immortal sword peak in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan felt the spirit energy around him, but he did not absorb it. His fourth holy meridian had already been formed, so it was useless even if he absorbed the spirit energy. In addition to the main hall, there were also various large and small palaces. For example, in the Monster Palace, some disciples who had made great contributions to the Monster Palace were given personal palaces by the Monster Palace. In these palaces there were slaves. In addition to these, the palaces were also divided into the Elixir Palace, the Martial Arts Palace, the Hidden Sword Palace, the Sword Forging Palace. All kinds of palaces used for ordinary disciples to cultivate were clearly divided. Thinking of so many palaces, Su Yan could not help but be amazed by the power of the Monster Palace. In the past, when Su Yan was in Jianghu City, the Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jianghu City. Now, compared to the Monster Palace, Su Yan knew that the Hidden Sword Tomb was nothing compared to the Monster Palace. In fact, regardless of the size of the Monster Palace, just from the strength of the disciples of the Monster Palace, it was enough to see the power of the Monster Palace. Qin Luo and Chu Linger were only disciples of the Monster Palace, but they were already emperors of heaven. They were many times stronger than the true disciples of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Of course, these palaces were not the only ones in the Monster Palace. There were also many forbidden areas. In the memories given by the Princess of Chu, there were some introductions to these palaces, but there were only a few sentences about the forbidden areas. Forbidden areas only the palace master of the palace can enter. With just a few sentences, Su Yan could feel the Monster Palace's strict prohibition of the forbidden areas. At the same time, it was also because of this restriction that Su Yan had some expectations for the Forbidden Lands. After figuring out the general situation of the entire Monster Palace, Su Yan reluctantly left the main hall. If possible, Su Yan really wanted to stay here and not leave. After all, the East Palace main hall was the place with the densest spirit aura in the entire Monster Palace. It was very beneficial for cultivation. Moreover, if there was nothing wrong with the main hall, he could not enter it casually. Who knew when he would come back again after leaving this time? Reluctance was one thing. Su Yan still resolutely left. After all, spirit aura was useless to Su Yan now. Su Yan had to find ghost aura now. Where in the world is there ghost aura in this Monster Palace? Su Yan muttered to himself as he walked out of the main hall. As soon as he walked out, he saw Chu Linger waiting for him. Looking at Chu Linger's innocent face, all the irritation in Su Yan's heart disappeared at this moment. He greeted Chu Linger and asked, "Young Palace Master, why are you still here?" "I'm waiting for you," Chu Linger said without hiding anything. She was obviously very happy to see Su Yan. Then she asked Su Yan, "Su Yan, what did my mother say to you?" "Nothing. She just wanted me to become a disciple of the Monster Palace," Su Yan said faintly. He did not say a word about the Princess of Chu's question. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, a smile appeared on her face. Su Yan, now that you have become a disciple of the Monster Palace, you will be my junior brother from now on." While speaking, Chu Linger pretended to be an adult. She tiptoed and patted Su Yan's head. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same time, looking at Chu Linger's appearance, Su Yan suddenly sighed in his heart. Why do people live in this world? Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment. Su Yan knew that he could not be as innocent as Chu Linger and live a happy life every day. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the reason Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly was because in 3 days, the Princess of Chu had erased Chu Linger's memories of her in the 10,000 Ghost Cave. Only the memories of Su Yan saving her were left. Even the memories of her, Xiao Ju and sister Ping were left. In fact, the Princess of Chu had originally wanted to erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. However, when she thought about the strangeness of Su Yan's body, the Princess of Chu had another idea. That was why she did not erase Chu Linger's memories of Su Yan. That was why Chu Linger was able to recover her innocence so quickly. That was why Chu Linger did not have any restraints in her heart. Chapter 176. Without the sadness of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave, Chu Linger was like a snow lotus. She was so bright and lovable. Looking at Chu Linger, Su Yan didn't know why he thought of the red-clothed figure on the heavenly sword peak of the Hidden Sword Tomb. Thinking of that red-clothed figure, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Linger saw Su Yan's appearance and couldn't help but frown. She asked, "Su Yan, what's wrong? Don't you want to be my junior brother?" Su Yan was stunned, then smiled and said, No, why wouldn't I like it? Hello, senior sister. When Su Yan called her senior sister, Chu Linger immediately giggled. She happily pulled Su Yan's hand and said, "Let's go, junior brother. I'll take you to receive this month's offerings." Okay. Su Yan nodded and followed Chu Linger. Offerings were a benefit that every Monster Palace disciple could enjoy. The only difference was that it depended on one's strength. Su Yan was now a Monster Palace disciple, so he naturally had his share of offerings. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked, laughing and laughing. Suddenly they attracted the attention of many disciples. Well, who is that person? Why is he so close to junior sister? Many disciples didn't know about the 10,000 Ghosts cave, and they didn't know Su Yan. Now that they suddenly saw a stranger walking so close to Chu Linger, they couldn't help but feel a burst of anger in their hearts. After all, Chu Linger was born beautiful, lively and cute. She was the goddess in many people's hearts. Now that they saw their goddess walking with a stranger, they were naturally angry. Su Yan felt the hostile gazes from the side and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior sister, I'm afraid my days in Monster Palace won't be easy in the future. What? Chu Linger obviously didn't understand the meaning behind Su Yan's words. She tilted her head and blinked her eyes at Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned when he saw Chu Linger's expression. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Chu Linger was obviously very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. She muttered, "Muddle-headed, you really are a silly junior brother." With that, Chu Linger skipped ahead. Along the way she kept greeting the seniors and juniors around her. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Clearly Chu Linger was very popular in the Eastern Palace. Actually, that was not the case. Not to mention Chu Linger's identity as the young palace lord, just Chu Linger's naive and innocent appearance was the object of many people's love. Su Yan looked at her appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, "Why did I say this to her? Isn't it good to let her be an innocent girl?" Su Yan thought with a smile and followed Chu Linger. Soon, the two of them walked and arrived at the palace where the offerings were distributed. Because the Monster Palace had a fixed time to distribute offerings every month, and this time was not the time to distribute offerings, there were not many people in the palace. Soon Su Yan received the offerings and came out. There were 100 spirit stones and various elixirs to assist in cultivation. Although they were only elixirs to assist in cultivation, Su Yan couldn't help but admire the power of the Monster Palace. With such offerings, one a month, it was probably not something that any sect could afford. Moreover, these offerings were only for Su Yan, the saint, and did not include the offerings that Emperor Tianxiang received. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace mainly because of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and his father. While enjoying these offerings and being accompanied by a cute little girl next door, Su Yan suddenly thought that it would be a good choice to stay in the Monster Palace. Of course, this was just a thought. Su Yan knew that the Monster Palace was destined to be a place for him to pass through. It was not even comparable to the Hidden Sword Tomb. This was because when he joined the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was not the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. At that time, Su Yan was only focused on the Hidden Sword Tomb. At that time, Su Yan did not even think that one day he would be expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb. "Little junior brother, this offering needs to be handed over." As soon as Su Yan came out with the offerings, Chu Linger mischievously came up and extended her hand to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned, but seeing Chu Linger's expression, he could not bear to refuse her. He obediently handed over the offerings that he had just received to Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that Su Yan was so cooperative, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and scold him. "I was just kidding. What a silly junior brother." Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. He really did not know how to get along with Su Yan's personality. Along the way, Su Yan had always been a lone traveler. Even with Lu Fei, Ouyang Tianqing and some other friends, they did not talk much. When he was with Lu Fei, it was Lu Fei who kept talking. Su Yan had always been a man of few words. Every time he heard Lu Fei's nagging, Su Yan had the urge to beat him up. Now that he suddenly had a girl next door friend, Su Yan really did not know how to get along with her. It was no wonder that Chu Linger called him silly. Silly junior brother. When Chu Linger saw Su Yan's embarrassed smile, she could not help but scold him again. Then she said, "Silly junior brother, senior sister will naturally not take your offerings, but you have to be careful. Other senior brothers are not as kind as senior sister." When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's words, he could not help but frown. He did not understand the meaning of Chu Linger's words. Chu Linger looked at Su Yan's appearance and did not keep him in suspense. She smiled and said, "Silly junior brother, in our Monster Palace, when the offerings are distributed every month, the senior brothers will compete with each other. The loser has to obediently hand over the offerings. Can't I refuse? Su Yan asked. Yes, why not? But who is willing to be a coward? Chu Linger said as she blinked her eyes. She looked at Su Yan with a surprised expression and said, Silly junior brother, are you going to be a coward? Su Yan couldn't help but blush with shame. He coughed dryly and thought about the matter of his ghost chi. He changed the topic and asked, Senior sister, do you know where there are more corpses in Supreme Demon Palace? Places with more corpses. When Chu Linger heard Su Yan's words, she could not help but be surprised. She did not directly answer Su Yan's question. Instead, she looked at Su Yan with a strange expression and said, Silly junior brother, what do you want to do? Why do you want to go to a place with more corpses? When Su Yan heard Chu Linger's question, he did not know how to answer. After all, the matter of him cultivating a unique holy bloodline was too strange. Su Yan did not know how to explain it to Chu Linger. However, before Su Yan could answer, a voice came from the side. The place with more corpses is naturally the dock. Second senior brother. When Chu Linger saw the person who came, she jumped up to greet him. Then she explained to Su Yan, Silly junior brother, this is our Eastern Palace's second senior brother, Nangong Xiangming. Second senior brother, hello. Su Yan cupped his hands towards him. His expression did not change at all. He still maintained his cold expression. However, when he felt the faint spiritual power flowing through Nangong Xiangming's body, Su Yan could not help but tremble in his heart. Another emperor of heaven. Nangong Xiangming did not care about Su Yan's actions. Instead, he looked at Chu Linger tenderly and said, Little junior sister, a big play is about to start at the drama hall. Do you want to go together? Okay. Chu Linger immediately clapped her hands. Her face was full of expectation, but she did not forget Su Yan. She turned to Su Yan and said, Silly junior brother, do you want to go together? Before Su Yan could answer, Nangong Xiangming heard how Chu Linger addressed Su Yan. He could not help but frown. Although Chu Linger was not the strongest among the disciples of the Monster Palace, she was not the weakest either. According to the rules of the Monster Palace, the stronger one was the senior brother. However, Chu Linger had always asked others to only address her as junior sister. Because Chu Linger was like a little sister next door, everyone was willing to call her junior sister. However, Chu Linger was now calling Su Yan junior brother. It was originally an ordinary form of address, but this unique form of address caused Nangong Xiangming to feel a trace of dissatisfaction, especially when he heard Chu Linger's invitation. Nangong Xiangming immediately cast a threatening look at Su Yan. Su Yan originally did not want to go. After all, the so-called big show was nothing more than some entertainment. Its purpose was to please everyone and add some fun to the boring cultivation life. Su Yan did not want to waste any more time. But looking at Nangong Xiangming's threatening look, Su Yan's heart suddenly surged with pride. He smiled and nodded, saying, Okay, let's go together. The moment Su Yan agreed, Nangong Xiangming's killing intent surged out of his body. Chu Linger did not notice, but when she heard Su Yan agree, she smiled happily and said, Okay, let's go together. Let's go together. After saying that, Chu Linger took the lead and led the way. Only Nangong Xiangming and Su Yan were left behind. When Nangong Xiangming saw Chu Linger walk forward, his face suddenly sank. A powerful spiritual energy forced Su Yan to shout, Boy, you'd better know your place. You'd better stay away from junior sister. Otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson. As he spoke, the strength of the Emperor Qianxiang suddenly pressed down on Su Yan. Su Yan suddenly felt the blood and qi in his body surging. He was stunned on the spot. Nangong Xiangming looked at Su Yan and smiled coldly. Then he caught up with Chu Linger. When Chu Linger saw that only Nangong Xiangming was coming up, she frowned slightly. She turned to Su Yan and shouted, Silly junior brother, hurry up. What are you waiting for? When he heard Chu Linger's words, Su Yan resisted the surging blood and qi in his body and shouted, Senior sister, I won't go. You guys go. It's really strange that you don't want to go. Chu Linger scolded but didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She left with Nangong Xiangming. Puchi. As soon as Chu Linger left, Su Yan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The reason why Su Yan didn't go was not that he was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but he didn't want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. Chapter 177. Su Yan did not intend to go with Chu Linger. It was only because of Nangong Xiangming's threat that Su Yan agreed to go. Now that Su Yan was injured by the spiritual pressure, he did not go. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of Nangong Xiangming, but Su Yan did not want to ruin his image in front of Chu Linger. He did not want the innocent Chu Linger to know about the darkness. He also knew that if Chu Linger knew about the matter between him and Nangong Xiangming, Chu Linger would definitely help him talk to Nangong Xiangming. This was not what Su Yan wanted to see. Matters between men should be resolved by men. Nangong Xiangming's threat did not make Su Yan feel fear. Instead, it made Su Yan's desire for power reach the peak. Su Yan's eyes were filled with determination and malevolence. What Su Yan needed the most now was Ghost Qi to break through his fourth Saint Meridian. Only by forming his fourth Saint Meridian would he be able to do so. Su Yan's strength would he be able to improve. Although Nangong Xiangming told him that the place with the most corpses was the dock, Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Although the dock did not sound dangerous, Su Yan knew that since Nangong Xiangming told him about it, it was obviously not a good place. If Su Yan was not injured, it would be fine. Under the pressure of Nangong Xiangming's spiritual qi, Su Yan's internal injuries weren't small. Su Yan had to restore himself. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan didn't know where the sea dock was. He had to find someone to ask. Of course, Su Yan did not choose to heal himself here. Instead, he went to his assigned disciple hall. Su Yan had just joined the Monster Palace, so he did not have much to contribute to the Monster Palace. The Monster Palace would not give him an independent disciple hall. Instead, it was the younger brother's hall. Although this was also a huge palace, there were many disciples living in this palace. Compared to the luxurious palace where one person could enjoy an entire palace, this palace only had one room per person. Obviously, it was much more miserable. Fortunately, Su Yan did not have many requirements for these living places. As long as there was a place to stay and allow him to have an independent space, that was enough. Relying on the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu, Su Yan quickly found his residence. However, before Su Yan could enter, many people surrounded him. They all looked at Su Yan with murderous eyes. Clearly they were up to no good. When Su Yan saw this, he smiled calmly. He didn't want to pay any attention to them, so he took a detour. Unfortunately, these people did not intend to give Su Yan a chance to leave. They went forward to block Su Yan's path. A disciple with countless scales on his face blocked Su Yan's path. He looked at Su Yan with disdain and said, "Are you a new disciple? Hand over today's offerings." Su Yan looked at this disciple with countless scales on his face. An evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, "Why?" The disciple with countless scales on his face was straightforward. He smiled coldly and clenched his fist. "No reason. Because I am the palace master and I am stronger than you. I am your senior brother. Is that so?" Su Yan smiled faintly as he looked at the disciple who was covered in scales. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. "Do you really think that you are my match? Stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly. In the future, stay away from our junior sister. Otherwise we will teach you a lesson today. Yes, stinky brat, hand over the offerings quickly if you know what's good for you." This time, the scaly man didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, the people around him started to shout. When Su Yan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "What? You want to bully me with numbers?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the scaly man waved his hand and the surroundings immediately quieted down. "Brat, don't say that we are bullying you with numbers. Can you handle me alone?" As the scaly man spoke, his spiritual energy suddenly surged and a majestic spiritual energy rushed towards Su Yan. The aura of a saint from the 5 bloodlines was so strong and so threatening. Under the pressure of the boundless spiritual aura, the white clothes on Su Yan's body started to flutter. However, Su Yan remained unmoved. Only his eyes, which were looking at the scaly man, continued to emit a resplendent glow. He faintly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I kill people here?" When the people around him heard Su Yan's words, they were stunned. However, they quickly recovered and shouted one after another. "What an arrogant brat! You want to kill a saint from the 3 bloodlines? Yes, do you want to kill senior brother Yuxiang?" Countless voices sounded. Some people looked down on Su Yan, while others shouted for the scaly man to teach Su Yan a lesson. "Senior brother Yuxiang, quickly teach this brat a lesson." "Yes, senior brother Yuxiang, beat this brat up. Let's see if he still dares to talk nonsense." When the scaly man heard Su Yan's words, he could not help but feel a burst of anger. However, he was calmer than the others. He looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "In the Monster Palace, when disciples fight, if the weaker one wins, the winner can kill. Can I?" Hearing this, Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly as an evil grin appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yan smirk, Yuxiang was furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, do you still want to kill me?" "Yes." Su Yan shouted and patted his storage bag. The ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. Suddenly, A ghost howl sounded and emitted an eerie aura. When Yu Xiang saw Su Yan's ghost howl sword, he could not help but frown. Obviously he was surprised that the ghost howl sword could emit such power. However, this surprise quickly disappeared. His eyes emitted a cold light as he looked at Su Yan and said disdainfully, "Brat, since you want a beating, don't blame me, go to hell." Su Yan had always been a person who did not like to waste words. Without waiting for Yu Xiang to finish speaking, he shouted coldly and his body suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand directly pierced towards Yu Xiang. His speed was as fast as lightning. So fast. With just one sword, everyone was stunned. They could not believe that Su Yan, a saint with 3 bloodlines, could burst out with such speed. Yu Xiang was also taken aback. However, he was a saint of the 5 veins after all, so he quickly reacted. His figure quickly flew backwards and narrowly avoided Su Yan's sword. The look of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan was no longer one of disdain. Instead, it had turned solemn. "Good boy, your speed is not bad, but I don't know how strong you are," Yu Xiang said. At the same time he shouted and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly burst out. At this moment, there was a ritual instrument in his hand. Monster Palace was different from other sects. If other sects had people who cultivated ritual instruments, they were all cultivators of ritual instruments. Sword sects, on the other hand, were all cultivators of swords. Monster Palace, on the other hand, had people who cultivated swords and magic weapons. Yu Xiang was obviously not a swordsman. He had taken out a magic weapon. This magic weapon was like a huge water fish. The moment it was taken out, the fish's mouth emitted a ripple. Obviously, it was also an extraordinary item. The moment Yu Xiang summoned his magic treasure, he didn't waste any more words and activated his magic treasure. Bang! With a loud bang, a powerful wave burst out from the fish's mouth. The moment the wave appeared, it suddenly exploded towards Su Yan. Its speed was fast like the huge waves of the East Sea directly covering Su Yan. When the onlookers saw this scene, they all retreated. Their faces were full of horror. "Senior brother Yu Xiang, this Yu Wuhan's magic weapon has been cultivated to the extreme. Yes, you know that senior brother Yu Xiang is only a saint of the 5 meridians. If he becomes a celestial emperor, how powerful will this Yu Wuhan be? Yes, this arrogant boy, under senior brother Yu Xiang's move, there is no way he can avoid it. Let's see what qualifications he has to be arrogant now." When the surrounding people saw the huge wave released by Yu Xiang's magic weapon, they were sure that Su Yan could not avoid it. Su Yan looked at the huge wave that was surging towards him, but he was very ferocious. But Su Yan did not have a trace of fear. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body suddenly jumped up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and slashed down. Wailing of 10,000 ghosts. In an instant, countless ghostly cries filled the air. The ghost howl sword emitted a powerful black fog, which instantly condensed into a huge ghost head. The moment the ghost head appeared, it opened a huge mouth and bit toward the wave. Bang! A loud boom rang out as the wave and the enormous ghost head collided and exploded. This is, everyone was stunned by this scene. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan could burst out with such a powerful move and block Yu Xiang's attack. Yu Xiang could not help but be stunned. But at the moment he was stunned, a sword light flashed in front of him, and Su Yan appeared in front of him. Yu Xiang was shocked. He shouted and hurriedly raised the magic weapon in his hand to block. Clang! The ghost howl sword struck Yu Xiang's magic weapon Yu Wuhan, and immediately burst out with a crisp sound. Yu Xiang was shocked and took a few steps back. Yu Xiang's face became even more surprised. He looked at Su Yan and muttered to himself, "How is it possible? How is it possible? He is only a saint of 3 bloodlines. How can he burst out such powerful spiritual energy?" Yu Xiang was angered by this. His whole body trembled with anger. He operated his cultivation method, and the spiritual energy of a saint of 5 bloodlines also surged and pressed towards Su Yan. Under this powerful spiritual energy, Su Yan frowned slightly, but his body did not slow down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and directly slashed at Yu Xiang. Is it like this again? The moment Yu Xiang's spiritual energy surged, his confidence increased a lot. With a cold smile, he stepped forward and raised Yu Wuhan in his hand to meet Su Yan. Chapter 178. That's it. When Su Yan saw the water pillar that was attacking him, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the ghost howl sword in his hand started to dance rapidly. Immediately, a sword cry resounded. The constantly moving sword light was so fast that it seemed to have transformed into countless long swords. Crackle, crackle. The water column was sliced off section by section until all of it slid down. You think that's it? Of course, Wuxia was a saint of 5 veins and his strength was not limited to that. The moment Su Yan blocked the water column, Wuxia suddenly leaped up and made a hand seal. A powerful water column burst out from Yu Wuhan. The moment the water pillars appeared, a series of loud booms rang out and fell down. Su Yan frowned, but he did not have time to block them. His entire body was enveloped by the water pillars. Humph, you still dare to think that's it? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Wuxia's mouth when he saw that Su Yan was enveloped by the rain of water. If it was any other time, then Wuxia would have stopped because even a saint of the 5 bloodlines wouldn't be able to escape if they were struck by his rain of water. But today it was probably Su Yan's arrogance that provoked Wuxia's anger. Wuxia did not stop because of this. The moment the water column burst out, Wuxia roared again and waved his Yu Wuhan. In an instant, countless water waves surged. Like 1,000 layers of huge waves, they pounced on Su Yan and covered Su Yan's entire body. The onlookers were all horrified when they saw this. At the same time they looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by the water column and the huge waves, and gloated, "Now this kid is definitely dead. How dare he be so arrogant in front of our senior brother Wuxia?" That's right. Even our senior brothers don't dare to fight senior brother Wuxia. With his strength of 3 veins he's courting death. When he heard the surrounding crowd's words, the corners of Wuxia's mouth lifted into a pleased smile. He looked at Su Yan, who was surrounded by water pillars, and coldly laughed, "Brat, you are courting death. Don't blame my senior." Is that so? Before Wuxia could finish speaking, an evil voice came from within the rain of water pillars. Coincidentally, at that moment the water pillars and waves retreated. Su Yan's body slowly appeared. His entire body was emitting a powerful golden light. Under such circumstances, it was extremely dazzling. Oh, how is this possible? How is this possible? How can he still stand under the water column attack of senior brother Wuxia? Impossible, this can't be real. When the surrounding people saw that Su Yan was still standing there, their faces were filled with horror. Most of them couldn't believe what they were seeing. They all thought that Su Yan was going to die. Even if Su Yan did not die, he should be lying in a pool of blood. However, Su Yan was still standing there, unharmed. Even his clothes were not damaged. How could they believe this? Wuxia looked at Su Yan and was stunned. How? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Su Yan looked at Wuxia and smiled coldly. His body suddenly surged forward as fast as lightning. In an instant he was in front of Wuxia. The ghost howl sword in his hand was pointed at Wuxia. The sword light flashed and was already at Wuxia's throat. Ah! Although Wuxia could still attack, he did not expect Su Yan to be able to stand under his ferocious attacks. Moreover, Su Yan was able to attack so quickly. The sword light flashed and the ghost howl sword was already in front of him. There was no time to dodge. Wuxia screamed in fear and fell to the ground. He watched as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through his body. Ah! When the people around saw this scene, they were so scared that they screamed. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Just as the ghost howl sword was about to pierce through Wuxia's throat, Su Yan stopped and withdrew the sword. He said coldly, "Killing you will dirty my hands." Ah! Wuxia screamed in fear. Something flowed out from his crotch and wet his pants. The onlookers were also stunned. They looked at Su Yan as if they were looking at a monster. A 3-meridian saint. Su Yan was only a 3-meridian saint. How could he do that? Su Yan did not pay attention to their gazes. He withdrew the ghost howl sword and turned to walk away, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. They did not react until Su Yan was far away. They all ran to help Wuxia. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just left, suddenly turned around. Ah! The few of them were so scared that their bodies trembled. A trace of disdain flashed across Su Yan's face as he said word by word, "Remember, my name is Su Yan. I'm not someone you can easily bully." Su Yan's name was forever engraved in their hearts. They did not dare to challenge Su Yan again. For Su Yan this was just a small episode. Although he was only a 3-meridian saint, 2 levels lower than Wuxia, Su Yan had the invincible golden body, the blood dragon pupil and the flying sword in the red fire sword case. Su Yan was confident that he could even fight a 6-meridian saint. A saint was no longer Su Yan's target. Emperor Tianxiang was Su Yan's target. Su Yan's eyes glowed red when he thought of Nangong Xiangming's last look and Qin Luo's gloomy expression. His desire for strength reached its peak. Of course, Su Yan was still calm despite his desire. Su Yan's mind had passed through the endless corridors of the Buddha sword and comprehended it at Chobo's place. Ordinary people could not compare to him. The angrier Su Yan was, the calmer he became. Although Su Yan was angry at the humiliation Nangong Xiangming had brought him, his heart was still as clear as a mirror. If he wanted to move forward, he had to find the ghostly qi. He had no other choice. Only ghostly qi could help him recondense his fourth Saint Meridian. Su Yan believed that Nangong Xiangming had not lied to him about the dock. However, Su Yan also knew that Nangong Xiangming would not be so kind as to warn him. Since he was able to warn him, it meant that the dock was a dangerous place. Su Yan thought about the dock. He sat cross-legged and ran his cultivation method. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit energy to restore the spirit energy in his body and heal the injuries Nangong Xiangming had caused him. Because of the sword intent of the red fire sword case and the abundant spirit energy in the monster palace, Su Yan recovered to his peak state in less than an hour. Since he had recovered, Su Yan planned to go to the dock. Su Yan had a rough understanding of the monster palace with the memories given by the Princess of Chu. However, there was no memory of the dock in the memories. The island of the monster palace was so big that it would not be easy to find the dock. Su Yan did not know who to ask for help. Just as Su Yan was in trouble, there was a knock on the door. Su Yan frowned slightly, but he still got up to open the door. Seeing that it was Yu Xiang and his followers, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, "Are you still not convinced? Senior brother Su, it's a misunderstanding." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, his whole body suddenly trembled. He hurriedly said, "Senior brother Su, we are here to offer this month's offerings." As he spoke, Yu Xiang held the offerings he had received this month and presented them to Su Yan with both hands. Su Yan looked at the offerings in Yu Xiang's hands and frowned. He thought to himself, "I just entered the monster palace and am not familiar with many things. If I have these people running errands, it will save me some trouble in the future." Su Yan made up his mind and looked at the offering in Yu Xiang's hand. He waved his hand and said, "This offering is for you to keep by your side. As long as you listen to my orders in the future, it will be fine." When Yu Xiang and the others heard that Su Yan did not take the offerings, they were overjoyed. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior brother Su, from now on, all the disciples of this palace will obey your orders. From now on, you are the palace master of this palace." Okay. Although Su Yan was not interested in being the palace master, he did not refuse and nodded slightly. Seeing that they were still afraid of him, Su Yan waved his hand and said, "Come in." Hearing that Su Yan wanted them to go in, the few of them tiptoed in. Su Yan looked at their fearful faces and said slowly, "Since you have chosen to obey my orders in the future, you don't have to be so afraid. As long as you don't disobey me in the future." "Yes, yes." Yu Xiang and the others hurriedly nodded, but their fear of Su Yan did not change. Su Yan looked at them and did not say anything. Instead he asked, "Do you know where the sea dock is?" "The sea dock." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he was shocked. "Senior brother Su, why do you ask about the sea dock? I have my own plans." Naturally, Su Yan wouldn't tell them why he wanted to go to the sea dock. Looking at them, it was obvious that they weren't strangers to the sea dock. He opened his mouth and asked, "I asked about the sea dock. Tell me where it is." Su Yan paused and hesitated for a moment. He said, "And where is the sea dock?" "Okay." When Yu Xiang heard Su Yan's words, he did not dare to ask more. Instead, he introduced the sea dock to Su Yan. "Senior brother Su, you have just entered the monster palace, so you don't know. The sea dock is a dangerous place. If the monster palace disciples are not forced to, no one is willing to go to the sea dock." "What do you mean?" Su Yan asked again. "The entrance to the sea dock is in the suburbs of the western monster palace. The sea dock is said to lead to the East Sea. There are countless dangerous sea beasts there. Some of the monster palace disciples want to hunt sea beasts and enter the sea dock, but most of them do not return. And the sea dock is not only home to sea beasts. The East Sea often has tsunamis that will sweep through the sea dock. This makes the sea dock even more dangerous." Su Yan listened and understood. Obviously, the sea dock is like the Hengduan Mountain, but the Hengduan Mountain is densely covered with monsters, while the sea dock is filled with sea beasts.